that. But let's go on
Flying?
not having experienced anything. Like for instance, the entire Earth.
I
So
have
give
no
me another
experience
example of
there.
something. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here we go.
I can't give another.
Ringo, you gotta chill, bro.
I just got to make sure I get all it out.
It's
Sorry.
just
So
out.
I mean, unless that's the concession right there. That I mean, because I then if you can't describe to me something you've never experienced, there's your answer. Stop demanding from meme or whoever else you're demanding it from to answer the question that you yourself can't answer, because that the reason we can't answer is the same reason you can't answer my question, because it's the same kind of question.
Okay, well, I mean, I give you full. You're right, but that's actually not the question I was going to ask, because I was actually following up, but someone's just going through me. But anyway, I wanted to ask. Fuck, man. So, one second. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask why it's like, isn't it like hard living without holding on to something? Like, isn't it just a weird feeling without knowing actually what the shape or something is? Like,
No.
I would personally, I would just be uncomfortable or something, right? Like, I would.
Well, that's
actually,
weird. That's
I would-
weird.
No,
That's
because
weird. That is weird.
Wait, meme. Why is it weird? I don't think it is.
It's
I
weird
think
because
that's what it's
because Elijah, because my whole life when I was big NASA space lover guy, I never thought about it in my daily life as being part of my daily life.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then again, that's kind of different, I think, because I mean, no one ever had you think about it, you know. And the moment you did think about it, you yourself said that even though it made sense to you, it was a little bit of a struggle. So, I mean, I think we all get to a point where it's like, okay, I know it's flat, damn it, but I don't understand what it is then. Like, you know,
Yeah, but it felt free, felt liberating. Didn't feel.
yeah, I felt free. Others
I would.
describe
I
fear,
don't think
and this guy is like telling
I
us
don't.
in an
That's
indirect
just.
way that he would, if he didn't hold on to the globe, it'd be a scary thing for him.
Isn't that weird though?
Well, no, I would.
I mean, I think it is, 'cause that
I
wasn't
think
my
it's weird.
experience. But
Yeah,
But maybe my.
Can I demonstrate something by asking a question? Like the Glovers sometimes, not for a lot, not recently, but for a while they'd come in here and be like, "Hey, what's at the end of your universe?" And sometimes some of us would get the clever question of asking them, "What's at the end of your universe?" He's just trading one unknown for another unknown, technically.
No, that's not what I was actually doing. But I just wanted to know if you guys don't feel like uncomfortable in a sense without actually having to hold on to something or something. Like some people can get very
You mean like
uncomfortable.
I feel much
it's the same with like God or something. Like some people just want to hold on to something. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, like the Glovers, they want to hold to the globe moving and spinning, right? And they're holding to the globe dearly so they don't fall into space. And
Well,
I feel
that
much
type of
better
stuff.
now that I know it's not a globe and I'm not spinning and there's no like asteroids falling on my head. Now I feel much better. So yeah, I'm not holding to the globe, like answering your question.
All right, well, good
Can I ask
for you then.
another quick question? Hey, buddy. So you believed, I don't know if you still do, but at least certainly before today, you believed that the Earth was a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, correct? Right?
Well, when I woke up, yeah, but then I went on the internet and I became skeptical or something. But yeah.
All right. Yeah. But I mean, the point I just wanted to make to you is that if
The
you
answer is
follow,
yes.
if you follow the heliocentric model story, paid close attention to it before you even knew that the Earth is flat, like I did, you'd know that they were teaching us in school, teaching us on the TV, and Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying it all in such a great, enthusiastic way, that the claim that the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light at this moment and it's accelerating faster and faster. And it has been for, like, say, the last 4 billion years, and for a handful of billions of years before then, it was expanding at exactly the speed of light. But we don't know what's beyond it. And so, I mean, the point I'm trying to make by illustrating this ridiculous belief that they've thrown out there that I believe for so many years and I don't believe anymore, and I'm guessing you don't believe anymore now. The point I'm trying to make with this is that, like, even in that, if the heliocentric model was reality, if it was, you'd still be in the unknown of who or what created it,
Yeah.
or what's outside of it.
I understand. Or were you like asking me a question?
I was just illustrating, there's just some things that maybe we're never meant to know, or it doesn't even matter if we're meant to know them or not. We can't know them. There are some things we just
in that
can't
sense,
know.
I do definitely understand. Yeah. But why do you spend so much time on it then? Actually, like, just is it like a hobby or something, or you just want to meet people who know the same or have the same
Because it's
opinions?
fun.
Fair enough then, man.
Yeah.
Is
All
that a
of
good
those-
enough
all-
reason?
All of them.
Yeah, I
all
said
of those
fair
reasons.
enough. So yeah, I guess.
Hey, why did I put 2,000 hours into Bloodborne? It's brutal. It's hard. It's miserable. But I love it.
Bloodborne? Is that a game?
hmm
I mean, it's fun, it's educational. What's not to love?
Well, I kind of like playing chess.
See, like
Right.
challenges then. This is a challenge. This is a logical challenge. Flat Earth, learning to critically think. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
fair enough.
interesting.
Fair enough.
There's a bunch
don't
of
you-
people in here that play chess, so find some.
Why don't you get some sleep? Why don't you get some sleep, Ringo?
No, I'm okay.
You okay? All right,
Yeah.
because Stacy says he's got his mic fixed.
Okay, well, I'm
I doubt
I'll
it.
just be silent. I'll just be silent.
All right.
Please don't
Awesome.
mute me. I'll just be silent. Yo, thank you guys for answering my questions in a very peaceful way. I have very much respect for that.
Bro,
Hey, Bingo, you got the chess roll
Hey,
since you said you
thank
play
guys,
chess.
is my mic finally good now?
Thank you.
Yes,
No.
your mic is fine now. I heard him.
Yo, why did one guy say no and the other one said yes? What is that about?
I hear you absolutely
Okay,
fine.
Yeah,
Thank you
good.
very much.
I live in a parallel universe, in an alternate
Yeah.
reality. That's why.
If you
Oh,
ask the
shit.
question,
You believe in that?
if you ask the question, is my mic okay? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to dwell on the point. Carry on. Hi, welcome back,
Okay.
Stace. How are you?
What about all of the stars in the sky?
Don't know.
What?
what, your question is, what about all of the stars in the sky? So it's
how
not
do you
very
explain that?
specifically, because we're going to get to a region of we're not going to be able to answer that, but you're going to have to be more specific
Like, if space doesn't exist, why do you see all of those stars hanging around?
because
What's
there
a
are things. Because there are things in the sky that we can see.
Exactly, but where are they in that?
Where are you saying? Where are you saying they are?
Apparently, it doesn't.
Where are you
exist.
saying? Where are you saying they are?
I don't know because I'm not a scientist.
You don't
But
know
I'm
because you're
just
not. Wait a
asking
minute.
you
Wait a
guys
minute.
'cause
Hold
you
on.
guys-
Hold on.
No, no, no,
Hold
no.
on.
Let me finish.
Hold
man.
on. No. Is astronomy a
Come on,
science?
man.
Is astronomy a
This
science?
is very unrespectful. I've
Is
always let
astronomy
you
a
guys talk out.
science? Is astronomy
Just
a
follow the
science?
conversation, bro. Keep up with it. Don't complain.
Man, I don't know if you think
Every
El Chapo
single
or something,
thing.
but
Hold
let me
on.
talk.
Every single thing you say will be scrutinized. Every single thing.
Exactly, but just scrutinize me whenever I'm done talking, please. Okay?
Is astronomy a science?
Okay, good for you. But like,
He's helping you understand.
You
Answer the
say-
question.
Is astronomy a science?
yes,
How?
because
How?
like, you need like, I don't know how to explain this actually in English because it's not my first language, but
Well, English is my third language, but I can explain.
okay, good for you. You had a better English education. Wow.
Yeah,
Anyway-
no, I think that you're speaking better English than me. That's my
Okay.
opinion. Now it's problem why you cannot explain. I can.
Probably because my pronunciation is just better, but
Okay,
your
let's say that for
vocabulary is better.
experiment. Let's say that for experiment we need for the science we need experiment.
Oh, do you ever let people finish talking in your life? I
we
just
need
want to ask
experiment.
one question,
we
and I
need-
can't even get the chance to
No,
ask it.
because we are on the science. You said science. Yeah, I'm not science.
Yes.
And the guy asked you, is it astronomy science? And you said yes. Okay, which experiment we are doing in astronomy?
James WST telescope.
Sorry.
Is looking at shit science?
Is it shit science though?
I
It's
said
looking at
is
other
lo- I
planets.
said is
I mean,
looking at
if
shit
Earth is a planet,
science.
it's looking at other planets.
Is watching porn science?
Porn science.
Is watching porn science? Is that science?
No.
No. Is watching TV science?
No.
Is watching stars science?
No.
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 Go ahead, Stacy. Answer. You know the
No,
answer.
no, it's not. Okay. It's not.
Okay. So you don't have any science.
No, I don't, because I'm not a scientist.
No,
Well,
scientists.
astronomers aren't scientists either.
Thank you.
Okay, we've established that. Okay, you're right about that. Well, it's your facts. Anyway,
It's not my facts, it's
question was
reality.
if I can finish.
I'm not going to let you finish. We're not going to whistle past it.
No.
We're not going to whistle
Just
past it.
ask it.
We're not going to whistle past it. You no longer have science on your side. You want to rephrase
Okay.
your question?
And fuck science. All right, I'll not ask a science question.
Oh no!
I'll
ask a
my
real science question.
No, science isn't real.
Yes, science is real. It's very real.
Okay. So, like, can I ask you guys a favor, real quick? Let's just give me 1 minute of your time without talking through me. Okay?
It's going to be a question or a statement.
It's gonna be a question.
Okay.
Starting now. All right. So, you say space is not real, right?
No,
Yes,
we are not
all
saying that.
Now, you clearly heard somebody say that, but
No, you didn't hear.
God damn it!
They're trying to clarify what you just asked them.
Okay, so anyway, I
vacuum is
heard
space.
somebody say space is not real, but if there are stars and lights and all of that other astrology stuff, which is not science, astrology stuff in the air, all right? How do you just explain them being round and all of that, and just our thing,
Round.
what we're living on, is flat? How does that make sense?
Round. What? Stars are round?
Oh, hell no.
Stars are round.
hell no.
I mean, if you look in the sky, it appears round, doesn't it?
Right,
No.
dude. Sorry,
Circle.
he's conflating issues.
He's
He's
conflating
seriously-
issues.
Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
finding
Right.
issues?
I'll explain because I was the person that where you probably get the idea that we say the sky's fake. So I'll take you right back down to that. So we have demonstrated to you that the system known as the vacuum of space can't exist in the way that we are told. Therefore, everything up in the sky, the moon, the sun, Mercury, Venus, all of those things, all of those stories can't be true because they happen in a region that can't exist. Gas pressure needs containment. We have gas pressure here. It's uncontained in our model, the gas pressure that needs a container. So therefore, we're dispersed into the vacuum of space following natural law. Because of
Yeah.
this fact,
Okay.
go on.
In a vacuum, isn't like everything can move in a vacuum, and everything can happen in a vacuum. It's not necessarily contained. It's
Whoa,
not because one
whoa.
thing needs to be contained, another
Whoa,
doesn't.
whoa.
You know?
I get you. When they describe the vacuum of space to us, they talk about a low pressure, gas pressure area, very low, extremely low, as in the distance between the gas molecules is vast, as in not colliding with each other right next to each other as they here on Earth. They call it space because there's lots of space. You understand that, right? Cool.
Yeah.
So we've got gas pressure here on Earth.
Yes.
Yes. But we are told that the gas pressure is uncontained from that space. If gas is uncontained from a space, it will disperse into it. Now, if you've got a football or a balloon, you understand that when you press the gas, pump the gas, blow the gas into the container of the football or balloon, you understand that the that the gas is contained within that balloon, and because the gas is pressing against the walls of the container,
Yes.
it is pressurized. Yes.
Yeah, but it's expanding, right? Because the more air you blow into a balloon, it expands,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that what happens in space? It expands.
Gas pressure.
So when you pop the balloon, what happens to the high pressure inside the balloon? Where does it go?
In the air.
Yeah, it goes
Everywhere,
out.
actually.
Yeah, it goes into the lower pressure environment and disperses, right?
Well, it practically goes into everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. But the Earth, we are told, doesn't have the balloon around it. It is uncontained. Therefore, there's nothing to keep the gas here.
Oh,
if
don't
out
we have
there,
isn't there like a sort of protection layer, like the ozone layer or something, or like like just the atmosphere in general?
No, that's when you say atmosphere, that's just gas. When you say ozone, that's just gas. The gas isn't keeping the gas here. To keep the gas here, you need physical containment.
Who says that though?
Well, gas laws, entropy, second law of thermodynamics. So you
So
understand?
all observable reality, basically.
It's not who. It's natural law.
Let's see if you can understand this direction. So if I have a hot cup of coffee and I leave it, what happens to the hot cup of coffee?
It goes cold.
Awesome. And it doesn't get any hotter, does it?
No, because you're not heating it.
Yeah, excellent. So this can be applied in the same way as gas pressure. High gas pressure will always disperse into lower pressure environments. It never happens in
Space
reverse.
is cold, isn't it?
It's got nothing to do with it right now.
You said it goes into cold spaces.
Space cannot be cold when space is just the absence of things.
This is just another example of entropy.
So explain black holes then. What about those?
Whoa, no. So everything that you point to at the sky, what are black holes then? Well, they are non-applicable now. Whatever story that we've been told is a story, and I am definitely not going to be able to tell you what a fucking black hole is.
The sun is fake. The moon is fake. Venus, Jupiter, it's all fake.
No,
Earth is the only thing.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
No.
What is Venus then? What is Mars? What is the sun?
No. How? Let's go back to the ground. Ask some question about ground.
Back to the ground. What?
Yeah. What? Yeah. What? Because sphere. Let's go to the ground.
Okay, let's go to the ground, my guy.
Okay. Does Earth curving?
What did you say?
Does Earth curving?
An iron curling? Wait, bro.
That
Is Earth
Oh, it's Earth curling. Curving.
Yeah.
Does Earth curve?
See, if I say yes, you guys are going to interrupt me and just blast off. So I'll just say no.
I will ask.
Say yes.
I will ask you
Say yes.
where. If you say yes.
No.
Say yes and tell us where.
Basically the water and everything.
So the water's curving.
Yes, on a long scale though, not on a short scale. Like in a bathtub, you can't see it curve because it's very short. But the Earth is 42 or 40k kilometers, like wide. In a perfect circle. Not a perfect circle, but in a circle.
Wide.
Not wide. It's around 40,000
Awesome.
kilometers, right?
Being as
So on 40,000 kilometers scale, you can see.
All right, Stacy, let Jedi talk.
So, being as we know the size of the ball, you've defined it's got a diameter, right? How wide it is. Do you think, knowing the size of the ball, we should be able to calculate that rate of descent between point A and point B over a distance of an arc?
What is in a point A, one a point B? What do you mean?
So point A, put your finger on top of a ball. Okay, point A.
Yep.
Point B, anywhere else. Now you will notice that point B has descended from point A. If you know the size of the ball, you should be able to calculate how much that rate of descent is.
Curvature.
Yeah. So that calculation is 8 inches per mile squared.
Bro.
20 centimeters on 1.8 kilometers.
But what I don't understand, and this may sound as a dumb question, but it's actually like, in my head, it's actually a smart question. My eyeballs are round. How can my eyeballs be round and like some parts be round on the planet. Not the planet. I'm sorry, the rock we're living on.
What parts are round?
My eyeballs.
No, on the what you say is the planet. What's like just
on the ground? What's round?
You're saying the eyeballs are round, therefore the Earth must be round?
No, I didn't say that. I said my eyeballs can be round and a basketball is round. Objects on this object we're living on is round. How can the Earth and not be?
No, now you just repeated what I just said after having said no. So, what do you mean? Like, you can't just say that like the pool balls on the pool table are round, therefore the pool table is round. That's just idiotic.
My leg, it's like stick. The tree, it's like stick. Everything is stick.
I gotta interject.
You guys are making me question reality, bro.
Look, I gotta interject, bro. I know you heard me say that.
What?
Good.
I do think
Just
he has a
hold tight,
point.
be quiet for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So now we gotta go back. We gotta rewind.
Okay,
we were talking about
bro.
water.
Rewind time.
You said the Earth is, hold on, I'm about to mute you too because you can't stop your Tourette's. And I thought you were a grown man. Do you want to be muted while I talk and unmuted like a child?
Me?
Yes.
Oh no, I'll stay quiet. I'm sorry.
How about you just press the mute button and press it again when I'm done talking?
I'll just be quiet. Trust me.
Okay. Because if you're not, I'm just gonna press the red ban button and then you can listen from YouTube or never again. Okay. So the point from you is made that yeah, sure, in your bathtub, like it's gonna look flat, but obviously the Earth is so massive, right? That was the point. Well, here's the thing. According to the geometry of the Earth that they tell us it is, I'm not even gonna get super crazy on you. I'm just gonna ask you a simple question. 2 questions. Just say yes or no. That's it. Have you ever been to the beach?
Yes.
Okay. Do you? How tall are you?
182
How tall are you?
centimeters. So like 6
Yeah. Okay, me too. Great. 6'2". So that means that the horizon is 3 miles away. If you believe the Earth is a sphere, do you believe that?
Okay, see, my English is not great. A sphere, isn't that like the same as a circle?
Oh, get the fuck! Is that why every time we get was that meme just playing around or what was that?
A ball.
No, that's what he literally said. So I don't know where to go.
So yeah, the again, like so. As a 6 foot person at the beach, do you believe that the horizon is 3 miles away?
Could be further. I mean, depends on how long your eyeballs can see. There's a distance.
Can't be further. If there's a wall 10 paces, if there's a wall 10 paces in front of me, 10 paces in front of me, I can't see around that wall. I can only see to the wall.
You ask me if I can see 3. Wait, repeat that question from the 3 mile thingy.
Okay, so a wall is an obstruction, right? If I put a wall in front of you,
I don't see a wall in front of me when I'm at the beach. No.
Listen. If you can't demonstrate that if you can't demonstrate that you understand what being led is, like what a professor does, you can't be a part of the conversation. So I'm leading
question
you.
from can you see a 3 mile thing?
Yeah. Do you think that the horizon is 3 miles away? Based on because the horizon is a geometric wall, like the one that you don't see in front of you.
Okay, can I follow up on that?
It's not a follow up, yes or no, guy.
I just want to add something to that.
Okay,
I'll give you a straight answer. Your eyes have a certain distance that they can see. Like our eyes are not superhuman eyes. We have a limit. Just like.
Great. What's that limit called?
Hold on, guys. I muted him. I'm still talking. I'm not negotiating. You agreed to yes or no, and you swore. Are you going back on your word?
No.
Answer the question, yes or no.
Okay. What should I answer? Ask it again.
Do you think that the horizon is 3 miles away from you at a beach? At sea level?
Why can it?
What?
Why can it be 3 miles away? I said yes. I do believe it's 3 miles away. I'm further probably.
Okay, but the problem is if I put a wall, right? This is the point of the wall thing. If I put a wall in front of you, it can't be further that you can see. You can only see up to the wall, yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So in geometry pertaining to the globe, that wall is 3 miles away. So if you were to take a pair of binoculars out,
I can't see a wall 3 miles away. Like I can't see the wall.
oh, there you go. Then it's not a sphere. That's what we're trying to say.
No, but like
there you go. The end. We can all go home now. But if you don't understand, it's because you weren't quiet enough, and you did yourself a disservice because now you're still ignorant.
I got a question.
You know that, right? It doesn't hurt us because we already have the information.
Yeah.
It hurts you if you don't have information. That now you can think that this place is a waste of time and we don't know anything. But guess what? If we do and you're wrong, then you're definitely losing out right now. Just saying.
not because I really
The choice is yours.
honestly
I don't really care.
I don't really care about the Earth, like how it looks. I just care about living on this thing and making it my best life. That's probably my
So then
priority
why are you
instead of-
in here asking questions when we're supposed to be educating people
Because I'm
about what
curious
they
what
don't
you
know?
guys think about it and spend so much time on it. Isn't that like a good reason?
If you're curious, then explain to me what I've explained to you 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago.
Okay, you said there's a wall apparently 3 miles in the sea, and I can't see anything beyond that. So the Earth isn't a globe.
Okay.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah. So do you have a
Exactly.
rebuttal? So do you have a rebuttal?
It's a rebuttal.
Do you have a response to that instead of because listen, you're in here for fun, right? But that's a definitive claim that the Earth is a sphere of a specific size. So based on how elevated you are above the sea level, that's how far you can see. But if you believe in the globe, all you got to do is take out a calculator, and the calculator, based on the size of the Earth, will tell you where that wall is. As a matter of fact, if I played what's the guy smart whatever the thing CB that we always play that's a minute and 30 something long about the horizon, he says there's a wall of water there or the edge of the water. So I'm only saying what globe earthers say and believe. It's not Eli's words, and that's the first thing you need to understand. So having said that, we're saying that the reason that none of us are globe earthers anymore is because this is the debunking of the globe entirely.
Okay.
If you don't understand that, you need to ask more questions.
Okay, I will ask more questions. Where did you get all of this information?
Google it.
What?
But testing reality as well.
Yeah,
Testing
Google.
reality? Bro, are you
in reality there are no walls of water. Okay? But
have to
on
Google water.
but on Google will tell you, like from atsi.edu, that assuming that the
I've
Earth
never heard of that website.
I'm about to meet you, bro. I
sorry.
for the rest of the night, I don't know what to tell you. Nah, guys, I don't like. See, the only reason he gets to talk for so long is because you guys are willing to continuously talk to someone who if you could be talking to somebody for 2 hours and not having gotten a straight answer and still talk to them. You can't award that kind of behavior. Like,
I think a little reformation and cogniz might be in order.
dude, you said you wanted to come here to understand why we're here. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it. So get out my house. Cause you right? I'm not saying it like literally. I'm just painting you a picture of what we're feeling. Right? Like someone comes into
I
your
get
house
that.
and says, "Okay, I want to understand your position on whatever XYZ, and then every step of the way the person is interrupting you, asking you about the thing they believe because they don't understand. That's rude as hell. And you're not learning anything. What the hell are you in my house for then? Why don't you go ahead and believe what you came in here believing and have a better night somewhere else, like in a Star Trek server? This is a real question. It's not a dig. It's like,
okay,
why
okay,
be
I'll
here?
answer that question right now. So why I came in here is because I was curious. Now, what a bad thing to have, right? Curious, probably not a human evolution instinct. No.
Okay,
My
what have you
God,
learned?
you
What have
came
you
in
learned
here
since you've been in here?
impersonating a girl.
But
Okay, so you came in here because you're curious, but so what? And continue.
yeah, so I was curious, so I went in here and asked all of that stuff. So
Okay,
why
and-
why are you getting pressed?
No, I'm saying if you're done, I can put you on mute, right?
No, I'm like I'll be quiet. You know, if you're talking to me, I'll respond. You know, if you're not talking to me, I'll not ask anything. I was just asking if my mic was.
Do you have any other questions? Comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, like where do you see a wall in the sea? Like I don't get it. Why you bring up a wall?
That's the point. None of us do. I just told you that that's not our belief. That's a Glover's belief. If they're not too ignorant to understand,
Isn't it
what
like
they grew up believing?
Isn't it like
Listen.
your belief that matters instead of other guys' belief?
No. Why? Because I don't have a belief in the globe. You came in here questioning why we don't believe what you believe.
Yeah. Why is that?
We don't have a belief. That's the whole. Listen, we don't have a belief.
So get a belief.
So based on what you just said, right? Is shouldn't you? What was it? Say it. Say it. Go ahead.
I know what you mean, bro.
Oh, so you get my point then.
Kind of.
Okay, good. So, any more questions, comments, or concerns?
And what?
If I have a question, can I ask them then later? If I have a question.
Well,
Stacey, what is
listen, but you're asking us. Look. You don't have the information, so you ask me where's this wall of water stuff coming from?
Yeah.
Why don't you Google or why don't you YouTube a distance to horizon video?
Yeah, but bro,
That's
I mean, it's a YouTube video. Everything can be manipulated in a video. Like a video.
Well, are you going to be smart? Okay. How about I'll take it up a notch. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance
I
to
don't
horizon.
know about that. I'm not a Harvard student.
Okay,
but
so then why are you stopping my rudimentary
bro, why are you
explanation
getting
to you
so
when you
pressed?
don't? Have a good day, sir. Have a good life. Good luck to you. I wish you the best.
Okay, I'll
I truly do.
He's not ready for this conversation.
What up, Eli?
Yo, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
You only get banned when I get to a point of I'm the best friend you got in here. Okay? Like everybody else is gonna jump down your throat. I'm gonna give you the room to say what you have to say. I'm gonna try to explain. But once you get to the point of I've wasted my time because you're telling me you want to understand, but now you're demonstrating that you don't want to understand, and then I point out to you that that's what you're doing. If you don't have enough humbleness inside of you to just accept that you're being a dick at that point and a dumb one, you gotta go. I'm sorry.
It's very true. I sometimes bite first, but Elijah is always the one who pulls it back.
I mean, you tried, Elijah. God, you fucking tried.
We all did, you know? Like, he just wasn't, it's not his time.
There is no wall on the beach. Elijah, that was difficult because he was thinking about real wall, you know, about fucking real wall on the horizon. I don't know how, but he was thinking like that.
But it's hard to, like, because Miggy, like, it's like once you begin to ask them questions, all of a sudden their position switches to your position. Oh,
Yep.
what wall of water? Exactly. Exactly.
Struggle is real, my friend.
Oh, why are you pressed? Oh, I'm pressed? Okay, get out of my house. Get out. Thank you for your time. We're not begging. Yo. I don't know if you guys know. We got the best information there is out there. I'm not begging anybody. They need what we have.
I hear that, brother. Ugh, can't even speak properly. I hear that, mate. Hearing the ways that you guys have been speaking over the last couple of weeks, yourself, Elijah, Miggy, a few others, CB. Yeah, we've got the information. We have to treat it as they are in a privileged position. If they're not going to accept that privileged position, get out of my fucking house and stop wasting my fucking time. We'll move on to the next person swiftly.
Yeah. And we ain't got no time for any sophists. That's for damn sure. So with Stingray, and like I know CB and we're getting dead on his ass like earlier because of what he was doing. But these sophists, these high-level, medium to high-level sophists, there's no time for those guys.
Well, the whole thing is that Stacy person came in acting like a lady on for ladies' night.
Oh yeah.
Already just a tool.
No. Yeah, it's to be in this room is, to be amongst these intellects and critical thinkers is difficult, but it's still a privilege. So I just feel like sometimes people start walking all over you, and they're just like, and we get people in the room to kind of like, nah, man, just let them talk. Just let them. Can't they just speak? It's like, oh my gosh.
I would have banned Stacy back when he finally acted like a guy.
When he started using his own voice, yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're using a voice changer?
Just acting like a lady.
He was talking like this, like he was a dainty lady. But he actually wasn't. He was actually a man.
Kind of like trans. At one point, he did say he was kidding around, clearly, that he was transitioning and that he needed pills to change his voice or something, and it was just...
Well, this isn't the server for that. I mean, it's not. You know what I mean? There's other servers that...
Yeah, I kind of got off on him just saying we have come so far in science. We this, we that, and I called him out on that initially. And then everybody, got him or went after him.
Yeah, but this isn't the server for that, so there's other servers that will talk about that freely.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got you.
All right, guys.
Hey, who said all right, guys? What's up?
Hello. Maybe that.
So what's up, Ringo? You want to tell us how the Earth is a ball?
Wait, is it working now? Hello?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, we got you.
I'm sorry. I had on my screen it showed I was muted, or I don't know. Anyway, so following up on that guy, I actually don't understand how a wall could be in a sea.
I'll explain.
Okay.
If you are living on a curved surface between point A and B, say you're at point A and you got a friend at point B, there is a curve of water between you two. This is what we're calling the wall, mound, obstruction, physical obstruction, curvature of the Earth.
Well, isn't that... Okay, well, okay. No, continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, you can ask your question, that's fine.
No, I was going to ask a stupid question. I'm sorry.
Okay. So my question to you is, do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll ask my question. I asked if isn't that a hill then, not a wall? That's what I was gonna say. But that's kind of stupid, isn't it?
Ooh, I like
We're talking about curvature, however you want to define it, a hill, a mound, between point A and point B on a curved surface. This is necessarily what would be between point A and B.
So
curvature,
it's not,
right?
Yeah, okay.
So if you're at point A, eventually you're not going to be able to see what's beyond the curvature, right? You're not going to be able to see over that hill or water.
No.
No, awesome. So that's the wall we're talking about. A wall of water, a mound of water, the curve of the earth, the thing that you shouldn't be able to see beyond.
That's true, that's true. But I think it also depends on how like vibrant the water is.
That's still sea level. What do you mean by vibrant? What
No,
colours and
like
stuff?
if you can see through it or something. Like
Yeah,
in
hell
some countries. What?
Nah, you smoking something or you trolling, bro? One of the two.
Yeah, I
He
was
said,
smoking
he
something
said
a
see
bit
through
ago.
a wall.
The problem here, the problem
I thought
here
you
you have
mean
is
water.
the problem here you have is reflection.
Yeah.
Light reflects off of a surface when it's at a certain angle, so you're not gonna see through the water at the horizon.
If I use goggles, maybe.
Yeah, don't be trolling my forum, dude. Don't be
Okay, I'm
trolling
sorry,
my
I'm
forum.
sorry.
You troll my forum, I want to kick you out of here.
I understand, Biggie. I'm very
No,
sorry.
no, shut up. Don't be talking over me. That's
Yeah.
your last one. It's up to you.
My apologies.
All right, well let's continue.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
But it's just it may be sounding like it's very stupid, but I just don't. What do you mean with the water wall? Like, I don't understand. Like, can it be made of any other
Ringo,
material
do you
as
know
well?
what?
They're saying
Ringo,
boats go over a curve. That's a hill or a wall or whatever you want to call it of water.
So this but it has to be water.
I mean, what is the boat going over?
No, well, we're talking about boats here. Okay.
Yeah. They say
Yeah.
boats go over the curve, right?
No, I thought you were talking about if you could stand on point A, you can't see point B because of the hill. So it would be anything. So I was like, but if it's water,
Yeah, a hill of water.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's an inconvenience.
Well,
My bad.
If you're
Nah, my
standing at the beach,
Yeah.
at the at the water, your toes in the water, right? At the beginning of the water, right? And it's washing up on your feet.
Yeah.
Right. Do you
That's
believe that there's a hill of water out there?
A hill of water?
Yeah, like for instance, it's 3 miles away from you. That's the hill that you can't see behind. It's 3 miles. You believe that?
Well, I mean, kind of, right?
Why is it
Because
so hard? It's like, yo, do you have a garden? Yes. Okay, now tell me something about the Earth definitively. Well, it's complicated. What is it? What is it? Wake
no,
up
I was
and join us in
answering.
truth. Like
Elijah, I was answering. So I do actually believe yes, because I mean, if I stand at the North Sea, for example, I can
okay, so how do
see
you
England, right?
listen? Don't say because just validate it. If you believe that the horizon is 3 miles away, just validate it. That's it. It'd be the simplest thing in the world. I don't need a story. Just validate it. Not right now. Like, look, this is what I'm doing. But I'm saying, when you're telling your story, forget all the fluffy stuff and just tell us how you know the horizon was 3 miles away.
Because I cannot see England from the North Sea, and that's more than 3 miles. Or is that being stupid?
But if you see 10 miles, what then?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I don't know what happens. You tell me.
No, don't answer that. So you're saying that there isn't a hill of water between you and England or wherever? Is that what you just said? I think that's what you just said because you can
I'm
see it.
saying there is a hill of water. I just cannot see it because it's a globe, obviously.
Excuse me?
I think.
So what was the point of saying you can see from point A to point B? If the Earth was a globe, there would be a hill from point A to point B. You need to find that example and give it. Because if you don't have an example, that's why we're all here. Because
But
there
what-
are no examples of that.
But it wouldn't be a hill, right? Because if it's a square, if
It
it's
would be
a
a hill
sphere,
at 3 miles.
yeah, but then it
That's
would
where it would
just
be,
go
depending on how.
downwards, right? Like it would just go downwards, so I cannot see England. Or am
Mickey,
I
what do
just
you
being?
think? I'm feeling troll vibes as well. Nobody's just
No,
done.
I actually do not understand. I swear to God.
No, okay, so all right, I'm gonna give you one chance and one chance alone. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm just trying to be.
Google distance to horizon.
Yeah.
Pick 5 images from Google and post them in the live stream and tell me that you can't describe or understand what those images are showing you. I want you to do that. Or tell me, oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. Those are your 2 options.
Wait, so
I'm gonna
you want
put you
me
on mute
to
until you go
search?
ahead and post them, all right? No problem.
No, no, wait.
No.
I understand what you're telling me.
I'm definitely doing this.
Why?
You told me you don't understand. I'm gonna take it on faith and
No,
believe
I
you.
understand what you mean now.
What's his name, guys? What's his name, guys?
Ringo Bingo. Ringo Bingo.
Ringo Bingo. Where you at? Okay.
I understand what you mean, though. I don't understand what you're doing.
And so, if you understand what I mean, if you don't mind, go ahead and carry out that task. After you've posted these images, then I'm gonna unmute you, and then you're gonna describe to me what you see, or you're gonna tell me that you don't understand. Those are your 2 options.
Is that unreasonable, guys?
While he's attempting to do that, I will direct him to livestream voice text chat where he can then post his results. And I will attempt to help him understand that if you look at the GIF I just posted, buddy, you can see that the ground appears to ramp up to the observer's center of view. That's where the vanishing point is. But if you take the walls away, then that line or that point becomes a line. And it becomes the horizon line. And so optically, we can just create a horizon with no curves, no globes. But this wasn't understood by the Greeks who invented the globe. So I can understand with the selective education that we all got that this isn't understood by all.
Yeah, look. You guys forget that this is as simple as it sounds. Water's level is definitely flat at the top. When people start going, I don't understand, here's the thing. It's not like you can just tell them you're a fucking liar. You can't do that. But what you can do is lay the groundwork so that you can know for sure that either they're bullshitting you or they really don't understand. And you got to bring it to such a remedial level that they'll either embarrass themselves or they'll tell the truth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Elijah. I could not complete the task. I have no clue what I have to do. I'm just here to listen to you.
Who unmuted him?
No, I'm civil.
Who unmuted him?
I don't know.
That was me.
Don't do that.
He was typing in the chat, so I was just seeing what he had to say.
But he's obviously doesn't understand his task, so maybe you could reiterate it so that he could actually accomplish it, because currently he's just sitting there with the thumb up his ass.
Yes, I'm going to mute him, and then I'm going to explain it again.
He's muted.
Okay, so this is what you do. You go to Google, and you type in distance to horizon formula. Then you click images, and then you screenshot as many as you can, Then you post them in the chat. And then I'll ask you again, do you understand that the X or the whatever line that we're going to identify on that circle is a wall of water? Then you're going to tell me whether you understand or you don't understand, based on the simple images that you're going to be looking at.
He just posted some images, so he's obviously looking at something, and I think he's starting to understand that there would be a wall of water between you and the target. Do you understand that right now, Ringo?
Big capital letters, I understand now. Elijah, you got the button, mate.
Am I allowed to talk?
So, okay, so there you go. So now that you understand, there isn't a wall of water anywhere. That is why we are here. Do you
Yes.
understand?
I do understand. I do understand.
Do you understand that the wall is the curvature that would be representative of the globe if it were real? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Good. That's all I got to say.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for helping me.
He said, "Oh yeah."
I'm sorry for being rude, if I was rude.
Moron.
No, you're fine.
No worries.
Thank you, thank you. Yo, I think I'm gonna go to bed now, guys. It's kind of 3 a.m. Kind of tired.
Come back anytime.
Yeah, I will. Yo, thank you for educating me, guys.
Keep that mind open. See you again soon.
You're very
Bye
welcome.
bye.
Good job, Eli.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, good job, Eli.
What's up,
What's
Will
up, guys? What's up? Been a while since I've been on here.
I was gonna say I don't think we've spoke before, but you've been here since 2020, so happy anniversary, almost.
Thanks. Yeah. It's been a while since I've been here, so I guess I'm gonna just chime in whenever I can, I guess. But interesting how that dude, he just didn't want to. It seemed like he didn't want to admit it at first until Eli. Well, they silenced him, I guess. That's the problem with all these people that come in here or anywhere. They think they know, They think they know until we show them up, and then that's when they're like, troll.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Troll mode.
Here's the thing. I have a daughter. Okay. I'm like a zero tolerance for lies guy. And mind you, I'm not, special. I fucking lie. I sin. But if someone catches me, I'm gonna go. All right. It is what it is. I'm not gonna try to justify it. I just can't do that. I'm not even good at lying. So when I do try to lie and I'm busted, I'm like, yeah, you're right. Fuck it.
Yeah, you don't double down on the lie and make it worse.
Oh, we all hear you lying, Elijah. Just kidding.
So
I know what you mean.
So it's like I don't believe them. You know what I mean? Like, here's the thing about liars. It's like it's not a physical thing. So I learned that even though it's not a physical thing, people will try to lie about metaphysical things because you can't prove it or it's not easy to prove. Well, not with me. If you're going to claim that you don't understand something, I'm going to need you to justify how you don't understand me saying 1 + 1 is 2. Just go ahead and explain that to me. Now you notice they like to go quiet. They'll go, All right. I'll see you guys later. Or all right. You know what? Let's move on.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear. What about this? Oh, did you know about this? Oh, well, no. I like when people go Jedi. Have I not been silencing people if the room gives me a good 5-10 minutes? Have I not silenced pretty much anyone that was reasonable? Not by mute, but just by making sense.
Yeah.
Basically.
I'm the same OG, guys. I'm the same. Now I'm fucking with y'all. I'll be quiet.
Nah, yeah, I've listened to Eli and I believe Miggy on Nathan Oakley's channel. And yeah, so I mean, I've been following Nathan since like 2017. I've just never gone on the show. You know?
Don't be shy, man. There's a show.
I get that. I only went on the show once.
I think I tried to go on there, but sometimes my mic don't work, or I gotta go, or just don't have time.
Yeah.
You know, to wait.
Tune in for the housekeeping questions. That's a good time to pop in.
Yeah, I mean, it don't matter whether if it's on live or before or after show.
Yeah.
Just wanted to give I guess start a conversation, you know, because I've been following Nathan Oakley since the longest. I haven't really talked to him like in his own show, you know. That'd be pretty cool for me to do. But yeah, everything that it's been laid out, and I just feel like these guys are either the ballers are barely coming into this topic, actually wanting to learn or trying to refute it, or they're just lying. You know, they're just lying, double down, triple down on their claims and lies, basically. It takes a lot just to try to make at least one to be understanding of, like, let's say if they don't understand a certain term and you want them to understand a certain term, or at least well, I mean, you know, agree upon a term so that, you know, we don't mix anything around or misunderstand anything. And I feel like they won't even come to terms with that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to twist a dude's an arm for an hour. So
yeah, it's like you're trying to pin them down, but with logic. But they just don't want to.
They hate it. Yeah. They prefer to keep things like vague. You know.
Yes.
Just bullet points to outline. The more specific you get, it's just more kryptonite, you know? Oh,
yeah.
What do you mean by gravity? Oh, well, just...
Yeah, the more they try to explain it, the deeper they dig the hole.
That's why they prefer to keep it real vague. Oh, the Earth is just big. No, it's not. It's not claimed to be big. It's claimed to be a specific size.
Or like Matthew, I just believe.
I wouldn't say just believe. I mean, I do say I believe, but yeah.
You will when you believe.
I have the NASA live feed running as well.
Was that
if you want
Greg?
us to tune in.
No, that was Greg.
Oh,
What are they
hey,
showing
Greg.
on the NASA live feed right now?
What's that, Matthew?
What are they showing on the NASA live feed right now?
Greets with like Africa or some kids in another country. I'm not sure. It's
So
on in the
question-
Discord. You
my
can
que-
click on that.
My question to Matthew is dang, I got a brother who. All right, let's have it. Okay, Matthew, you might have a friend in this. What's the difference between believing and knowing? Is there a difference?
Yeah, there is a difference. That's why we have two different words. Knowing something is the idea that you know something and it's true. Believing something is you could believe something that's not true. That's a key difference.
Well, almost. You use the word "no" to define the word "no."
Yeah, I wasn't being very precise, but I think it's possible to believe false things, but it is not possible to know false things.
This is true.
I would agree.
All right, good. So that being the case, you said it's more than believe. What do you know?
You want some examples, or what are you asking?
I don't want an example. I want to know what you know. You see what I'm saying about give me a second, Matthew. It's like I asked you a bullet to the. I don't like that example, but I asked you straight up. I said, "Well, is there a difference between belief and knowing?" Yes. Okay. Now I tie it back to the context in which you were speaking, which we all were speaking. We were talking about knowing stuff, believing stuff, the globe, blah 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 blah. And you're like, "Well, I don't just believe it." So I'm like, okay, well, since we know the difference between belief and knowing, what do you know? And you're like, that's weird. A weird response.
No, my hesitation is that I was about to give an example, but then you said you don't want an example, so it felt like you were saying, give me an example of the difference.
I know that I have a garden. I know that I have a bike. I know that I have a phone. I know that I'm talking to you. I don't know what the women in Peru look like. I've never been there.
Yeah, those are examples. I thought you specifically asked me not to give you examples.
Okay. Fine. Don't give me a hypothetical. Give me an example of an experience that you've had that you know about.
Yes, I know that I am in California right now.
Oh.
Does that inform you that okay? See, look, an example that is relevant.
Relevant. So we're talking about the difference between knowledge and belief. So I know that I'm in California right now.
Jealous.
Relevant. Okay. What is it that you more than just believe? How about let's start there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I know that there.
Keep it simple. Don't answer the question now, because now we have to reset because you're playing coy, or maybe you're dead serious.
I'm trying to follow along here. You're saying, hey, answer this question, but wait, don't answer the question now. Use an example. Wait, don't use examples. I'm trying to follow along here. I'm sorry.
Gregory, do you agree?
A little bit.
I'll accept a little bit as well. That's why I'm trying to restart. Is that reasonable?
Yes. Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you stepped up to say it's more than just belief, what did you mean?
Got it. Yeah. Believing something is thinking in your mind that it's true.
I didn't ask you what belief is. I said, what did you mean when you opened your mic?
This is really hard. Okay. You're looking.
What did you mean by what you said at the time?
More than belief means knowledge is more than belief because knowledge requires that it has to be true also. That's what I meant by more than belief.
Okay. So what do you know?
That's half of it.
Oh, sure. Here's an example of something I know. I know that there are an infinite number of prime numbers.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're like.
What?
I'm in the look. Okay, I can't.
So what?
I can't ban you. I can't. I just can't. I can't.
Wait. I'm about to get banned by answering your questions. I'm literally trying my best to answer your.
No. What I'm saying is, I just banned someone I didn't know for the same thing that you're doing. I'm just saying.
What am I doing?
You're not answering the question.
I'm not answering the questions in this really narrow, weird, defined way that you're asking these questions that are really obscure and hard.
You said what you said. Hey, I heard what you said.
And I answered.
No, you didn't.
May I say this?
Gregory, go ahead. Maybe you can moderate a little bit.
Eli is asking you, Matthew, What do you mean when you say it is more than a belief relevant to the shape of the earth?
Okay, so I would define knowledge as including the requirement that what you have knowledge about is true, and I would say that belief can be about true things or about false things, and that's the key difference I see between knowledge and belief.
Relative
Okay.
to the earth.
Now, your previous comment relevant to the shape of the earth. When you made that comment, it's more than just a belief. Were you not saying that in relevance to the shape of the earth, right?
I understand what you're saying. When I said it is more than belief, I thought I was meaning to say that knowledge is more than belief, not something specific about my beliefs.
Okay, so look now.
Okay, that's what you meant. Okay, fine.
That's right.
So if I hadn't pressed Matthew, right? If I hadn't pressed Matthew, because now we're clear.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
His response was a complete non sequitur to the conversation everyone else in the room was having. Meaning, we were talking about the earth and the fact that people believe it's a globe. At that point, Matthew decided to say it's more than just belief, but in his mind, he knew that it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
No.
It does.
Hold on. Of course, it makes total fucking sense. I mean, the next question is now point us to something that you know about the shape of the earth, not just a belief, because we've defined the difference between belief and knowledge. So, okay, expand on your point. What do you know? What has to be true?
Got it. So I would say that I don't know anything for sure about the shape of the earth. That all of my everything would count as a belief about the shape of the earth.
Oh, like I freaking thought.
Alright.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
Was that you clapping your hands, Eli?
Yeah. Thank you.
I was thinking the same.
That was me making it clap at the club.
Hey, we can hear you better. What happened?
Eli, how far you have fallen, my brother.
I'm glad we fucking got there in the end.
All right.
It's just because he said things, right? That you know, if you don't question it, you can and this is what I look. As a person who's gotten a lot of vague responses as a child, this is why I don't like them. Because when you press, you realize,
I
oh,
heard that.
well, if it was left up to me to assume what he meant, I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
Now, you listeners who are trying to figure out whether or not, you know, the globe earthers have an argument, here's a math teacher telling you he doesn't know. But he's going to say, well, I'm just trying to be amicable in this place because you guys define things a little differently. Well, I mean, I'll let you decide. You guys just heard the conversation.
Your mic just improved like orders of magnitude all of a sudden.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, but
I like it when any
Matthew's already admitted multiple times that he just believes this stuff. Like, he doesn't have any verifiable evidence that he can show us. It's just beliefs.
I like it when
All
anybody gets Matthew to secede all the way down to just belief in the globe. So I was very excited.
Does anybody here think that it is possible to believe true things?
Yes.
You can know things.
Do you think do you think that belief equals true thing?
No.
Good.
But it sounds like some people are saying that belief.
Hold on. I think I'm pretty close to listening to the live stream. I think I'm pretty close to where you guys are going with this. Talking to Matthew. Did you see my definition of deadpan there? Dry humor, dry wit, deliberate display of emotional neutrality or no emotion, commonly as a form of comedic delivery to contrast with the ridiculous or absurdity of the subject matter. That reminds me, every time that Matthew comes in, he's deadpanning us the entire time. He's a very intelligent guy, so we have to. No, we don't have to put up with your shit, Matthew, but we do for the sake of the audience.
Is that what you just read? The definition of deadpan?
Yeah, it's on Wikipedia. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it means blunt, ironic, and it's just like you see what he does every time he comes in here, and it doesn't matter what we say, he's just going to have some type of like deadpan argument. It's just like, I don't really have anything, or he's going to have like the general argument, which we already know, about the ISS or whatever. It depends on the argument. I mean, he's just. I don't know if you did. How did you come across this? How did you come across this argument? How did you argue with people this way, Matthew? Or is it just is this like a really natural ability for you?
I'm just saying what I think is true. I'm not trying to do anything special. I would assume deadpan is a context of humor. I do like deadpan humor, but I wouldn't use that word in the context of like just
But
talking.
it seems like that's kind of where we end up with you a lot of times.
Conversation is weird.
And the idea that we were talking about belief and knowledge, and then all of a sudden you asked a question, can I believe things that are true? Makes me think in mind that you're now trying to stand back on your belief claim that you can believe things are true, therefore what I believe is true. I don't know if I'm too
I had a feeling that's what people were doing just then. People are gnashing at something they're anticipating, which is why I didn't respond to that.
Right. So I mean, it's really kind of it's an aspect of a logical argument that really leads to nothing. I mean, nobody's going to win that way, and there's no winning or in that type of style of argument.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
why my tactic is to simply just answer what is said to me. So if he asked that question, I would just give the answer. That's my tactic. I just answer what the person says to me.
I get the feeling that a lot of people here say things like, oh, it's just a belief, which sort of feels like assuming that something is a belief automatically means it's false. But that's why I was saying, just because something is a belief doesn't mean it's false. You can have true beliefs also.
There it is.
Which is a true thing to say.
No, that's true. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
You see, I just answered what he said. I didn't anticipate anything else.
Cool. So, did we finish what I was bringing up? Is like these deadpan arguments sometimes are frequently
Deadpan
involved.
arguments.
Well, it's not deadpan. It's a description of the way it sort of ends up.
Yeah. So what do you mean by deadpan arguments? It's interesting phrase.
You don't intend to do it necessarily.
Oh no! See, this is where I disagree. I think there's a lot of intention here.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm dialing back, and that's why I came in to say it's.
Harsh, you might hear you change your mind that quick. Huh?
No. Just maybe I'm a nice guy, so I just was like, this motherfucker's he's deadpanning our entire argument to make it absurd and I mean, just read the definition. I just read it, but yeah. But it's really it's an aversion to the original argument. You can use deadpanning and it make it seem confusing or ridiculous, and then I mean it's what people do in comedy. I'm a huge comedy fan, so that's why I brought it up.
No, yeah, Helio, I think you bring up something really interesting. I've never thought of the idea of deadpanning in the context of arguments. I've only thought about it in terms of humor. But yeah, I'll have to think about that. I'm not trying to.
In logical arguments, it's certainly it's applicable. Yeah.
A spontaneous sprinkling of humor in the argument
can be used. Dry humor or dry wit humor is the deliberate display of emotional neutrality or no emotion, commonly as a form of comedic delivery to contrast with the ridiculousness of absurdity of the subject matter. the delivery is meant to be blunt, ironic, laconic, or apparently unintentional. Which apparently unintentional means
intentional.
Yeah.
So, Helio, you're telling me you can't see what you can't see. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no shit.
You can believe the water
So
is
it's just like you guys can deadpan all day, but we got your ass.
right, Matthew. Even though it's water is flat and level, right? You believe it's bending because NASA said so, because they got a a picture. Is that why?
Well, they
Yeah, that's why the scriptures are wrong, because NASA said so according to Matthew.
Yeah, but if they believe NASA, I mean, they're not deadpanning or like believe it. They believe in NASA, and it's just like, but they don't know why they believe in NASA. But as far as the intentional deadpan, like Matthew was doing earlier, that's something else.
Wasn't part of the 10th commandment that you should not worship other idols? What is NASA to you, Matthew?
NASA.
Wait, Helio, so you're telling me that an elaborate math equation that represents a fiction doesn't make the fiction into a non-fictional entity, does it?
No, I agree with you guys that you shouldn't worship NASA or worship some math equation or something like that.
Imagine that, worshiping
Hey,
math.
my work is done here. I'll check out right now. I'll see you guys later.
But you agree, Matthew, that NASA is correct and the scriptures are wrong. The Earth isn't flat. The Earth is a ball, according to NASA. So NASA is correct and scriptures are wrong. You agree with that?
No, I don't.
So the scriptures describe the Earth as flat or like a pressed under a seal. So it's not a globe as described by the scriptures.
So I wouldn't agree with that either. I would say that those descriptions are meant to be spiritual and figurative and not literal.
Okay, so you think the Earth that is in the Bible is a globe? Is that what you think?
I think the Earth doesn't. I'm sorry. I think the Bible doesn't answer that question one way or the other.
So you're saying the Earth describes the Earth. So the Bible describes the Earth as flat, and that's all metaphorical, but it doesn't describe it as a ball at all, even though it's literally saying it's flat repeatedly throughout the text. So it's a ball because you imagine it to be a ball and you don't read it in the text. It says it's flat, but you don't believe that. Is that correct?
It's not that. That's not even. Globe Earth is a new idea, right? Like the Bible's been around before, way before the globe Earth. And are you saying that all those people that received the scriptures, right, like the prophets, and they all knew the Earth was a ball, even though their senses and then how God is describing to Job the features of the Earth and how you're saying that those people thought it was a ball, even that they. Because obviously, when you read it, right, like it doesn't seem like it's all. It's obviously as we experience it. But
God doesn't lie and make every man a liar. He doesn't lie.
Well, according to Matthew, he does. He just lies to make you think it's something else, but he means it's something completely different. He never explains in the whole text. That's according to Matthew.
And the other thing is that all these other models from that same time, during the Bible when it was written, all these other cultures have the exact same model. They got this dome over a flat plain. See, this is how the people of the Bible and the people of that time understood everything. Okay, they built things, right, that scientists today can't even replicate. They don't even know how to carve a big ass stone, out of and let alone transport it and put it into place so perfectly that it aligns with the constellations, like by less than a degree. Like we can't even do that on a small scale, right? And look at what they built. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, do you think those people really thought the Earth was a ball? Think about it.
Yeah, and in 2,000 years, that would have all deviated. It's still accurate today.
You can answer a question now, Matthew, please.
Which of the 14 questions?
Yeah,
yeah. So basically, I and many other people that agree with me, and I'm not appealing to authority. I'm just saying that what I'm saying is not super unusual. We see those descriptions of the earth, like the earth is on four pillars, or on pillars of the earth, or the four corners of the earth. We see those as describing what things look like from the surface, or being merely metaphorical. We don't see those as sort of answering this 21st century question of like, oh, what shape exactly is the planet? We see them.
So the text is wrong.
Can I challenge that? Because in some Bibles, some ancient scriptures, you can see depictions of what the earth would look like if we were to follow the descriptions within the Bible. So it is depicted even within the Bible. This is what they're figuring out, and they've drawn it out for you.
Right. So I would say that there's been a history of different interpretations of how to take those verses. And so if you take them literally, you can draw out like the Hebrew cosmology picture that you guys have seen. And then there have been other people who see that more metaphorically. As far as what the original prophets and authors thought, I don't know what they thought. I can only read their words, and we're trying to figure out what the words mean.
But would you agree that the Bible primarily and only promotes a flat, stationary Earth and doesn't promote a spinning ball in space?
Yeah, so I would say that it doesn't promote the flat Earth, and that those verses are taken out of context if you read them literally like that, and that it's compatible with the globe Earth. That's how I would put it.
So just as when we read any text, we have to read it properly.
Right.
Now, if we suppose that this or that passage is figurative and not plain and straightforward, then what is the metaphor? For instance, the passage concerning the four pillars, or not the four pillars, but the pillars of the earth. What is the metaphor?
I would say it probably has something to do with the sure foundation of the earth that God has placed us in a certain place in the realm, and that we can be sure of his love and care for us and that kind of thing. I don't think it means, there's an actual pillar somewhere.
The problem is, in your religion, there is no foundation. It's just floating in empty space.
But before we go to that, hang on, one thing at a time. I've asked you to identify the metaphor, but that's not a metaphor, what you just told me. A metaphor is an instance such as he was angry. He was an angry bear. But the person I'm talking about is not a bear. It's a human. It's a man. It's raining cats and dogs. Dogs and cats are not actually falling out of the sky crashing onto the ground. It's rain. It's water. What you just told me is not a metaphor.
Or would you call it a simile? What? Don't know. Yeah.
You see, there's the problem. The only reason we interpret some language as being figurative, because we know that if it is interpreted straight and plain forward, it would be disparate from the concrete reality that is before us. The concrete, straightforward, empirical data that is before us. We see the blue sky and the green grass and the roaring blue waters and all these things here, right? We see humans with their head and their two arms and their two legs, etc., right? So we have a objective, plain, straightforward, empirical reality before us, and then we use a language to communicate truths about the world. And the sentences either are plain and straightforward, or they're used in another sense. So one's interpretation of a message is going to be figurative or plain and straightforward, depending on their metaphysic. Now, the metaphysic being their theory of reality. Now, when you talk to Moses, when you talk to David, when you talk to the apostles, what was their metaphysic? Their metaphysic was not that they live on a ball flying about in a vacuum. So when they read the passages concerning the attributes of the cosmos, both the heavens and the earth and the underworld, they took that literally. The heavens are actually above the earth, not an omnidirectional void of a vacuum. The underworld is below the face of the earth, not in some unfathomable other realm, supposedly, quote unquote. God is actually up there. As you ascend in altitude high above the face of the earth, God is up there, not in some unintelligible, inconceivable other realm. The only reason you're saying these passages, the only people the likes of you say these passages are figurative is because you have a different metaphysic, which would be contrary to a plain and straightforward interpretation of those passages. That's it.
Yeah, so let's look at that example. I found it. It's in Hannah's prayer in 1 Samuel 2:8, where it says, "For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." And so I would say that I think what she's describing there is the sure foundation of the world and our place in the world, that kind of a thing. And in support
What are you
of that,
talking about? Well, the Earth is supposed to be a floating ball in the vacuum of space and could, like, due to gravitational forces, be pulled off of its orbit and be thrown into outer space, and just everybody dies. This is nonsense, not correlated to the book at all.
When we're going to get to Hillary.
With that passage, Matthew. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and extend. No, go on, Gregory. Actually, I'm just going to dilute your point. Carry on, mate.
So that passage you just read for us, right? That is not intelligible in the ACP. In the ACP, the Earth doesn't have a foundation.
Sorry, what's
the only
ACP?
reason we talk about? I'm sorry. The academic cosmic paradigm. There we go. So there is no foundation, quote unquote, in the ACP. The Earth is a humongous ball, or rather a pear-shaped oblate spheroid, that is flying about in a vacuum. That's the cosmic paradigm. It's not on the foundation. So it's unintelligible to say that description of the Earth, the ACP, has a quote-unquote foundation. The only reason we talk about foundations of a thing is because the thing is set on that other object, the foundation, so that it doesn't move. When Yahushua, Jesus, talked about the parable of the builder of the house, one who builds his house on the rock, a solid foundation, versus the person who builds his house on sand, and the winds and the torrents beat and blew against that house, and the house fell. In that parable, that's how Yahushua understands a foundation. It is the thing in which something is solid and it is fixed upon, not flying about at unfathomable speeds in a vacuum. So that passage necessarily implies that the earth is fixed and set and still and not moving on a solid foundation.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. And so my question would be then, how would you interpret the word pillars in that context? Are they actual pillars, or are they metaphorical for being on a foundation? Which way would you put it?
The world is amazing. All right. So I am not afraid to say yes. There are pillars under the earth. Just as I'm not afraid to say that God is above the heavens and that the water is above the firmament. I'm not afraid to say these things, being consistent with the text.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. And yeah, respect for that. I would say that I don't see the pillars as being actual pillars. And in support of that, I would look at the beginning of that verse. Same verse, it says, he raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap. And so those words dust and ash heap may be literal for some in some cases, but I think they represent the mean estate, the low estate that the poor and needy are in, more than being an actual dust or actual ash heap. And I think it's appropriate to read it that way.
On that
Well,
point,
which I would agree with.
The pillars.
The thing is that
well, I think he was asking Gregory if the pillars are literal or metaphorical.
Yeah, but he answered that. He said that he doesn't have a problem with them actually being literal, which is fine.
Well, sure, but where are they?
Under the
Under
earth.
the earth.
Okay, well, we can't prove that.
He's
Well,
going
that's beside
from
the
what,
point.
yeah, we're going from what the scriptures say. Clearly and defined, this is what they say. Understanding common language, this is what they say. We're not talking about proof at the moment, we're just using the text. We're
Okay.
trying to decide whether the Bible is a flat earth book or not.
Right.
Right.
And so your point earlier, Matthew, about the dust and ash heap, that is a illustration of an essential principle. The profundity of saying that is using an illustration of people who are impoverished, and they're impoverished and they're desolate in the dust, in the ash heap.
Right.
So the Lord can really lift someone out of the desolate, impoverished ash heap and dust that they're in and raise them up to glory.
Yeah, 100% agree. And so I would say you're right, and that's how I should read it. When I read ash heap, I'm thinking of their impoverished state, the needy being downtrodden and all that type of stuff. And so my point is, if I don't have to read ash heap as like a literal ash heap, it is more the meaning of where they are, then I would say it might be appropriate to do the same thing
that's
for the
not
word
physical,
pillars in
in
the
my
same verse.
opinion. Yeah,
But you're
it's
also
not my
assuming
opinion
that
that it's
it
physical.
might be that way in the future. You don't know.
Well, the passage isn't a figure
Maybe
of
it's
speech.
been that way in the past. It's, in my opinion, it's metaphorical in the entire time.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Matthew, the passage isn't a figure of speech. It's just an example. That sentence is an example.
And it's,
So it's not a figure of
and
speech.
I don't think that particular verse has anything to do with shape of earth.
No, you're right. And here, though, we're talking about the bigger picture, the broader issue of like reading scripture and deciding how we determine if something has sort of a more symbolic reason or if it's like a physical thing being described. Like the ash heap is probably not a physical ash heap. You know, the Lord lifts the needy from the ash heap is more a description of their estate.
But there's no reason to negate that it's literal. You don't need to do that in the interpretation. It's an
That's true.
unnecessary step in your reasoning. It's both at the same time. That's the profundity of the passage. The point of using that example is because such things have happened. Such things can happen. That concrete event really can happen, and appealing to these concrete events is illustrating a general principle.
Yeah, sure. I'm wondering. I'm not sure if I've asked you this before, Matthew. Are you a geocentrist?
No, although I watched the principle, which is about the Copernican principle on Whitsitt's recommendation.
Yeah.
And so that was interesting to me. I think the Copernican principle might be false, which would mean that we are at the center of God's creation. I'm open to that idea, having watched that. But in general, I would say something like the sun is near the center of the solar system. But I don't know where
Which
the
is a
center
part of the
God's
Milky Way galaxy, the whole Big Bang ideology.
Yeah. But I'm open to the idea that the Earth is the center of the realm that the Creator made.
Here, can I say something real quick, Matthew?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The question that we're always asking is who ever determined the measurements of the earth? And it asks the same question. God asked the same question in Job 38:4-11.
Right,
We're
and I
still
think what he's
asking the
saying
question
is,
that he was asking. Please. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm familiar with the passage, and God is asking Job, like, who could ever determine the measure of the earth? And I read that as God saying, who knows about the whole earth? And the only answer is it's a rhetorical question. The answer is only God knows about the whole earth.
But now you think you know about the whole earth.
The earth is round, the earth is round, the earth is round.
The earth is round, the earth is round. Well done. Doesn't Job then go on to talk about... Sorry, doesn't God then go on to ask Job, where were you when I set the foundations of the earth?
Right.
So what foundations of the earth are we talking about? Where were you when I set them?
Yeah, I would see that as God establishing what the earth is, God setting up the rules of physics, God sort of establishing the whole of reality. He was the one that did it. Job didn't. Job doesn't even know anything about it.
Yeah, but if you go back into the first chapter of the Bible, Earth was first.
But now you know everything about it, Matthew. You know how
Oh, no,
big the globe is and how big the Earth is, right?
Oh, yeah, he knows.
Saying that the radius is 3959 miles is not saying that I know the entire measure of the Earth, that I know everything about the Earth. It's just saying, oh, I know one aspect.
That's based on mathematics of the solar system, based on the path of the the planets and the sun and all that.
But we have to thoroughly touch on what I believe Jedi or some gentleman with an English accent mentioned the passage where Yahweh says, "Where were you going to lay the foundations of the earth?" Now Matthew's response was a very vague and general thing where just the basic substructure of reality, but it's more than that. It's a specific attribute of the cosmos, which is what Hannah was mentioning. That's what she was mentioning in her prayer. Again, Yahweh himself is talking about the earth having foundations. If that is a property of the earth, and it is, that is that is contrary to the ACP. There are no foundations of the earth in the ACP. That's the problem. That property of the earth alone is demonstrating that the cosmic paradigm taught in the Bible is incompatible with the ACP.
That's fine. Matthew would just tell the creator that there is no foundation. It's just floating around in empty space.
Well, this is the issue as well, because if you go on to read further, the reason for making the earth upon foundations is to keep it stationary, immovable. But we're on a ball that spins, that's going everywhere and moving. So this, again, the reason for the foundations is to keep the earth steady.
The earth has foundations just like all of our edifices. All of our edifices are stationary and fixed, at least ideally. It's supposed to sit there and not move and be steadfast and stand strong.
And that's confirmed by everyone's experience that lives on Earth.
And the greatest house that was ever built, the first edifice ever built, is the whole cosmos you and I share. So if our edifices necessitate a foundation to be steady and immovable and set and strong and reliable and trustworthy and to endure whatever attacks against the structure, then how much more the whole supra edifice that is the whole cosmos?
The stars.
I like that, Greg. I like that one. I like that. Super evidence.
The stars were
super
set.
edifice.
The stars were setting their course. The Earth wasn't setting a course through the fucking stars. The Earth is fixed and immovable on pillars. That's what it describes in the Bible. To say that the Earth is a spinning ball moving through the stars is contrary to what the Bible says. Obviously, right.
It has to be. It's the only way it can be.
So it's not metaphysical then. It's literal. This is
it's metaphysical and literal, because metaphysical is your theory of reality, right? And that is the metaphysic taught in the Bible. Yeah.
Oh, it's magic when I'm with you.
But to apply anything other than what is clearly said in regards to the Earth being a ball is just implanting your belief over what is clearly stated. It's just wrong. I live on a ball.
Globe Earth is just formulas.
I think Matthew should write a new Bible that more fits along with his beliefs.
There is a reason why the Apostle Paul said in his epistle to the Romans, "Let the God be true and every man a liar." The God is the standard. And because people don't revere the God as the standard, you get this indefensible, incoherent, empirically inadequate garbage.
Even amongst believers, Christians and, in that vein. Yeah. Most Christians in the world believe that Earth is a globe, third rock from the sun.
They should really make a new version that has all that.
But that's the thing. The one of the most how do I put this? How many other times does the scripture even refer to a shape? Because the one time that I can recall is when it says it takes shape like clay under a seal. Last I checked, the image in my mind is of a seal, like on a letter, like or any like any other.
Yeah, it's an establishment of truth. It's like, this is my signal. This is what I understand. Boom.
Now that what Elijah just mentioned, that is a figure of speech, specifically a simile, like clay under a seal.
Like clay under a seal.
Now the simile is illustrating what? That the earth is similar to, the shape of the earth is similar to clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is not like a sphere.
Or in
clay
other
under a
words,
seal is like a pancake.
Yeah, other words, generally flat with a little bit of topography.
There you go, Trace.
Doesn't it also say something about the embroidery on garments? Similar fashion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Did I use the right word? I don't think so, but I went there. So what?
No, you're good.
You tried. You took your shot.
Well, even on tapestry, it's not completely flat. When you really look at tapestries and stuff, the threading, there's a, it's not completely flat like paper.
I can say emblazoned work.
Yeah.
The further you zoom out and the bigger you are compared to the thing you're looking at, the less it's gonna feel like there's any indentation. This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about when he said, if the earth was the size of this beach ball and I ran my fingers over it, I would not even feel the height of the Mount Everest. So, the scale matters greatly when you're thinking about these kinds of things.
That's just unfathomable. I didn't realize. I didn't pick up that he said that. I didn't pick that up. So Mount Everest would be equivalent to just a micro speck of dust.
Well, like when he was talking about the ISS, is he's the 2 millimeters above this beach ball.
You just don't.
You just.
Yeah, 2 millimeters is the ISS. Yeah, 2 millimeters is the ISS. The mountains are nothing compared to that.
I don't know whether we got to a conclusion with Matthew.
No, but you're never going to get there, so don't worry.
Yeah, I know.
He's
an addendum to our conversation. He always is. That's why
before we digress into a bit of humor.
That's why.
Yeah, before we digress into a bit of humor, the last thing that was said was in what Eli mentioned, right? Where there is figures of speech in the scriptures, and the figure of speech is illustrating not that the earth is a sphere flying about in a vacuum, but rather that the shape of the earth is similar to clay under a seal. The only way that sentence is intelligible is if there is a concrete entity by which you can compare or conceive the supposed shape of the earth with with the geometric properties of this other entity. If there's no concrete entity to look at or even conceive, then the sentence is unintelligible. If we never saw clay under a seal, if we never knew what clay was, if we never knew what a seal was, we never knew what under was, if we didn't know these things, we couldn't make the sentence intelligible. The reason the sentence makes sense is because we know what the clay under a seal looks like. And then the Lord is telling Eov, that's what the earth looks like, which I also made.
Right, and at the same time, all together, people like you and me, Gregory, and other people that are familiar with history in the Bible and stuff, they really don't know what we're talking about.
But that's right, Gregory. I would like to hear what Matthew has to say about it.
Go ahead.
Me too.
But
Sure.
Matthew does know what we're talking about, so yeah. Go ahead.
And I appreciate your very careful and clear articulation of these ideas, and I do feel the force of those ideas. In general, I would say that even we Globers say that the Earth looks flat from the surface, So, for
Yeah,
example,
most of your Glober friends aren't
No, let him
Christian.
finish. Let him
though.
finish. Let him finish.
No, I'm just saying most of his Glober friends aren't Christian though. So, but he is.
Right. So I
is
would
what he
say that, and I'm no expert in the scriptures and in Hebrew and any of that type of stuff, but in general, the big picture idea is that I believe that there are reasonable ways to interpret the scripture that still match the globe. Even the verse in in Job with the clay under seal, clay under the clay under seal is flat with like a raised edge around it.
Who gave the description? I'm sorry.
God did, right?
Oh, so
That's right.
He's describing clay under seal for
Right.
sure.
Right.
Right. So he's not. So it's not about a human perception of something where it could be something different if they had a different perspective or vantage point. It's really more about God giving the metaphor, right?
Right, but he was giving it to humans on the surface of the earth. So I think it's reasonable to say that one interpretation could be that that's what the earth looks like. It looks flat with a ring around it, right? The mountains, if you're in a valley.
But on the surface of the surface of the earth isn't a shape; it's an aspect. He's talking about the whole earth, not what humans experience on the top.
And secondly, you would be conflating. Secondly, you would be conflating what it misleadingly seems like to us in our limited perspective with his omniscient perspective.
Yeah,
he's not giving a description based on how it may misleadingly appear to us, even though the way it does appear to us is not misleading. You see, if it was a ball, but it seemed like a flat surface, that would just be our limited misleading, just be our limited perspective that would be misled by our finite perspective given our position upon this supposed ball. But that's not the perspective the Lord is speaking from.
Also, Matthew, you don't think the Lord would think of mentioning that all of reality appears different to what it actually is, and he would just lie to people and claim it, make things sound like it was flat when it really wasn't? Do you think it would just be a liar?
No, he's not a liar, obviously. I think he's sort of describing metaphorically the experience of humans on the earth. I mean, if you look at the rest of the verse, it says, it is changed like clay under a seal, and its features stand out like a garment. And so obviously he's not saying the earth is a garment. He's kind of like...
No, but that works perfectly with flat earth, and when you look at it at scale, but when you look at the globe, that doesn't work at all. So how do you reconcile that?
I reconcile it by saying that he's describing humans' experience of the earth.
So he's lying to them.
Matthew, that interpretation is not.
Yeah, that's really
warranted from the
weird
text.
that you would say that, Matthew. Holy shit! Why would you?
Matthew,
It's not
when
that
you read,
weird.
remember,
It's
we
the
have to
standard
read the text. Remember, we have to read what's in the text.
Right.
That interpretation is not warranted from what the author is telling us in the text. When you read the text, the author is telling us that the Lord is expressing his perspective. The Lord was not expressing a limited, finite creature perspective. So he wasn't saying that, oh, it seemed like this to you, but it really is this. No, he's saying that this is what it really is, and here's a simile to help you understand it.
So the previous verse says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. So obviously he's not talking about lifting up the earth and shaking the wicked out of it physically.
Oh man,
He's
that's
talking about
such a shallow perspective. Why would you even say that?
It's the context. It's the previous verse.
No, it's not.
Well, let
You
him
don't
say
think
this, and
context is
so
important?
yeah.
Go ahead.
So with that being said, that passage you just read, obviously, as we articulate English, skirt has multiple senses. It's not just the attire that we wear in our clothing. Right? The skirt is the extremities of an object, the edges, the extremities of an object. And so you can say the word in English, skirt, referring to the extremities of the earth. The earth has extremities.
Okay.
Now, once again, there are no skirts of the earth. There are no extremities of the earth with the ACP. There is no extremities of a ball.
I would say there is kind of it's not infinite, so there are some limits to how big the Earth is.
And what is ACP again? Alternative Christian perspective.
Heliocentric model. It's his word for heliocentric model.
The academic cosmic paradigm, but Helio, that was very clever.
Yeah, alternative Christian perspective. I think that was good.
It was very.
Point for Helio. Well done, Sunshine.
I never would have anticipated someone reappropriate my acronym. Anyway, Matthew.
I say
Hey,
it's
it
the
just popped
amazing.
in my mind, so have at
No,
it.
it's the amazing perfect paradigm. Or no?
Well, that would be APC. But anyway, Matthew, that last passage, right? The skirts of the earth and the wicked being expelled out of them.
Shaken
skirts, extremities. There are no extremities on a ball. So if that is another geometric property of the earth, that would be contrary to the ACP because there are no extremities on a sphere. There are no extremities of a sphere. A sphere doesn't have extremities.
It does. Like if you start from the center and go outward, then eventually you reach the extremity of the sphere.
So you mean there's only extremities on the globe? Is what you're saying?
Right. And so, what about the word shaken? The wicked are shaken out of it. Do you think that's metaphorical or physical?
It's really not this difficult because we're going to micro pick apart passages when we can really just read them.
To figure that out.
Yeah,
sorry,
I'll
just
read them.
Guys.
Yeah. You could just read them, and the sense is very clear. But because people are clinging tightly onto one perspective or another, then we have to play these micro dissection games. So you read the passage, right, and we have enough sense if we want to interpret what the author, if we want to know what the speaker means, then that's what we're going to attempt to do. But most people don't do that, especially it concerns the Bible. Most people don't want to know what the author means. Most people don't want to let the author communicate her message from the text. They want the message from the author to conform to what they want the text to mean. And this is where confusion and sectarianism comes in. So with this passage specifically concerning the earth, not concerning anything else, this last passage concerning the earth that we were just talking about, the earth is like clay under a seal. The only intelligible interpretation of that passage is that the shape of the earth is like clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is not a sphere. It's a level circular object with some upturned edges.
Right.
That's what the earth is shaped like.
And there's even a prophecy that every mountain will be flattened and every valley raised.
Yes.
This is what's happening right now.
That's kind of scary, though.
I mean, it's just like at the same time, you can also look at different interpretations. Not interpretations. Well, everything's interpreted. But
this is true.
Everything you interpret and perceive in your real life, whether it comes to your spirituality, your mental acuity, everything we should consider. And this is what we're doing here. This is a mental acuity test and a spiritual acuity test.
Don't take what I said seriously. I just get real giddy when we talk about
No, Kim, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And so, I mean, we can get into like spirals of just like dynamics of different, there's like one verse, and all that kind of stuff. But, dude, Drace and Gregory are right. All of this, it all comes together to lead toward what is the largest focal point? It's like creation, Earth, globe, or flat. Now, did God? We have a creationist that's here. I don't know if Matthew's still here or not. I think he left.
No, I'm here.
All right, cool. So he's a globe Earth creationist, and then we have other creationists that are here that know that the earth is flat, he thinks that God created the earth as a globe.
But made a horrible mistake when he was writing his book and accidentally made it seem like the earth was flat repeatedly and stationary repeatedly. And so he just believes it's a globe, and God made a mistake and was meaning it from a different perspective that he clearly didn't express in the book.
No, so Drace brings up a good point. When I read this clay under seal thing, I do bring with it in my interpretation a belief that the earth is a globe, because I do have a strong belief that God doesn't lie and God knows everything about the universe, plus a strong belief that the earth is a globe. So when I read that verse, let me finish. When I read the verse, then I bring both of those things to bear as I'm trying to figure out what it's saying or how to interpret it. So I do admit that my preconceived notion that the earth is a globe does influence my interpretation.
Sure. So if you read through chapter 1 of Genesis, when was the earth created?
Day 1.
Day 1 earth. When were the stars and sun and moon created?
4.
Day 4. All right. All right. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, continue.
So that's where we left off on. The Bible is describing the earth to be shaped like clay under a seal.
Right.
Clay under a seal is not like a sphere.
Right.
Clay under a seal is like a pancake. So the earth is shaped like clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is shaped like a pancake. The earth is shaped like a pancake, not a sphere.
Right.
Thus saith Yahweh.
That would only indicate the surface, though.
Yeah.
Not the earth as a whole, because clay under seal, I think that just means the actual surface that we live on. That's my.
At the very least.
Yeah.
And if you look closely at the passage, the main point is that the earth is changing like clay under seal, that God is so powerful that just to like it's easy
Sorry, Matthew. Someone's got an open mic and got a little bit of background noise. I don't know if you're chopping some food.
I want to say when it talks about the seal, it means it's a stamp. That infers the king. The king has his seal. When a king has wax and puts a seal on an envelope or a scroll, that's the seal. I don't know what you meant.
Oh, I thought it was.
If you don't think that meant that, then I don't know what you're talking about.
Now I've understood the timeline and where Helio is. He's 30 minutes behind us. So if you're frustrated, just keep that in mind.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so I was saying, I think that verse, it is changed like clay under a seal, is describing the power of the Creator, that he can change, just like it's easy for us to stamp hot wax. I mean, there's hardly any resistance at all. Look at how God says it is changed like clay under seal, that he can change the earth, he can stamp it. So it's more about the changing than the final shape, I think. If just reading the plain interpretation.
I'm sorry.
No, not in Kingdom Rules. Not in Kingdom Rules. Not that way. No.
Come on, 30 minutes.
Can't do it.
Yeah, you can. Deep breath, Elijah.
No, I already opened up the settings. I'm just. I don't care who it is.
Sorry, Elijah, man. I just had to say that.
No, it's cool. It's just you take up every other opportunity to speak. Like if I'm speaking, then you'll jump in. Jedi, then you'll jump. Then it's like I'm not dealing with it today. I'm just saying. Can you read that again, Matthew? The verse.
Yeah, it says, let me start in the previous verses talking about taking hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked are shaken out of it. And so when it says it means the earth. So it is changed like clay under the seal, and its features stand out like a garment. And
That's
so
very
it says
different.
changed.
That's very different from Earth takes shape like clay under seal.
Yeah, it's talking about the process here, right?
So I don't know, Gregory. You tell me. Should I get hung up on those words? Like, where can we help us here?
The point of the verse. I'm not going to read all these translations, but I'm looking on YouVersion Bible app. Okay, from top down is the most formal translations to the most idiomatic translations, which means the most word for word to the most thought for thought. Okay, so changed, turned, takes on form, changed, takes shape, turn it over.
Hold on, bro. It's this
shape.
easy. I just explained it. The seal is a confirmation of the authority. That's what, if you're going to stamp your seal under clay under seal or wax under seal, it really has more to do with authority. When you send a scroll or whatever, this is what it means. It really means wax. It's your seal. When you send, if you're a king, then you send the wax, your seal, and if it's broken, then somebody read it before you got it.
Okay, so Helio, check this out. I accept that rebuttal. Oh, holy shit. Eli isn't unreasonable. That's right. I'm not biased to anything but the truth. Okay? So that is very interesting given the context before Earth takes shape like clay under the seal.
Fix your microphone.
If we're talking about...
I don't care if you can hear me beautifully and loudly. If I'm
No, you sound a lot better now. Go ahead, brother.
I don't care how much better I sound.
No, you're almost unintelligible without
almost muted. What does almost mean?
It means that it's really hard. Like I'm not hearing what you're saying.
No, that's not what you just said. Because almost
I couldn't make out what you
doesn't
were
matter.
saying.
You sound good now. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
All right. Anyway, I accept, because given the context of all the everything that happened before, shaking people out, shaking the tables and all that, like, is saying Earth takes shape like clay under seal, could that mean that he's talking about forming a government? Like, is that what
in the context of the passage? No, he's talking about, this is the passage where Yahweh is demonstrating his divine wisdom about the cosmos. He's not just talking about the world order of human civilization. And so he's talking about the actual concrete geometric properties of the earth, which he has designed the earth to have. And so, of course, this passage, it's a truism to acknowledge that this passage is talking about the omnipotent divinity of the Lord to create the world and shape it how he pleases. That's not the point. I mean, that is the point, but that's not the focus. Not to neglect.
Where does the clay under seal, under document?
Wait. Let me finish.
Jesus.
And so that point is made. That point is obviously made in the passage. That's a truism. In addition, with that point that the passage is making, it is giving us a geometric description of the earth. It's really not this hard. I'm getting annoyed because it's very simple.
Yeah, me too. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So in addition, with the very obvious truism that the Lord is omnipotent to create the cosmos how he pleases, with all its various geometric properties included, it specifies that the earth is shaped like, according to the divine omnipotence of the Lord, to create the earth to be shaped this way, like clay under a seal. It's not only talking about that the Lord is powerful,
which is a reference to authority on the wax seal on a document,
which isn't the focus of the conversation.
Authority.
Yes, and so it's not only talking about the fact that the Lord is powerful. It's talking about the fact that the Lord is powerful to make the earth shaped like this. Like what? Like clay under a seal, which is not anything like a sphere.
I don't think it was meant like that because there's no such thing as a sphere Earth. But anyway, yeah, you're exactly right. You know, as the authority is moved across Earth, they transfer documents and they put their seal on the document. They can tell when the document is broken unless it went to the person that it was intended for. Once the person that the document was intended for broke the seal, then they could read it.
So what about you're saying that the Earth is like like a document? Who's it being delivered to, Helio? Who's reading it? What's going on there?
Out of the tectonic plates, the broken seal?
It's a
oh my god!
Because I don't think that's what the clay under seal reference is alluring to. Like it's a stamp of his approval.
No, said it was about authority. It's about authority.
Like I said, I don't think that's right, but you can think that if you want.
You don't think that when someone seals a document with wax?
But the Earth is not a document, Helio. It's not paper and wax and pencil writing. It's Earth. It's dirt and water and mountains. It's not a document. Where's the writing? Where's the information? Who's it being delivered to?
I didn't say it was literal. Earth is not wax under a seal.
See, this is why
Earth is a principle.
This is why it's brought up, because it is like this.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. So pressed under clay.
Pressed under
stamping. Yes. The stamping of a seal. Sorry. This is what the Earth is like.
It's like, who do you trust? You can't trust anyone to transfer this information unless the person you sent it to actually breaks the seal. And the seal comes from the person that it was presented to. Go ahead.
I just don't know, Helio. I understand what you're saying, but this isn't the point. The Lord God.
Okay, maybe I'm missing it. It's simple to me, but maybe I'm.
Your point is simple to you because you understand what you're trying to say. And yeah, we all understand what you're trying to say, but within the point that we're all trying to explain, it's not really helping.
All right, my bad, guys.
So the last point that we were trying to focus on is this passage is not only talking about that the Lord is powerful, talking specifically the Lord is powerful to make the earth shaped like this. Like what? Like clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is not a sphere. It's nowhere near spherical. It's a level plane object, a level plane circular object.
I would never be circular in that way. No. But
by the way, I think
it
this
implies
has been
a
really
message.
fascinating.
It implies a message the entire time. Now, if it's a stamp, it's a message.
Yeah, the message is the Earth is like this.
So back to you, Matthew. Oh, my bad.
About the volume or what. So back to you. Well, have you updated your position? Have you taken in what these guys have said? Do you disagree? Like, where you at?
Yeah. This has been a fascinating, cordial discussion. And so, first of all, I appreciate hearing all these things. Yeah, I do still think that there are reasonable ways of interpreting those verses that match the globe model. So, but it has been very enlightening to hear what you guys say.
Match the globe model.
Yeah.
We haven't said
Now-
anything that matched the globe model.
No, the
Maybe
thing
an ice
is,
cream
hey,
scoop.
wait.
Maybe an ice cream scoop.
I just want to thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. I'm not here. I do get frustrated sometimes. Sometimes I do poke fun, but again, Matthew's a different kind. He's a different. He's like a rival. You know, for some, not really, but in the sense that, man, I don't hate this guy. You know, like clearly we're on opposing ends, but I don't hate him. Now, my camp is saying this, his camp is saying that. I'm killing for justice, he's killing for justice. Right? So it's like, I mean, shit. I mean, we already know what he believes. He firmly believes in it. So when he does stop by to have a conversation, we don't have to be assholes all the time.
No. I mean,
I know what you
especially
mean.
against Matthew. I mean, Matthew is the gentlest anti-flattery.
But you're laughing at him, Helio. It's you. You're the problem right now.
I can take it.
No.
Of all the Globers, Matthew is the sweetest.
Thanks, I think.
What I wanted to say in
Laughing at
response to
him
what Matthew,
because
that last comment from Matthew.
He knows exactly what we're talking about. I know he knows exactly what we're talking about because he's smart enough to figure out what we're talking about. So, don't fucking tell me I'm an asshole for laughing at him. And that's okay. I fucking own that shit. I've laughed at him many times. So
We never really know. All we can do is decide, okay, I've asked him as many questions as I could. I understand that you're not giving me a straight answer, or you're going to concede in some way, but I'm never going to assume what someone thinks or how they feel. I'm not going to do that. I'm not God, bro.
Well, I'm not either.
I wanted to say this in response to Matthew's last comment. Now, of course, there are various ways of interpreting anything. That's no justification. Of course, there are various ways of interpreting something. The point isn't that is there another way of interpreting the passage. The question is the interpretation of the passage correct or incorrect? That's the point. The point isn't to focus on how many interpretations are there. The focus is what is the correct interpretation out of them all, warranted by the text.
I agree. Yeah.
So what is the correct interpretation?
So,
The one I just explained
as
earlier.
Gregory said, what is the correct interpretation warranted by the text? I also bring along with that not just what's in the text, but what is in the whole counsel of God's creation and his revelation to us, which is not just scripture, but also his creation. And so that's what I mean when I say I bring with me the assumption that the earth is a globe. When I look at the text and I say to myself, can I reconcile my belief that God never lies and my belief that the earth is a globe? And when I bring those two things and look at the text, then what I'm looking for is to try and understand what God really meant from that text based on those two assumptions.
Which is appropriate. And the answer is they're not compatible. If you wish to be consistent with the text, you would have to forsake the globe paradigm.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I would say that I would disagree, and I believe they are compatible. So it's not like I'm trying to discount Scripture. What I'm saying is I think that they're compatible. So obviously, if I were going to say, "Oh, well, then forget the Scripture; it's all wrong anyway," then that would be problematic. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying I still believe in the Scripture, and I still think that they're compatible. And I understand that you disagree with that.
Yeah, but
okay, there's that.
I think that
fair enough. Put yourself in a position of relativity. When we first started this conversation, you admitted yourself, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Bible doesn't really tell you what shape the earth is either way, right or wrong.
Right. I think that read correctly, it doesn't say one way or the other.
Well, when
Right.
it says takes shape like clay under a seal, that's not. That's very descriptive.
Come on, restart the debate. Go ahead, Eli.
Sorry, fuck.
Sometimes I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Another deep breath. Another deep breath. Come on, you can do it, mate.
No, it's hard because when you have like a logic string, that's like
I know.
Not you got rocket, not you at all. But this is why Globers, have this tactic because it's not the easiest thing to hold a train of logic when there's not like a board in front of you and it's recorded, but who's gonna like? Did that really sound like I didn't have a follow up?
You did. I'm just patiently waiting, bud. How anybody else doesn't get it, I don't fucking know.
Some people are just not being perceptive and discerning and patient. Go ahead, Eli.
I only say that because it was all day, got rocket. It's not you. I love you, man. Yeah. I'm still talking out of the.
So the question is, if the Bible doesn't really inform you of the shape one way or another, that's your perspective, not mine. But if that is your perspective because of relativism, or your perspective on this topic, then why even debate it? Why even? Because your argument should be that there's no way to tell one way or another.
Yeah, that's what I do say.
So you see the problem?
So, oh shit, I'm getting cold. Can you guys still hear me though?
Yes, you sound like a little mouse, a little teeny tiny mouse.
Okay, I'll make it quick then. So the thing is, if someone is speaking about the Bible objectively,
or not even objectively, there's something that is obviously objective. It can't be. It can't like the whole point of how it's worded is to describe something clear to you in a way that you understand. So earth takes shape or earth changes to whatever, clay under the seal. Like that's you said that's God's words. That's his way of trying to explain to us the portion of where we live, like what it's like. The garments with the blah 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 blah, and the earth, the seal, obviously, blah 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 blah. And so it's like that's actually talking or speaking to the topography of the earth. Now, when we're talking about topography and elevation change, unfortunately, if it was a sphere, then the curvature portion of the change in topography or the elevation change like that couldn't be discounted. Here's the thing. It's not accounted for anywhere. Any of the extra stuff. We're only talking about, well, the clay under a seal. And it's like, well, it was him trying to express in a way that we would understand as human beings. Well, you know what a clay under a seal is, right? Yeah, that's what third take shape like. I did it. Like you can't challenge. How could you justifiably challenge what I just said if your position is your position?
And to make it more clear, how could you justifiably say that the cosmological information in the scriptures is ambiguous with such passages that are very straightforward and plain and specific like that?
Right. I would have to say, and this is what I do think is true, that they are not as straightforward as you represent them to be. I would say that they're in general, much more figurative than you say. That's how I would justify it.
They're more figurative than I say.
Right.
That's not an intelligible response. There's no qualitative difference in figurative. You don't have a sentence A and sentence B, and one is more figurative than the other. No, they're either figurative or they're not. There's no gradation, quality, and figurativeness of a sentence. It's either figurative or it's not. And the passage is figurative. It is a figure of speech, a simile describing the shape and geometric and topographic properties of the earth.
Well, if it's God's word, if it's actually God's word, and it says the earth takes shape, the word shape, like clay under a seal, that's very descriptive, and it's very, it needs no interpretation. I think it's worded that way.
Hey, mute yourself real
You
quick.
need to make a mistake.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think you can make a mistake with that one. It's very descriptive, like clay under a seal. The shape takes shape like clay under a seal. That is very descriptive. And we all
Now, even before that step, because we're skipping a step when we go to that step, back up a step. If you assert to me the scriptures is ambiguous about cosmological information to specifically and adequately answer the question, what is the surface of the earth? What is the shape of the surface of the earth we walk upon? Or more comprehensively, what is the shape of the earth? Either question. If you say that the scriptures is ambiguous in its answer to that question, it doesn't answer the question, then for you to then say after that, I have to reconcile my belief in the globe paradigm with the scriptures is inconsistent. If the scriptures is ambiguous in answering that question, there is no reconciliation to be concerned about. It's ambiguous.
Yes, that was my point. Thank you, Gregory. There you go. I kind of got fucked up there somewhere in the middle. Excuse my language.
I had a feeling. There's no point in you being concerned with, oh, how do I reconcile the globe paradigm with the cosmological information in the scriptures and answering this question, because like you just said previously, the scriptures is ambiguous. So if it's ambiguous, there is no reconciliation to be concerned with.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, but if there is some ambiguity, then I would bring into play my cosmological beliefs. And so if I'm looking at this clay under seal thing and asking myself, is that literal or figurative? And you're right, there's no gradation. That was a mistake. It's either literal or figurative. Then I bring into bear my cosmological stance.
Come on, Matthew. You've been talking about literal and figurative for like over a year now. And we've gone over this many, many times, whether this clay under the seal or anything else, bro. Is this something new to you? I mean, do you think this is something new? I mean,
can I add something real
you're
quick
a
here?
smart guy, bro.
In the Bible, literally, God is literally above us. Like literally, like above, He looks down, right? On on a globe Earth. Think about it. You're saying that if the Earth is a globe, right, then God is not literally here in this here, right? He's in some kind of imaginary world, right? Right? Not even above the Earth, the globe, right? It's like see the problem, like with the globe, right? So now you got to imagine God as this thing that lives in another dimension, right? But that's not what the Bible says. You know what I mean? That's
a valid point to raise. What that gentleman just said is a valid point to raise. If we continue this subject matter with that passage. That passage is illustrating that the Lord actually is existent in the same space that you and I are in. But with the cosmic paradigm, which is the ACP, then the ACP, no matter how high you ascend, no matter how much you increase your altitude, you're never going to get where God is. You're never going to get to his high altitude dwelling place. No matter how high you go, you're not going to get where God is. You just go up and up and up and up and up and up and up, and it's just vacuum. And so if you try to, this is where it's another point of reconciliation someone needs to work out. Given the scriptures, given that cosmic paradigm, the scriptures is contrary to that cosmic paradigm. The scriptures is telling us if you go high enough, you're going to go to the dwelling place of the Lord, the highest heaven. In the ACP, there is no highest heaven. There is no up or down even. There is no up or down, let alone highest or lowest, let alone where the God is. It's just endless vacuum.
He's up above the creation. That includes the sun, moon, and stars.
Yes. So this is
Yeah, sure.
very simple.
And you're not going to
It's
find it
contrary.
necessarily here. I mean, it's for all of this is for us, but it's not going to be found here. We open this place for people to find themselves or find the information and then consider it. So it's just like some people were banning and deleting. Somebody was talking about flat Earth or whatever.
You're digressing what we're talking about.
I think I do, but maybe it's kind of confusing my mind. But anyway,
the point was, as Bong Sao was mentioning, that's another passage which is irreconcilable with the ACP. Either the ACP is true or it's false, and either the Bible is true or it's false. The cosmology,
maybe
passage,
neither one is true. What about that? Have you ever considered that?
Wait.
All right. Cool.
The cosmology being taught in the Bible, okay, it's irreconcilable with the ACP. So they're irreconcilable. If one is true, the other is false. They cannot both be true. They don't comport with one another.
Then you have a dichotomy, which maybe neither one is true.
What's the
so
third
then you're stuck. You're stuck. I mean,
sorry, what's wrong with the 2 points that have been raised in opposition to each other, and have you got a third point? You can't just say there's a third point without giving the third point. What else then?
Yeah, what is the ACP, Gregory?
Academic causal paradigm?
You already said that, by the way, Helio.
I know, but I made a different one called the alternative Christian paradigm.
Oh.
So
Eli?
That's where I stand on it. Alternative Christian paradigm.
all right. He was asking Matthew.
Yes, my point was to Matthew, supplementing what Bong Sao was saying.
Okay, so there were several things said. Which specific question, Gregory, were you asking about the dichotomy? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, this is why it's so important to not interrupt one another. What I was saying was Bong Sao was mentioning a valid point. Another passage where the Lord is above all creation. Right? His altitude is above all creation. That's what the scripture teaches. The Lord is above all the heavens, in the highest heaven, above the sun, moon, and stars, above the earth, above the seas, above the underworld. That is incompatible. That does not comport with, it is irreconcilable with the ACP. In the ACP, the ball that we supposed to live on is flying about in a vacuum. And no matter how high you ascend up off the ball, you are never going to get where God is. In addition with the fact that there is no up or down, because there is no upper extremity of the cosmos and no lower extremity of the cosmos. So the sentence up and down is unintelligible in this paradigm.
Right.
Extremely, because if you're on the bottom of the globe, like in Australia, you're going the complete opposite direction. If you're trying to ascend up to God, you're going a whole different direction.
I get it, yes.
Makes no sense.
Who fucking gets it? Jesus.
Okay, so to answer Gregory's question, first of all, Gregory is correct. The ACP is in direct dichotomy with the words up and down being physical descriptions of where God is and where man is. So, for example, Psalm 53, 2 says, God looked down from heaven upon the children of men. So if we take that as a direction, it doesn't really make sense in the globe model because down changes directions wherever you are on the globe. So he is correct that there is a dichotomy between taking up and down as physical descriptions and the ACP. My answer to that is that I don't think that up and down are necessarily physical directions in that context. I think it's talking more about God's position, his spiritual position as being above us, better than us, more magnificent than us, and down being, we're in a lower estate, that type of thing.
Now,
so you just made
again, that interpretation is not warranted because the passage is going out of its way to express where the Lord is located relative to the position of the earth. It's not just talking about a figurative, abstract supremacy.
Which passage again? I was looking at Psalm 53:2, but Bong, which one were you describing?
Thank you. Job.
Yeah, the Lord sits above the circle of the earth. That passage isn't just talking about an abstract property of his authoritative or ontological supremacy. It's talking about where the Lord is. Now, to be more specific, the Lord is omnipresent, and so the point isn't really to talk about where he's actually located, because he's not a particular, of course. He's an omnipresent, absolute, universal, personal being. But the point is that the Lord is the Most High, not just ontologically, and not just ethically, not just authoritatively, but also spatially. The higher up you go the higher up you ascend off the face of the earth, the closer you're going to get to the highest heaven, where the Lord and his hosts, the other inhabitants of the heavens, are. But in the ACP, you don't have that. In the ACP, you're not going to ascend and descend and descend and be in the same vicinity of the hosts of heaven. In the Bible, you will. In the ACP, you won't.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Hold on, let me go to that.
So, if God is physically above us and also omnipresent, in what sense is he physically above us if he's also omnipresent?
So just as Yahushua is the only one who has ascended to heaven and the only one who has descended from heaven, he literally descended from heaven once and then ascended in altitude. The cloud wrapped around him, and he ascended in altitude up to the highest heavens.
That works for me. Well, that works for me, Matthew. If the Creator is physically above us but omnipresent mentally, then that works.
I see what you're saying. Okay, that would be one solution. And I admit that I don't know. No, I admit that I don't know where Jesus ascended to, where his physical body ascended to. He said he did. It was a physical description. They saw him going up into the clouds, and I don't know where he is now.
Right, he sat down at the right hand of the Father.
Right, but I'm saying I don't know where that is.
And Matthew is giving an answer consistent with his position. So he would
But
have
is it
to
up
say
and
that.
down, Matthew? Is it like where did he ascend from the globe, and which direction is up then?
Well, he ascended from Israel, and
So that's
I don't
up,
know.
and if you ascend from the other side of the globe, you're ascending down, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Enoch and Elijah also were taken up. Yeah, up, right? Elijah.
Right.
Men of Galilee, why do you stand there and stare up? This Jesus that you see leaving in the clear, you will also see him coming in clouds, right? Like up, looking up, and staring up.
That did not take place.
Yeah.
So that event is incompatible with the ACP. And the ACP being consistent, that would imply either he really did ascend, increase in altitude off the face of the ball, and it's only vacuum up there. It's not the heavens in the highest heaven with all the hosts of heaven. It's just vacuum. So either Yahushua is infinitely ascending in altitude above the face of the earth after all these millennia, or he ascended up a little bit and then vanished to some other unintelligible, inconceivable, ineffable location.
Meanwhile, people in Australia are looking down, right?
Let the simplest answer be the true one.
Which
How
is
can
abductive
everyone-
reasoning. I mean, if we think ourselves rational, this would also include abductive reasoning to find the simplest explanation given the data. Now, what's more simple? That there really is the heavens, other locations, other realms with other persons inhabiting it, and the Lord, according to his prerogative and omnipotence, dwells up there, and the incarnation of his eternal Son ascended and will also descend when he returns, or that he, quote unquote, ascended to some unimaginable, unfathomable, unspeakable location, or non-location.
And when he does descend, every eye will see him.
Yes, so you're right. The simplest explanation given just that is that it is a physical location, and up is a direction, a specific direction.
But how does that work, Matthew, when he's descending and every eye will see him on the globe? How is he descending when every eye can see him geometrically? If like,
doesn't
people
work
are
that way.
like on the other side of the globe, they shouldn't be able to see him descending, according to you.
Right, but physically it does not make sense on the globe.
Even before that, when the words up and down in principle become absurd and unintelligible and meaningless, that is a big red flag for that cosmological paradigm. We have to have up and down. These are not things we can just toss away out of our reality.
And
Gregory, man, this is really trippy because I've been listening to you for a couple of years, and I'm almost on the same page with you, and a lot of people don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, come on.
But anyway, you know, it do what it do.
I do.
It does do what it does.
I think you're wrong, Helio. I think we all understand what he's saying.
All right. Well, I don't think a lot of people do. So anyway.
What I do, God Rocking does, Tim
All right,
does.
go. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, we all do.
Yes.
I understand what he's saying too.
All right.
I think the
Then
repercussions
prove
of words-
prove it, because when it comes to like God, the Creator, right? This is our world. This is where we are. Is this this has ultimately been our world and our consciousness and everything. We're part of God, and this is how we should or should not experience, which we should, because we all have experienced it. Maybe I'm too
Okay, well, the repercussions, Matthew, of things like up and down being misconstrued also make it to where we are visibly seeing today where words don't seem to matter anymore. So
I
there has to be a foundation. Sorry, go ahead.
So yes, Kim, I agree with you that it is important to understand what words mean, and that this radical relativism is dangerous to society and all that type of thing. So I'm not saying that I don't think up and down are just purely meaningless. What I am instead saying is that in some cases, those words seen in some verses are not meant strictly physically, but they could be
So
meant more
is up and
spiritually.
down evil?
Sorry, Helio. Sorry.
My bad.
So when we take all of the evidence in conjunction with each other, the earth being pressed under a seal like clay, when we talk about God being up, Jesus ascending and descending, and every eye will see him, Do you understand there's a picture being built and you have to reconcile every single issue along the way? Or
Yes,
you can
of
just
course.
yeah, okay, cool.
Oh no, continue. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. It's just as long as you know what's going on.
Well, I'm just glad.
One
I
more
want to ask.
example.
Oh, go ahead.
It's not gonna happen. But this is gonna be real life. This is gonna be a mind thing. The way that I'm gonna mind this and whoever's gonna take on it, I'm trying to
Is someone going to tell him he's a robot?
Yeah, he's roboting.
No, you're not. Whatever you are, no.
I can't understand the word, Elijah.
I understand.
Sorry.
Jesus was an astronaut.
Jesus was an astronaut. I guess essentially that could be something to consider, as far as like philosophically.
So Matthew, understanding that you have to reconcile a lot of differences, do you now understand that the Earth is a flat Earth book, and you have to reconcile a lot of differences to fit your globe Earth around it?
No, I'm saying that I understand that there's a lot of reconciliation to do between the globe Earth idea and what Scripture says. However, it's still my belief that those reconciliations are possible and even more likely, better interpretations.
More likely. Yet you've struggled and agreed with us.
Oh yeah, no, there are certain passages that are a struggle to reconcile, and even some that would probably say I don't know how to reconcile.
So why isn't the Bible the source of the globe Earth model then? So why say it came from Copernicus and these guys? Why not just say it came from the Bible?
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't come from the Bible. No.
Why hasn't that always been? Why were those people not globe Earthers that in those times?
Well, Bong, you can't ask him because he doesn't think that you can determine one way or another through the Scripture.
Well,
he just said that flat Earth doesn't come from the Bible. He just said that. So where did flat Earth come from, Matthew? Where did it come from?
With something that didn't exist. When the Bible,
Where did the globe Earth come from, Matthew?
So to answer Helio's questions, I think the flat Earth came from just the simple observation, sort of common sense observation, going outside and it looks flat. Then I think the globe Earth idea came from taking into account some other things, other observations, and trying to come up with a way where those observations make sense. So that's where they came from.
Okay, such as
sunsets and the motion of the stars and planets and those things. Like even the ancient Greeks were sort of wondering about these things.
All right, cool. So they wondered about them the same way we do, right?
Similar.
Which ancient Greeks?
Eratosthenes.
He's not good at Eratosthenes. Right.
Those are not ancient Greeks. Those are modern Greeks. Ancient Greeks are before Pythagoras. I don't know.
That's also,
even before Aristophanes.
That's also not true. It's also not true because it's just not true because the paradigm that everyone believes in now comes from 500 years ago. It has nothing to do with what the Greeks were talking about. They had a different cosmology or a different belief altogether.
Yeah, you should know this by now, Matthew. Come on, man. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. Come on, man. Why are you making stuff up?
I'm not an expert in history. I'm not trying to make stuff up.
I could not, as a globe earther, I'm a strong believer in the Bible. And when I was a globe earther, I could not even reconcile the Bible with the globe earth. If Jesus comes back and we're all supposed to see him, but we're all facing in different directions, how can it be possible? I wasn't even thinking about flat earth. Never entered my mind, but it was impossible because I was left with either the Bible is true, right, or it's false, and it seems false. If I'm going to believe science, then the Bible is silly. I mean, that's what the globe model does.
That's
You know, that's
exactly what I thought. And I wanted to go back to what you said, Matthew, because you're so quick that I don't think that you're choosing your words carefully, but they are carefully placed anyway. So earlier you said, I don't know how to reconcile. Is that equal to it cannot be reconciled?
No, it's not. It's still my belief that God speaks without error in Scripture, and it's
No,
still
that's not the question I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I'm answering.
When you say that you don't know how to reconcile it, how isn't it equivalent to I cannot reconcile it?
Because my inability to reconcile something does not mean that it cannot be reconciled. It just means that I don't
Has
know
any
how
other human being reconciled it?
I think that there are many people who have in their own mind reconciled
I mean,
it.
but have you experienced someone's idea, and can you share that with us, or you're just imagining that perhaps someone could imagine a way that they can reconcile?
Well, obviously, if I knew how they were reconciling it, I would probably adopt that as my own belief too.
Let me ask you this:
So as it stands right now, when you say you don't know how to reconcile it, it's equivalent to I cannot reconcile it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, Matthew. If the Earth were a globe, would it be obvious to everyone on Earth?
I don't think it would be. It takes a little bit of sort of thinking things through and understanding how things work.
Okay,
so I don't think it would be obvious.
Okay, so Matthew, if the Earth was a globe, could we measure it in some way?
We couldn't directly measure it, no, but we could calculate.
So lasers of different wavelengths don't refract at different rates, and there would be no way to target things at long distance on your world, right?
So you're bringing up specific examples of experiments and measurements.
I'm bringing up examples of where you can actually target things at a distance, and where, like, we could actually, if the Earth was a globe, calculate and see how much curve there would be, but there isn't any.
Yeah, so this brings up the question of what does direct measurement mean? And I don't think direct measurement is accomplished with lasers. It'd be more like you had a perfectly straight piece of metal or something.
Oh, but lasers are the straightest measure we have, and using lasers of different wavelengths, we can actually quantify how much refraction is between point A and point B, and so your delusions don't actually work out in reality.
So because lasers are influenced by refraction, we would have to take that into account.
Since we're so
that's what I told you, Matthew. We take that into account by using 2 lasers of different wavelengths. In military targeting, for instance, they use 3 lasers to be sure. That's why they can actually shoot things at 100 miles away and actually hit the target, because they're not retarded and assuming the Earth is a globe.
That's what I was about to ask him, Dre. Since we're so inept, what instrument should we use to travel or to target?
Yeah, I do want to interject a little bit, because it's interesting, because I've learned immediately entering this conversation that they're consistently shifting. They're shifting what the question is. So we kind of fell into the trap of talking about, well, no, measure is still valid, but the whole thing is it's not for us to like put a straight standard to it's not for us to figure out what the claim is that 3 miles away there is obstruction. It's like, can that claim be evidenced or not? Like 3 miles away, 6 foot, me at 6 foot above sea level, standing at the beach, is there obstruction or is there not obstruction? Well, the answer is it doesn't appear to be. Your ad hoc explanation of why doesn't really validate that there is obstruction. And in fact, we're talking about how there isn't obstruction.
Yeah, and so when we talk about direct measure, then if we got like a 3-mile long steel beam that had
No,
zero,
see that's you talking about direct. Yes, we said direct measure, but really, the point is we don't directly measure anything because we
And
just see
by the
from point
Oh,
we just see
please.
we just see from point A to point B.
and
That
by the way, Elijah, no
and
one.
because we see from point A to point B, we just can safely assume there is no measure of curvature, like the
Yeah,
claim
and by the
suggests.
way, nobody's
Well,
ever done that.
that's just
Matthew.
observation. When we use
Nobody's ever done that.
lasers, we can actually measure the distance from the laser to the ground. So we can measure how much it's deviated from normal, or what they claim is like the Earth is curving away from it, so it would have deviated that much.
You know what, Drace? That's 100% true. I was literally hearing Rakia have a conversation, and what they do to create a horizontal is they fill like like some area up with plastic, right? And then what they'll do is they'll put water on top to see where it's not perfectly level. So that's definitely a straight up level standard. And so you're talking about another standard in which you can tell the difference between level and a deviation from it. Like that's what we do every day. So using a different wavelength, we should be able to determine that something is going on because there's a difference in the wavelengths that we use.
Yeah, you would see that the lasers wouldn't be hitting the targets at both the same target. One laser would be hitting way above, and so you would see that there's X amount of refraction based on like how much deviation is between the beams. It would be super easy to see if the Earth is a globe or not. That's why we looked at it under all the different conditions where refraction is as minimal as freaking possible.
Those instruments are used over land.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So when we're talking about direct
You
measurement,
just don't.
So when we're talking about, directly measuring the Earth, well, we're not measuring any curvature. We have tools to utilize different wavelengths of light lasers. And as Elijah was pointing out, on just 6 foot observation, the horizon must be 3 miles away, right? We don't observe that. So observing these things, we can measure things because we know the distant locations of objects and apparent to the horizon. So what do you want? Because those would be not measuring the curve that is said to be there.
Yeah, as exactly. He said, yeah, exactly right, Jedi. Exactly, bro.
Yes, so I'm not an expert in lasers or measurements or any of this type of stuff.
Well, we've talked to hundreds of people that are, and they can't explain it.
Okay, yeah, I can't explain it either.
Okay, well, welcome to the club.
Did you say welcome to the globe?
To the club.
I know. I heard
people
you.
that have talked to hundreds of surveyors that can't explain globe Earth because they don't measure globe Earth with surveying equipment.
And the Earth isn't even the problem because they measure the Earth and most of it's freaking flat, and then they got mountains and a little bit of hills and
Look,
valleys.
how many
but
fucking
most of it's flat. Like all of America is flatter than a pancake. But we're not even talking about that. We're talking about the water. And the water is even more flat than the land, buddy.
Well, and you wouldn't take a freaking sextant. You would use sextant on a boat, but you wouldn't take what's the surveying? Shit, I can't remember the tool. What's the name of the tool that you use to measure, survey?
Theodolite.
Theodolite, or there's another name for it, or theodolite, or whatever. You measure land with a
Total
theodolite.
Yeah, you measure the elevation angles and
Elevation angles,
yeah.
From one point to another, they survey across the land with theodolites. You don't use theodolites across the ocean. Why would you? Because you'd have
It's
to use
too
it from
far
a
for the
boat.
operational
You'd
range
have
of
to use it from a
theodolite.
boat. And
Yeah,
I mean, it could be your elevation angle, depending on the tides where your boat is. You would never even try that.
Why the distance to the first oil rig is 6 miles? It's not 66 miles.
You shouldn't even see any of the old rigs. It's retarded.
No, I'm asking why is not distance 66 miles?
Because it's not 66 miles away.
Yeah, that's the point. That means it's a 6 mile away. It's a 9 mile
Because
away.
it's nowhere. It's as far as you can see it, depending on the atmosphere.
Yeah, but that's oil rig. It's on the second. It doesn't matter. Second or first one, but let's say 9 mile. Why is not the same question is 66 miles? Because it's not on 66 miles, it's on 9 miles. And how we know that it's on 9 miles?
It's just the only place you can get an accurate, you can't even. It's not even accurate when you look at the horizon. The horizon isn't an accurate measurement; it's an apparent position.
I know, but I like Elijah's point to Matthew, because when we are standing 6 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon must be 3 miles away. Okay. Now, that's not a lot of atmosphere when we're talking about observations that are 10, 15, 20 miles away. So there's not a lot of atmosphere really to start bending shit around. So, mate, let's go down to 1 foot. The horizon's going to be closer at that stage. Not a lot of atmosphere now. I've only got
even
one.
worse. Even less atmosphere to bend anything.
So, really, we should see this physical obstruction, but we don't. And we don't measure it and we don't utilize it. We would have to take account for it if it was there. But even at these, let's say, small distances, low altitude above the surface of the water, the horizon's only 1, 2, 3 miles away. I mean, stand up. That's what they tell us. That's the geometry, right? So how do you reconcile that to, say, refraction? Matthew?
Yeah, I don't know why refraction is not an adequate answer. I mean, it's enough. Sometimes it's enough even for those short distances. Sometimes it's not.
Wait, so like when you're talking about the black swan, which you're quite familiar with. So when you see the horizon beyond the furthest platform from a 1 foot observation, you're saying there's an explanation there for refraction.
Right. I actually did I tell you guys I went to Santa Barbara and I said, "Oh, I should go look at this place." And so I went and saw those oil rigs with my own eyes and used my own telescope and everything. It's kind of cool.
Did you? What'd you discover?
Well, that day there wasn't much refraction, so it just looked like, it normally does, where you can't see the farther one, you can't see the bottom of it. The horizon.
Are you
was
saying
in the right
that?
spot.
Are you saying?
Wait. Where did you see the horizon, Matthew? Where did you?
How did you know that there was not a lot of refraction that day? Did you measure that?
No. I'm asking this question. Where did you see the horizon that day, Matthew?
It was in front of the second one, and it was in front of the second one. I can't remember if it was in front of the.
And you were in the same place where he took the observation.
Yeah,
and that day wasn't refraction, Matthew.
Hold on.
I don't know how much refraction there was.
Before you put your telescope up, what could you see?
I could see those oil rigs, but they were small. With the telescope, I could see them better.
Where was the horizon when you looked at those oil rigs in the first instance before you used the telescope?
It was near those things, but without a telescope, I couldn't really see if, they were just like little dots on the horizon. It was hard to tell if it was showing the whole thing or not.
And Matthew, if you do it again, record that and send it to us. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
It looked
know-
mostly like the blue one. Drace, the thing that Drace just posted at 13 past the hour, what
Yeah.
I saw was more like the blue one on the right. I'll see if I can
Yeah.
find a picture.
That's cool. You know the black swan image that we often post around, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. You know that's a still taken from a video. Yeah.
Yes, I've seen the video.
Cool. So when you notice that, I mean, my eyes aren't particularly great, mate. I wear glasses, but when you notice the first horizon that he's just taking his normal camera view, if you can't really define anything, it's just a horizon there. And as you zoom in, you start to be able to see where the oil rigs are. And with your final view, you see the horizon is now past the oil rigs. So ultimately, with your camera, what are you now doing? Are you now seeing around the curvature of the Earth because what with your camera? What have you done? All you've done in this instance is you've zoomed into a location, but ultimately with your eyes in the first instance, we are told that the horizon must be at 3 miles away. Sorry, at 1.2 miles away for the first observation. Is it at 1.2 miles away before we start zooming into the oil rigs? How far away is it then?
I don't think I can answer those questions because I don't know what the refraction and temperatures was. I'm just.
Did you
reporting
go
what
to
I
the
saw.
same place that he did and walk
did,
down
yeah.
the steps and then walk down on the beach and then looked at the platforms across the
Right,
water?
yeah.
Okay.
So in the first instance, is that the horizon, or is it in the second instance when you zoom in, that's now the horizon? Because you first of all, you've now taken up an optical device. All right, that's what you've done. But in the first instance, without the optical device, the optical device, just your eyes, the horizon should appear at 1.2 miles. You've changed the technology that you're using. Well, you've applied the technology, and now you can see further because of that technology.
Yes, I can see farther. I don't think that zooming in on a telescope changes what the apparent horizon is going to do. It just makes it easier to see. It zooms in on it, but it doesn't change what you're seeing, right?
Well, when I make the first observation before we start utilising any other technology, right, just with his iPhone camera, what we were observing, or whatever camera he's using, what we're observing is a horizon, and I can't see beyond that that optical limitation. I can't see beyond that. I can't see the oil rigs, or I can see maybe something in the distance. But the horizon in this instance appears in front of them. And then use the optical device, telescope, P900, whatever, and now the horizon has moved and now it's behind them.
Hey,
So
Matthew, are you under the impression that the horizon is the physical curvature of the Earth?
No, so obviously it's the apparent horizon is what we're seeing. It's just the place where the sky.
So it's
appears
not
to
the
be
curvature of the Earth.
The apparent horizon is not from the curvature of the Earth.
All right, no, the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Right, it's just a location.
So that means. Sorry, sorry, Hilo. I do apologise, mate.
I wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
That means that everything that you see, say for example, when you go down to the beach, over 3 miles away is an illusion.
Above or below? Above or below, right?
What I mean for that is
because you can't see the real horizon.
What you're saying is when you point to the oil rig, point to the camera, point with the camera to the oil rig, that isn't there. You understand that? So everything beyond the physical limitation of the Earth, according to you, because you will invoke refraction, I would just say it's an illusion, because that's really what you believe. It's not actually there.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with you.
Okay.
No, you disagree with us because there's no such thing as a physical curvature of the Earth. There's no such thing, bro.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think knows a lot more about the globe Earth than most people, probably even you, Matthew. And he says that you don't see the curvature of the Earth. I mean,
I think you should agree with.
See the curvature of the Earth.
Don't see it. Right.
Why every book saying that horizon is a curvature of the Earth? And
Doesn't
Matthew
look
said
curved.
it's not.
So that platform, Matthew, is beyond where you should be able to see it on your globe Earth.
Is that what we're
yes,
going
it is
with this,
beyond.
Matthew? All right.
But in the first picture, it is beyond where we should see, and we in fact don't see the bottom of that oil rig.
Would you expect to when it's that far away due to refraction, which has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth at all?
The best part is, Matthew, when you say refraction, you also don't understand that refraction causes things to be lose things bottom up using refraction or sinking. So, do you have any evidence to validate your assumptions that the light from the oil rigs is all bending around the globe to make it appear flat?
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that I have evidence for that. My project here is not to use.
So just assumptions, then.
Right. My project here is not to use these pictures to try to prove that the globe exists. I'm
Tell
merely
us
saying.
what your project here is, then. What is
That's
your
why we
project?
like lasers of different
Helios in the
wavelengths,
second half
Matthew,
of my
because that can
sentence before
actually
you
show if there is refraction. The thing that you're claiming is the cause of things when you don't have any evidence for it. That's why we like lasers.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say here is that instead of saying this proves the globe, what I'm saying is that this is not inconsistent with the globe.
See, that's relativism again, because check this out. So when Drace is saying, okay, well, there's no curvature, refraction doesn't explain the phenomena. The bottom line is he's saying, well, let's go with lasers then. Let's go with light. Let's go with the ad hoc reason that we're not seeing the geometric horizon in the measured position that it's supposed to be, because that's what geometric is, Earth measured, right? In this context. So the problem is that's also falsifiable. Your ad hoc explanation, it's falsifiable by way of two different light sources with two different wavelengths.
Yeah, so I haven't heard this. I haven't heard this argument about two different wavelengths and two different lasers before. That's an interesting thing you guys are bringing up.
Why is the difference between, like, say you had like night vision goggles or something? It's like a different. You're looking at a different kind of spectrum.
Right, and I do think that you're right that different lasers with different wavelengths would have different amounts of refraction. So
yeah, so that destroys your idea. What do you mean we never told you about this? The CANIGU is an infrared and visible light. Both were taken at the same time, yet the infrared shows 255 miles mountain. That's impossible because the infrared is supposed to have less refraction than the visible light, and in the visible light you don't see all that.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, so you're dead in the water and you just don't have anything.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's what we do because we've been inundated with reasoning that's poor. So when you say you don't have an answer for that, it's something that has to have a demonstrable answer, though.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're right. That there should be an answer for that. In fact, there probably is an answer for that. I don't know what it is.
No, I mean the conclusion is the answer. Like, there's no ambiguity there. Well, what the fuck? Let me just Google this real quick. Did I use that right?
Yes, I think you
Are you trying to say, Matthew, that infrared refracts more than visible light?
No, it's my understanding that it refracts less.
So
but
you're
I'm not an
just
expert.
you just have to admit that infrared would have to refract less than visible light, and therefore in infrared we would not see as far as invisible light. Although in reality that's the opposite of what we experience.
I don't know much about lasers and refraction, infrared, that type of stuff, so I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you don't know that you can see further with refraction? I mean, you don't. Sorry, let me. You don't know that you can see farther with infrared?
I've heard that, yeah, but I don't know how much farther or how much of an effect it has.
Well,
So I don't know.
further beyond the geometric limit that would be a calculable rate. So beyond the physical obstruction thing.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
So we can point to a couple of laser tests. I know one that took place on the south coast of England using two different coloured lasers, blue, red, and opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Distance 9 miles, altitude above the surface of the water 6 inches, and direct hit. Both lasers. This was done at night time, because atmospheric refraction doesn't seem to happen so much at night. So with these, I mean, this is just one test. You've got the understanding is quite clear. You have a direct line of sight between both sender and receiver. This is applied technology when we're talking about sending and receiving, especially when we're talking about light rays, especially when we're talking about infrared and seeing too far, but especially with lasers. It's definitely worth looking into, right? But ultimately, this is something, again, you would have to reconcile. I understand you're saying that you don't necessarily understand it, but the premise to, one sender and one receiver over a curved surface, they're not going to meet. They would have to.
So I don't know much about that test, but couldn't one explanation possibly be that there was some refraction, enough to refract both the red and the blue at the same time?
That would mean that both the lasers would not hit the target because those beams would not refract at the same rate. So you're just wrong, Matthew.
Don't lasers have some spread to them? So I think that
they do have spread to them, but they also would spread both similarly, and so the refraction would separate those spreads and show the difference in refraction. However, the University of Dayton or the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton performed this experiment with the military and tested it with 3 different lasers of different wavelengths and found that the classical model of refraction or terrestrial refraction doesn't actually apply. And so you're just basing all of your shit on things that don't actually apply in reality and are not actually experienced in reality. It's just to make your beliefs fit.
Right. I'm trying to fit my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe and figure out an explanation for that laser test.
Matthew, didn't Mickey pull you through this yesterday? You know how you start making
Why
things
would
up.
you even do that, Matthew? Why would you even try to fit into your preconceived notion of the globe? After all these years you've been listening to us, why would you just try to fit what we're talking about compared to what we used to believe? And all? What are you trying to? Are you trying to create another model? Are you trying to create another model for everyone to conceive? Are you trying to create a religious system for everybody to follow Matthew and his new religious system that's twisted between the flat earth and the globe earth? And it's it's the Matthew system. The fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, to answer your question, first of all, I recognize it's a rhetorical question, but I'll actually answer it. What am I trying to do? It is to reconcile that, and the answer as to why I do that, it's because my belief in the globe is stronger than that specific interpretation of that Greek.
Based on what? Based on bring some solid evidence in here, and then we might consider it.
His belief in the globe is stronger than objective evidence and how the things he's trying to appeal to work.
Yes,
That's
so my
so
belief
basic
in the
of-
globe is stronger than the interpretation that you guys are presenting from this laser test.
So it's a
Hold
religion.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I know my mic is bad. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Y'all know I'm trying to speak and my mic is bad. So, Matthew, the premise is twice removed now.
The premise is what? Say that again.
Twice removed. Because the initial premise was there is Earth curvature. Because of that, there is an obstruction based on your height. Okay, so we've moved past that. You've tried to reconcile that with refraction. Here we are at refraction, talking about, okay, there would be different values based on the different wavelengths. Now you're saying, well, let me try to reconcile that. You're getting further and further away from falsifiability. You're moving into the realm of, well, now cognitively, I don't have to deal with that because I've reasoned that I don't have to.
I see what you're saying. What I'm saying is that my preconceived notion and belief in the globe is stronger than those explanations you guys have been presented. So that's why.
Non-objective evidence that has been presented to you.
Yes, that objective evidence. That's right.
No. Don't repeat him. Let me address what you said. You said your belief in the globe is stronger than our explanation. No. We were given a claim that is falsifiable. It's falsified. So there was an attempt to reconcile that with refraction, which is also falsifiable. So these are claims, not explanations. They're claims that are falsified. It's a globe claim. There's a falsification for that. We're not explaining anything in the sense that, well, we made this up. Let me give you a general explanation about refraction and this and that. And we didn't do any of that. We said, okay, the globe says that the horizon is supposed to be here. It's not here. Reason is because of refraction. Okay, well, if that was the case, then when we use different lasers, then the target would be hit here and not hit here. That's also not the case. That's also not true. So now we come to this point where it's like, well, Matthew, if we can't determine the premise, I mean, because we didn't make up looking out at the horizon. The horizon is supposed to be the thing that ships disappear behind. But that's a very loosely understood thing, because the thing that they're really saying is the reason that it's going over the curve is because the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, and your elevation drops 8 inches per mile squared. So there's no explanation. There's just, well, these are the things that you believe in, and we're asking about why they can't be evidence, and you're like, well, I just don't know how to reconcile it.
God rocking your hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
Did you get that, Matthew?
Yes, I did. So, yeah, the raw evidence is that 9 miles away and 6 inches above. This is the laser test in England. The raw evidence is that both the red and the blue lasers were visible across 9 miles. Now, I would say that there are two different ways that might happen. One is the Earth is perfectly flat, and you can see directly across that flat 9 miles. Another explanation might be something like, oh, well, there was sufficient refraction and spread of those two lasers.
That doesn't work, because the spread wouldn't and refraction would mean that the lasers would separate,
Yes,
and
so
you're not
you're arguing
accounting
that-
for refraction correctly up here,
Okay,
bro.
listen, I'm saying I'm describing the two different explanations. I understand.
Yeah,
that you're
yeah.
saying
One of your
that it
explanations doesn't work because the
understand.
lasers, both of the lasers, wouldn't hit the target because the refraction would cause them to spread out, and they wouldn't both hit the target. Only one of them would.
Right. So there are two explanations, and you say that one doesn't work. I understand that. So what I'm saying is that my belief in the globe is stronger
Then objective evidence. We know.
Then the explanation that you present versus the explanation that I present. So I'm deciding between those two explanations.
You don't have an valid explanation. You just have like, I wish that light would all bend, even if it's refracting at the same rate, but it doesn't. So you're just wrong, Matthew.
That's totally
Reflection
understandable.
does not bend light, Matthew. It doesn't bend it. It reflects it in all directions. It breaks it up. It makes it less light. That's all it does through air. I've looked and looked and looked and looked. There is not one example that anyone gives on the internet that says light is being bent by air. Not one.
Have you guys ever heard from Meme or any other salesperson that when you tell someone something, they're less likely to believe it? But if you ask them questions, like, listen. Like, you guys.
Your volume's really fucked up, Elijah. Can you move your mic closer to your face?
No, it's not. There's no mic. Just have to.
So here's the thing that I don't want to be missed. I just explained that we don't have an explanation. There's only the globe claim and no evidence in the face of the globe claim. So he just told you that you have an explanation and he's just going to go with his explanation. That was an incorrect response. It should have been noted instead of blown past.
So Elijah, you don't agree with my explanation. I understand, but how can you say it's not an explanation?
What is your explanation? Can you what do you mean? Can you be specific? I don't know what you mean by that.
Sure. The raw evidence is that, hey, both the red and the blue lasers are visible, right? And so my explanation, which you will disagree with, which you won't like, which you will say doesn't work, but I'm telling you what my explanation is. My explanation is that maybe there was enough spread of the lasers plus enough refraction such that both the red and the blue laser curved around the Earth enough to hit the target.
Okay, so my question back to you is, do you think that the military is inept?
No.
Okay, so don't you think that was the specific reason they were doing this test, to figure that out?
I'm sorry, I don't know the history about this specific test. I just was based on what Drace was saying earlier.
All right, so based on what I just said, the most reasonable response from this moment on when being questioned is, I don't know.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to say that because I don't know about that test.
I just want to say one more thing and I'll shut up. Matthew, refraction of laser light through air and air alone, it breaks it up. It goes in all directions. And the spreading out of a laser and refraction, they're not two different things, Matthew. They are exactly the same thing. There is not the spreading out of laser and refraction going on. Refraction of a laser is when it spreads out, goes in all directions. And there is no demonstration, no evidence that says it does anything but that.
It's good enough for the army to use to blow shit up, then it might just be good enough for me.
Yeah, it works for the army to target things at 100 miles and hit them dead on, but for Matthew, that doesn't work.
Oh, it's just a religion, right? It's just a faith now, right, Matthew? It doesn't even matter, like math, no math. You just fudge the numbers to fit your belief system. Is that how it works?
Exactly. Yes. He doesn't realize how religious he sounds, I don't think. It doesn't matter what evidence will be presented. He'll try and cram that square peg into the round hole.
See, this is the thing. Sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to say, this is the thing about warfare. Over time, what we've done is tried to make our enemy as far away as possible. You know, it kind of releases the amount of damage that's on us and keep them at arm's length. So when they developed these technologies to target shit at distance, yeah, they wanted to be all up in it because that's keeping your enemy at arm's length. So it is utilized practically every single fucking day because wars are always going on and people are always blowing each other up. using these targeting devices that would have to take account for physical curvature, whether you can see it with your eyes or not.
Yeah, you're not going to see anything at 100 miles away, Matthew. They're targeting it with radars and line of sight targeting systems. That's lasers and targeting it. Even though there's might be some slight refraction, they actually use many lasers of different wavelengths, generally 3 or 2, to see if there's any refraction so that they can account for it and actually hit the target, Matthew.
Yeah, 100 miles seems like a long ways. I have no idea how that military stuff works.
And this is the thing as well. If we're talking about propagating signals and direct line of sight here, we spoke about radar. This is 2 journeys. So the laser's just 1. But the radar ping out to the object and back again, that's 2 journeys. And that's 2 journeys over a curved surface if you believe you're on a ball. Right? So that's twice around a curved surface.
And then the third time with the actual physical projectile hitting the target, like Matthew's so out of the water, he doesn't know where he's at.
Because he's rejecting the actual narrative or the actual story that's supposed to be accepted, that you can't see it, you can't measure it, right? It's flat. Okay, that's how you're supposed to look at it. As a globe earther, that's how you're supposed to look at it. Okay, here.
Yeah, that's how it operates. That's how we use it. It's flat. It's not a globe.
You can believe it's a globe.
Matthew, why talk about light bending around the globe if the globe hasn't been demonstrated in the first place?
That's a perfectly fair question. So the only reason I talk about light bending around a globe is based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe. If I didn't believe the Earth was a globe,
I thought so.
You can believe that. You can believe that if you want, right? But the point is, you can demonstrate it. You're not going to be able to demonstrate it because that's not how it works. Okay, it works as if it is flat. This is how things work in the real world. Why things work? Airplanes, phones, technology, right? This is how you're supposed. So you're saying that you can demonstrate it and show it is going against what is being taught on TV and school, that we can't. It's always going to appear flat. Okay, like you at least come meet us there, where everyone is. See, and that's where your faith should really be. You know what I mean? As far as believing these people. You can't believe some things they say and not other things because you have your own ideas when you don't even have a PhD in astronomy.
You try shooting something, Matthew, while assuming the Coriolis and all that jazz and the Earth curve. Go ahead and tell me how well you do.
yeah, I think I wouldn't do very well at shooting anything, but I get your point.
Is it easier to understand that the object that we're aiming at, that thing that we're pointing at, that thing that we're looking at, is directly in front of us?
Yes, that's the easiest thing. That's the easiest way to do it.
And there has to be a I like this word, reconciliation. There has to be a reconciliation from you or anybody else that believes that they live on the ball that no, there's a curve. He keeps mumbling in the background. Do you understand there's a reconciliation that you can't reconcile? It's been demonstrated to you that the two claims have been falsified, the curvature and the refraction. It's been demonstrated to you that no matter what the wavelength, we're accounting for refraction and shit. Now we're able to use it, and we are using direct line of sight technology because that's what it is. Direct line of sight.
Is that going to work? Yeah, is that going to work if you're firing at an apparent target instead of the physical location of the target?
And like was just brought up, if you start bringing into the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah, it's not going to work. You're not going to hit the target if you're not aiming at the target because you believe in Coriolis. It's not going to work if you're aiming at the target and and you think, oh, that's a hologram. I need to aim way above because the hologram target is way beyond the Earth curve. You're not going to hit anything if you're not aiming at the target and aiming way above.
Yeah, but Lebas żarki del cazzo.
What?
Because that's not how the globe beliefs work, right? The way the globe beliefs work is you have to assume it's flat and motion. Yeah.
Do you realize
you have to assume it's flat and motionless to shoot rockets, to shoot projectiles, to fly airplanes. But then Matthew and other people like him believe it must be spherical because it doesn't function unless it's flat.
Now check this shit out. Check this out, Drace. So when we're trying to prove that it's a globe,
It keeps mumbling in the background. Sorry, guys, it's starting to get annoying. Who is that? If not, carry on, Elijah. I don't want to interrupt you, but I don't want you to be interrupted by somebody who keeps mumbling.
yeah. So here's the thing: when someone challenges someone about the globe, they use the assumption that it's the globe, irrespective of any evidence. But it's the belief in the globe and the assumption of the globe that is the evidence. But when it comes to doing stuff on Earth, it's assumed as flat. So it's assumed as flat for practicality. It's assumed as globe for when asking what you believe. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. Very, very interesting. Been thinking about that a lot.
So what say you, Matthew?
I would say that yes, both are true. We assume the globe when talking about the way that the Earth as a whole is shaped, and then we assume flat in practical purposes when we're on the surface because it's so large. So Elijah's right.
So would you then agree that the Earth is practically flat?
For practical purposes, yes, we can treat it as flat.
Yeah, so when we're talking about hypersonic airplanes moving at Mach 4, like, they don't have to account for the Earth being curved at all, even though that would be a serious issue. Great job, Matthew.
Faith.
Sorry,
If you have faith,
sorry, very quickly, understanding what I mean by practically for all intents and purposes. Yeah?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So for all intents and purposes, everywhere on the Earth is practically flat. For all practical applications, navigation, shooting shit, getting anywhere, the Earth is utilized because it is practically flat.
Yes, with a little asterisk, I would say building buildings, flying airplanes short distances, navigating within streets,
long distances as well. Don't just say short distances. Long distances.
With long distances, you have to assume the globe is right. Before.
No, you don't. You don't.
No.
You actually don't.
No. So using sextants, we don't have to assume a globe. We've been navigating the seas for fucking years, and we got around long distances just fine.
In what specific scenarios would you assume the globe for practical purposes?
In charting a airliner's path from London to Johannesburg or something like that, a really long flight.
You would factor curvature and rotation?
Not the curvature, but just the shape of the globe in determining which direction to fly.
So curvature is not the shape of the globe. What?
Well, that's a reification fallacy, because ultimately you need a direction. Oh, my bad. You're right. Okay.
So the true part of what you said was you need to figure out your direction. But again, with a circle around you and an elevation angle off of a horizontal, you get that direction. Globe not necessary. Like I don't get where the necessity of I don't get where the necessity of it's a globe is. I mean, it's after you have your information. I mean, really, if you're looking at charts, there's nothing globular about it. But when you reify it, you say, well, this is how I'm traveling on this sphere. That's a reification.
Yeah, why don't you just why not like get a citation or a link, so make it easier. It's like, see, this is how it's done. You got anything like that, or did you just come up with that real quick? Eh?
You mean you're talking about how celestial navigation works with sextants and that type of stuff?
Oh, like I'm sure you'll get never mind.
Matthew, it's a little alarming how you'll circle around things just to stick with your guns,
What do you mean by circle around things? Can you give me an example?
Well, you will concede to belief in things, or you'll, interpret things and your own way, in a biased way, because of your beliefs. And this is the problem in the world today. That's all I'm saying, man. Nobody knows what a word means these days.
Yeah, like yesterday, right? We were like, so what do you think, Matthew? 180 degrees, is that straight line? You're like, yes. Is that level? You were like, yes. Do we use water to level things? You said yes. So is water level and flat? And you were like, no. You know what I mean?
And don't get me wrong, Matthew. I say this out of love. I'm not hating on you or anything. If I get passionate and stuff, it's not out of hatred or anything. It's just I really care about truth, and this is what we're here for: is the truth. That's all. All of us in here are in here for truth.
Yeah,
and you're in here a lot, and it's so alarming that you can say the things that you say, and then you just obfuscate everything that we say, like concede all the way down to belief, man.
What's wrong with belief?
The stubbornness is flabbergasting.
Well, there's
When your faith,
some scripture that talks about locking up in stubbornness and mercy and all the things. So I'm not super concerned, but yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all good. I'm just saying, when your faith, Matthew, contradicts what you claim to believe, and you have to create all these crazy imaginations of how it could be a metaphor, but you can't actually explain any metaphor it could actually be explaining because there's only one way to interpret it. That becomes a pretty crazy extreme. You're creating your own religion unrelated to the scriptures, Matthew.
So that is problematic if people try to create their own religion and try to write their own interpretations. But I don't think I'm doing that.
And Matthew,
well, here's the thing: interpreting scripture and taking scripture for what it presents itself as is the reason why there's so many denominations of one certain religion, is because people want to interpret it. Instead of interpreting it, why don't you try to go outside of yourself and read it? And stop
test it like the book says, test all things, and then you will know. You can test this thing for yourself. You don't have to have all of these imaginations and beliefs and rationalizations to try to justify the book being not what you believe. You can just test it for yourself and then know that the book is actually accurate.
So, Matthew, speaking of the accuracy of your belief, you say that the globe is utilized for long-distance navigation, right?
Right.
What's referenced there? A model globe?
The idea that the Earth is spherical, that mathematical model, I guess. So
an idea. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, what does that model derive from?
You're asking where they came up with it, or what do you mean derive from?
Well, what's it derived from? Would it be the Earth?
They came up with it as a way of describing observed phenomena.
Yeah, but those phenomena, they're observed on the Earth, and any measurements taken were taken from the Earth, whether they be angles or whatever it is that they translated into this model you speak of, right?
Did they
Yeah,
just
so it's from the Earth. So does the Earth exhibit any measurable convexity on its surface?
Not directly measurable, but I would say we can calculate it and see the effects of it sometimes.
Okay. So we can't directly measure or demonstrate it, but we can see its effects. How do you know that those effects are caused by convexity of the surface if you don't know it's there? Or can't directly demonstrate that it's there?
Yeah, because it seems to match our observations and predictions and that type of thing.
But then when it doesn't, you just say that light did whatever it needed to for it to look like whatever it did, but still be the globe that you preconceive.
Right. To preserve the model, sometimes we say, oh, there's refraction that made that happen. That must be the explanation.
So if the Earth cannot be demonstrated via measurements of its surface to actually be this thing that you imagine and conceptualize it to be, then what is actually being referenced in navigation? A globe in reality?
It's the model of the globe, not in reality.
Right. It's just an idea, and it's an idea derived from an Earth which cannot be shown to be the thing that you're saying it is.
So basically, we're just lying to people now, right? Like, we're just openly lying, right?
Well, we are not, but Matthew is. We tested the Earth, and we found that it didn't have the curvature required for his assumptions, and so he's left with only belief and just saying, no. I don't believe in reality. I believe in my beliefs.
Well, me plus the nautical almanac that describes how celestial navigation works. Both of us, I guess.
What? No, the almanac are going to be so you can know where you are.
Yeah, so what does it mean to say that the table of solutions of a spherical triangle of which two sides are included in the angle are known and necessary? What does it mean by a spherical triangle in that almanac?
What do you think? A spherical triangle?
Right. I posted it 55 past the hour if you want to see the quote I'm referring to.
Spherical triangle. Interesting.
Yeah, a spherical triangle is not a triangle. It's a different type of thing, but they use this.
It's a scalene triangle, not a triangle, basically. Not usable for triangulation.
This is where we derived the ability to navigate across the Earth. So where did we derive this model from? Well, ultimately, we were first looking at the stars because the stars were observable for everyone. So we measured those with elevation angles and plotted their locations through certain times of years. Using this technology and understanding about stars being at certain places at certain times of years, it was helpful when navigating around the Earth. Now we managed to traverse huge distances whilst utilising tools that require the Earth to be level, but ultimately the model in the first instance comes from the sky. That's where we started.
Yeah, so that spherical triangle is not talking about like the sphere of the Earth. It's talking about I think drawing, mapping out coordinates, and they overlap. You know, there's these three spheres you're going to draw, right? And they're going to overlap, and then you're going to triangulate. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that's what those are. Okay, but it's not the sphere of the Earth.
Yeah, so if you're talking about triangulating on a flat map, that would be triangulation, and that would be a triangle, not a spherical triangle.
Well, it's a circle around you, right? It's around you. You're trying to figure out where you are, right? So you're looking at where these stars should be, right? Now you know where they are, okay? And then you're trying to figure out where you are, so you're drawing circles.
You join triangle. Primarily, you have one circle, which is a circle of equal altitude. That is basically across the plane of the Earth. The rest are triangles. So when using tools like sextants, we understand that we're using angle measuring devices. To understand, this argument further, we have to understand that this is without a ball. If the Earth was a ball, we couldn't use these tools. We have to now do some mathematics to put the navigation on a ball. But ultimately, when your life depends on it, you're going to pick up a sextant, if you can, and figure out your location on the Earth. To measure those angles, you require all of your calculations to make a triangle for you.
You're taking a reading of where things are, and you're drawing a circle around you on the map. Okay, and then where the circles intersect, and overlap, right? Those are points. You're drawing these points. Okay, this is the dot. This is the dot. Okay, and now I'm over here. So you're taking these readings over time, and you're mapping these circles on the map, and then you triangulate your position on it. So that's what
you're using a sextant to figure out how far away you are from a certain GP of a star, correct?
Yeah, and you're using the almanac to know which star where the star should be.
You mean the almanac that mentions a spherical triangle? So I posted a picture.
Whoa! Understanding that, given that the Earth is described as a plane of equal altitude extending out from you, and the GP of the star is at 90 fucking degrees to you, at possibly 100, 200, 500, 1,000 miles away, then you have to understand that you're drawing a 90 degree underneath the GP of the star. He literally has a ground position.
Right, like the image I posted at 59 past the hour, that right angle you're talking about?
Sorry, I was looking at Tracy's image for some reason.
The point is, there is no globe being used. Okay, there's no globe being used to anywhere, for any kind of navigation. Okay, it's always the same patterns of stars since the Saros cycle was observed. All the data all put together. The data we're gathering now, they create this calendar or almanac of where the stars should be, and that's exactly where they usually. I mean, there's no globe, so you were either lying, I guess, but you didn't know what you were talking about, or you just didn't know what you were talking about. Which one is it?
Yeah, so I'm asking the question about how you find a distance to the GP based on an angle, and I posted from QE's website the triangle that he mentions.
I think what I think is a good idea. I think you should go take a navigation course, or just watch a navigation tutorial or playlist on the internet. Okay, full on learn how to navigate. It's not hard, it takes I don't know. It depends how fast you learn. You can learn in a week.
So I guess maybe I could ask it this way: is there anybody who agrees with QE's website that shows how you get a distance to the GP? I mean, where I posted 59 past the hour. Does anybody agree with that?
I don't see how that. Can you try to articulate how that's doing that when I don't see that as QE's claim in that little picture you posted?
Yeah, so QE's claim is that the way that you determine the distance to the GP is that you measure the angle on the left-hand side of that triangle, and then using trigonometry, you can find x, which is the distance to the GP. So that's how you figure out how far away you are from a specific point.
Yeah, and then you verify that by going onto the GP by testing it.
Right. My point is, and this is the next part of what I was going to say, so if you can find x to figure out how far away you are from the GP of the star, shouldn't it also be possible to find y to figure out how high the star is?
Who cares?
Well, you're assuming that the star is actually being observed with no atmosphere and no refraction. So the star is actually an apparent object. It's not a physical object that we can verify. It's just something we see in the sky.
Right. My point being that if you can figure out the distance to the GP of the star, you can also figure out how high the star is.
You can assume how high the star is, but we can actually measure and calculate and figure out how far the distance to the GP is based on travel. We don't need just the assumptions. When you're talking about the height of the thing and you're assuming how high it is, that we can't do that. We don't know the medium between us and it.
It's a basic map in the sky, right? We're trying to figure out where we are. Right? We're tracking where we leave, right? So we make some assumptions where we should be in a couple of hours, right? And then we take a reading, and we're just trying to, be more precise where we are or we should be. Oh, look, this is where we are, and that's all we're doing. We're just trying to monitor where we are on the map, and the stars, is that map, and it gets us to where we need to go on a flat surface.
You can see the X is flat, Matthew?
Yes, on QE's diagram, the X is flat.
So not a globe.
That's right, because QE is assuming a flat Earth.
But that's how the math works. Yeah. Okay. That only works on a flat Earth, not a globe. Gotcha.
Right. And so I'm saying if QE's diagram is correct, then you should also know the height, the altitude of a star. In fact, you'd have to know how high it is before you can do that.
It's not. Nobody no. That's not what that's for. You can't know the altitude of a star. What
Exactly.
you're looking
That's my point.
is the position of the star in the sky in relation to you and the other stars, so that you can know where you are on the map. Like that.
Yeah,
That's
Matthew,
all.
you can only know the apparent position of the star, but you can know the actual GP, or when you're right underneath the star. This is not hard to understand, Matthew. Please take a moment and think.
We can't.
No, you guys are right. Bong is right. If we don't know the altitude of the star, but if you don't know the altitude of the star, then the QE's diagram doesn't work.
Just go take a navigation course.
The apparent position of the luminaries is the same place that it always is. Doesn't mean it's a physical object. They can measure the distance.
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to do trigonometry, to calculate a distance the size of one side of the triangle, you have to know at least one other size.
Nobody calculates the distances to any stars. Like nobody does that for any reason. Like nobody. Okay, maybe astronomers, they're trying to develop the model. Okay, maybe those guys, but navigators don't do that. They don't care about the distance of the stars, or they just care about the positions in relation to where they are and the other stars in the sky.
Yeah,
it's a map.
My point is that if you're doing trigonometry, and the point of trigonometry is to figure out the distance of one side of the triangle. In order to get one side of the triangle, you have to at least know at least the one other side of the size of another side.
You just need to know the GP. You just need to know the GP, and then from the angle that you measured, you can figure out the distance.
Because
Simple,
if you know that you can't get the distance without at least one other size.
You need to know the location of the GP.
That's why we have navigational charts to know the positions of the GPs, Matthew.
You know the positions of the GP.
And your line of travel on your
Y'all hear me or no? What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So sorry, but it's like I be speaking and I know my mouth is loud because I'm speaking directly to my phone. It's like I don't know when y'all can hear me and when y'all don't, because y'all just always act like y'all don't hear me. Like since the beginning.
now.
You're usually real quiet, to be honest.
I know, but I'm not quiet now, right? Y'all still doing
No,
it. So.
coming through loud and clear now.
Go ahead, bro.
Again, the point to note is, Matthew, what are you talking about?
QE's diagram, his triangle that he has on his
Sorry, I wasn't done with the question.
Sorry, go ahead.
What are you talking about when you're talking about being concerned with the height of the star? With the method, and this is similar to the scientific method. The scientific method is something that astronomers have to work without, from outside of the method. In this situation, we're talking about celestial navigation, which has nothing to do with figuring out the height of the hypotenuse. So why are you talking about it?
Because I was referring to QE's diagram at 59 past the hour. Because you need to want to find the distance to the GP, right? That's the whole thing. You need to find out how far away you are from the GP of that star.
She's been up since early this morning.
Drace, neither Elijah are speaking right now.
So what was your point?
We were talking about the triangle that
Yeah, but
QE presented.
that's a non sequitur because QE is trying to detail a method,
right?
And you're talking about something that is irrelevant to the method.
Yeah, and QE's method is actually functional and is what navigators have used for thousands of years.
We'll just give it. We'll give another thing that QE invented, right?
No, I'm just saying that here's QE showing a triangle of how you find the distance from the GP to your location using trigonometry.
Correct. The same way that they detail it in the method of celestial navigation. What's the problem?
The problem is, in order to evaluate and calculate the x in the diagram, the distance to the GP, you need to know at least one other side of the triangle.
Is that true in celestial navigation? Would you say that to a navigator?
No, a navigator wouldn't like QE's diagram. But I'm saying
That's the
just
QE gets
trigonometry.
his diagrams from navigational series on YouTube.
Okay, so a simple geometry.
I'm sorry. Rewind. Let's just deal with the point that you just made. QE used the diagrams of celestial navigators on YouTube. That defeats your premise.
Some of his diagrams are, but when he attempted to show how trigonometry is used for those triangles, he just used a regular triangle.
So what? But how? I mean, the context is obviously the method of celestial navigation, is it not?
It is.
So then you have to admit that your point is non sequitur.
The point is that in order to do trigonometry, and this
but celestial navigation is not doing regular trig.
That's what QE says it is.
Neither is QE.
So QE's wrong about.
No, you're just misrepresenting him,
right?
like normal.
Because he's presenting the argument about celestial navigation. So he's in line with celestial navigation. You're in opposition.
Right. Define a regular. He said regular.
I know, but it's really hard.
Define regular triangle. What do you mean by that?
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. So QE is detailing the method. He's not trying to solve for the height of a hypotenuse.
And no one else is in navigation either.
I agree.
But you don't agree because even though you agree with the premise, you're trying to say that this is in a sense he's right, but he's wrong. I don't get it. You're not making clear the justification for accepting that he's talking about celestial navigation. Helio, if that's you're going on mute. I didn't try to regain control for you to step all over what I said. I want him to address what I'm saying.
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
My point is basically just that right triangles.
Your point is that he's not solving for a triangle like you would in trigonometry. He knows that. I know that. You know that. My question is, so what?
So why did he put that on his website with all the trigonometric functions underneath it?
Because that's what celestial navigation uses, trigonometric functions.
Okay. So trigonometric functions deal with right triangles. And in order to measure the distance of one side of a right triangle, you have to know at least one other side.
No.
No
Well,
shit.
yeah, but in celestial navigation, the method is different. So, how do you solve for X? Did he detail that in his video?
You solve for X by calculating using the angle to the star and then looking it up in the chart.
Okay, so what did he do wrong?
That part is right, but his diagram is
Okay, so I mean, you use the chart to understand the position of the star in relation to you, so you have the right bearing.
right. So in the chart, why does that same book mention spherical triangles in the same book that has all the charts?
What is the point of mentioning it if it has nothing to do with the method?
That's a good question, but there it is, right there in that book.
Okay, but what does it have to do with the method?
It has nothing to do with the method. It has to do with how you came up with the chart in the first place.
That's not true. Can you justify that statement?
I'm just reporting what they said that they
Okay,
were
well, I'll
using.
tell you why it's not true. Because they built the entire map system or the star system based on the limited angle to Polaris, which again would be an elevation angle off of a horizontal surface. So again, please tell me how what you said is justifiable and how what I just rebutted with it is wrong.
Right. So when we look in this book of tables and charts and that type of stuff, it gives all of the different GPs of the stars and all that type of stuff. But then if you look further in the book, it describes the main purpose of those tables is basically a table of solutions to spherical triangles.
Does it justify it?
I mean, I can post that again if you want the quote, but
it
justifies where it came from.
What is a spherical triangle? Can you post something that describes a spherical triangle?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
talking about
wondering what is a spherical triangle? I'm trying to figure this shit out.
We don't want to know what a spherical triangle is. We want him to justify what he's saying.
Yeah, well, he can't. Based on that,
Maybe he can. We'll see. I don't know.
My justification is the Nautical Almanac, the same place where all
what
of
is
those
a
tables and
spherical
charts-
triangle, bro?
The Nautical Almanac is built off of elevation angles, flat Earth angle measurements. So what is your response to that? 'Cause that's how it was built.
Yeah, so my response to that is to quote the manual itself that says the secondary purpose is to provide within the limitations of the tabular precision.
So my statement is justified literally in the angular measurement. What is the justification for them in the book?
Well, I gave the first half before you interrupted. If you're interested in the second half, it's at 16 past the hour.
Well, what was the first half? Let me hear it from your mouth.
A secondary purpose is to provide within the limitations of the tabular precision and interval a table of the solutions of a spherical triangle. That's straight from the almanac itself, the same one where you get the chart.
But what is the justification for that? Like, how do we know that that's true? Well, what are they practically doing to validate that statement is true? Because what I know
I hear what you're
the almanac is built off of elevation angles. Now, so that presents the problem that okay, we're using a plane, and you guys are saying, well, no. Like relatively speaking, you have a horizontal plane, but the Earth is not a horizontal plane. So justify the reasoning after that. What is the evidence?
Sure, I guess I would say that if I trust the chart and I trust the tables, then I also trust their description of what they are.
And so then you trust that there's a spherical triangle.
Yeah, that's what it says in the almanac itself.
Okay.
Okay, give us an example of it, of what it means, of what it's saying, and what it means. Go ahead, give us.
It's right there in the quote. I quoted it 16 past the hour.
No, I know what it says, but what is
now we have a juxtaposition.
I know what it says, but what's the justification? Just because it says so?
The justification is that their charts are accurate and work.
Yeah, so blind trust.
Because they're elevation angles. The first one being using Polaris, right? And the limited angle that you have when you're at the equator. That's where the arbitrary equator was created, off of the limited angle of Polaris after a given the distance. That's where the equator comes from that elevation angle. So if everything else was built just like that, then where does the spherical part come in? Practically.
Look, I'm just quoting what they said. I mean, the fact that it says spherical triangle indicates to me
You're taking it out of context. You don't even know what you're quoting. Seriously.
I posted a link and
Is that your proof? Is that your proof that navigation uses the globe Earth? Is that your proof right there?
No, I'm reporting that the chart that is used, says spherical triangle right in it.
Yeah, now explain it. What does that mean?
Well,
does that mean the ball?
They describe it as a spherical triangle is basically how they made that chart. And I get that you don't want to believe them. That's fine.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Well, I clicked the link and it's not working.
You have a citation. Now you need to provide the demonstration.
Well, look, I'm not going to defend the Nautical Almanac. I'm just reporting what they say.
I clicked the link.
Simple definition: 180 degrees, three angles, boom, 180 degrees. Curved. If there's one curved side, it's not 180 degrees anymore, so it's not a triangle.
That's correct.
All right. Well, then, what are you talking about then?
Something different, something called a spherical triangle, which is not a triangle.
All right, so is that in Euclidean geometry or non-Euclidean geometry? I mean, come on, man.
Where is this spherical triangle?
Like that works.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? What is this spherical triangle?
So they're taking elevation angles, right? So that's the thing. Where does the spherical triangle come in? Is it in the sky? Like what? Like what are we talking about?
Can I offer some insight here?
Please do. I've been talking too much.
Well, I mean, that was definitely a question pointed at Matthew.
So
that was definitely a question pointed at Matthew.
Right, but he's not answering the question.
Well, I can answer. I'll answer, then I'll let
you interjected.
Let me answer, and then you take over. I would say that the fact that they mentioned the word spherical triangle in that almanac indicates that is the way that they're coming up with.
Okay, but knowing that your measurement is on the ground, right. Okay, and they say that you have a radius from U to X. A radius is a line that's straight.
Right.
So we already know that radius is also a part of a circle in this instant, or in any instant. I don't know. I'm not a math wizard like you. So where would the spherical triangle part be in all of this practical usage? Is it in the sky?
He knows us. He knows he means arc.
I just told the other dude.
He knows he means arc. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So the distance between you and the GP of the star using that chart is an arc from you over the globe to that GP, and use the chart to figure out the distance.
Yeah, so I mean, but you can't prove that. So anyway, I want to hear from the new guy. I'm tired of listening to this.
So the arc is in the sky.
No, it's along the surface of the globe.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but anyway, you're trying to hold on. Time out, Helio. Shut up.
Okay.
The ark is in the sky, my man, because you're trying to solve for the distance above your head to the sun. That's really what you're doing. And then
Ark
that's
can only
transposed to
exist on Earth, though.
Hold on, Helio.
Hilo
I can't.
please, man.
No,
Fucking
don't
hell.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. So the ark is in the sky, my man. That information.
So, spherical triangles are like 3D constructs of lines projected from the center of a sphere. So if you have a sphere and you locate its center point and you send 3 lines from that center point, whatever the resultant area on the surface of the sphere is will be known as a spherical triangle. Matthew, am I wrong or right?
That's a good explanation, and I posted a picture at 23 past the hour for anyone interested.
Yeah, so the problem is that the radius of the so-called globe has been debunked. So any claims that there are any spherical triangles that pertain to Earth are wrong. And so it doesn't actually matter what you say about celestial navigation or, theodolites or whatever. It's like, if the Earth is a globe of a given radius, then its boundaries will be limited and observably so. And if you can observe things that debunk that claim, then you are forced by the philosophy of empiricism to abandon your claim.
And I think I know I got
years.
muted. Check this out. What Matthew was saying, or whatever anyone else would say, what you're saying is the spherical triangle, which doesn't add up to 180 degrees. Doesn't matter which way you cover it. What Matthew was saying is there's only one line that's curved.
No line is curved.
There's no lines curved, but in Matthew's description, there's only one line that's curved.
This is. I'm dead ass gonna. This is gonna be a problem. You cannot be a part of conversation when you're like this. I don't care what anybody says to me.
We're unsure who you're talking to, Elijah.
Helio.
Well, does anyone want to contend with the claim that I just put forth?
Well, no one remembers because of Helio. Could you repeat yourself? Give a little summary.
Yeah, so a spherical triangle is described as the perimeter of a section of the surface of a sphere that is described by 3 lines protruding from its center to 3 arbitrary points on the sphere. Does everybody understand what I just said?
Right, and that's true.
Yeah.
Right. So the problem for the globers is you have to demonstrate that there is a center, that there is a radius, and that we are stood upon any section of a spherical triangle. And the problem is, if the radius is as claimed, then it can only optically present itself within the constraints of its geometry, which is, and I'm going to butcher this slightly because I've been out of the arena for a while, but 1.23 miles per foot squared of the observer's height. Am I wrong?
Times the square root of the observer height.
That's what I said. And so, if it's possible to observe the horizon beyond that, then the geometric constraints are falsified, and so every subsequent claim about the geometry is also falsified. And you can say whatever you want about the movement of the stars. You can say whatever you want about refraction, et cetera, but you've never contended with the initial claim. And so, the ball's in your court, pun intended.
Listen, I agree. You are right. If you falsify the radius, then that proves that spherical triangles aren't part of celestial navigation.
Dude, it's in the sky, like Elijah said. I put the link. Go look at it. What are you doing?
This is where the magic takes place. This is where the magic takes place. I'm sitting here patiently waiting for the magic to take place.
How long have you been talking about the sextant and no curved adjacents? Are you serious? Did you really think that they were talking about the ground?
Well, here's the thing. Like that curve is not really a curve. It's just our perspective. And funny enough, God made it so that when we use a little glorified protractor, the degrees on that protractor will somehow, we can figure out with a method, equal to the distance from point A to point B. Now that's the truth. Everything that you're adding in it can't be validated. And I'm a firm believer that God is truth. I never want to be, proposing or supposing anything that I don't know, because that would take me further away from God. It's not necessary for me to do that. I can explain exactly what it is, because that arc is the arc in the fucking. It's literally called an arc arm or whatever it's called, but it's an arc something. But it's just the degrees on that arced piece of equipment, like a protractor with the flat bottom, that you get the angle from.
Use glorified protractor, move away from Polaris, watch it descend. There's your equator. I mean, Dave, you've literally you utilized half of the surface of the Earth, one direct line in some assumptions, right?
Wait, hold on a second, please. Hold on a second.
No, you hold on. If the flat part of a protractor was curved, you wouldn't have an angle.
Exactly.
What are we talking about, fam? You got the horizontal that you need. That's why you're using the horizon, because you need for this device to be as level as possible, so that when you make that vertical measurement from the horizontal, you have the appropriate angle.
Yo, but I just want to add that, Matthew, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. But
okay, okay, that's fine. But when you're talking about celestial navigation, are you aware that every celestial navigation measurement is taken from a plane, which is an alleged bisection of the alleged globe?
Yes, that's how.
So you concede then that it's only possible to know a star's position relative to the Earth based on angular measurements, which require a flat plane, right?
So to measure an angle, we're trying to figure out how high above the exactly level, how high of an elevation, how many angles, or how many.
No, that's bullshit. You're not trying to figure out how high it is. You're trying to figure out where it is relative to other landmarks.
Of course, when I said how high, I meant how many degrees of elevation, not the literal altitude.
In order to have degrees of elevation, though, you have to be working with a plane.
Exactly.
For that to make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
So if the plane is a bisection of the alleged globe, how is that any better in your model than just a flat Earth given that if you accept modern cosmology to the ends of its claims, that there is no actual reference point. Like, are you aware that if you accept the heliocentric model, you actually have to accept all of the claims of current cosmology?
No, I don't have to accept the claim of dark matter if I believe the sun is the center of the solar system.
You actually do.
Yeah, you really do, because
Wait, why?
because dark matter is akin to refraction. You see,
No, it's not. They're completely separate.
I'm sorry.
They're completely
Excuse me?
separate. Refraction is one physical phenomenon.
Excuse me. I hear you talking, but I was talking. That's why I'm saying excuse me.
I'm sorry, I didn't shut up the instant you opened your mouth. I apologize.
So I'm trying to make a point, and you're trying to stop it from being heard. Do you not see that as a problem in God's eyes when we're trying to get to the truth?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. What was I saying?
Talking about dark matter. Comparison with
dark
refraction.
matter. Yeah, dark matter is akin to refraction in the sense it's what? Twice removed from the initial premise that can't be proven. Uh-oh. Now go ahead.
Well, more specifically...
No. What's that, Matthew?
I was saying that dark... So what I think that Saved by the Word was saying is that if I accept the heliocentric model, that I need to accept the whole thing. And I was saying, I was using dark matter as an example of something that to extent I could still believe in the model.
Why do you feel you have to restate your position? My rebuttal to that very thing is, well, no, because dark matter is a contingency plan for the initial premise not being proved.
Yeah, so that's my point, that I don't have to believe both.
Okay, but you accept refraction though. You accept the globe. So when it comes to what they see out there, they made assumptions until they saw something else or didn't see the evidence of their initial assumption. And so they said dark matter. But the initial assumption is that we're revolving around the sun. So do you think we're moving around the sun, Matthew?
I do.
Okay, then you must accept.
What about the people who believed that we were revolving around the sun before dark matter was even raised?
Well, my question would be the same to them as it is to you. Now, can you answer?
They would say 100 years ago, like I say today.
You said 100 years ago.
I don't believe in dark matter.
Can I frame the question in like a more basic but concrete way?
Yeah, that might be helpful. Thank you.
The question is it the case or not that certain claims about the nature of reality necessarily entail certain other claims?
Yes, that's reasonable.
Okay, so if it's the case that the universe is a 14 billion light years wide sphere, does that entail any type of logical consequence?
I'm not a cosmologist, but it probably has lots of entailments. Which specific one are you referring to?
Well, does that mean that it's a volume?
Sure. Yeah, that would be one of them. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's a volume, then doesn't it necessarily mean that per the laws of thermodynamics that we can observe right now, that all of the high pressure gases and other fluids would fill that space?
Yes, given no other forces, it would all just fill that space. If there were no other forces.
Gravity's not a force, so continue.
So yeah, they would say that gravity is a pseudo force. We can treat it as a force, and that would be the explanation of why we don't have a uniform distribution of gas.
Doesn't that sound like a just so story to you?
It seems reasonable to me. I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, this sounds like a tea time parlor talk then. It doesn't sound robust.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, it's hard to understand, and if some people don't find it robust, okay.
Well, can you robustify it for me?
As a non-cosmologist or physicist, I probably couldn't do it justice, and it's unlikely that I could explain it in a way that you would find satisfying.
Matthew, are you a philosopher?
No.
Okay, so then I won't ask you philosophy questions.
I understand philosophy, and I know some about it, but I wouldn't consider myself a professional philosopher.
Okay, do you know what the word epistemology means?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, are you aware that there is an intrinsic dilemma in sorry, I'm a little bit drunk. In epistemology, wherein it's impossible to sort claims from experts if you don't have sufficient knowledge to know who is an expert?
Yeah, of course. If you don't know who experts are, then how would you know if it's a claim from an expert?
Exactly. So how do you rectify that conundrum?
I guess practically you would have to figure out who the experts are, like find out who they are.
Yeah, how do you do that?
By asking other people, talking to people you trust, seeing if the people that claim to be experts...
Stop. You already said people you trust. So how do you gain trust?
People's character, what I know of somebody. If somebody seems to be reliable in other areas, then I might trust what they say in unrelated areas.
So who in the astrological field has gained your trust in that way?
Nobody. There's actually literally nobody in that field that I trust.
Okay, so
sorry, I'm being a little bit coy there because I don't think astrology is valid, and so I don't trust any of them. I know that you meant astronomy.
Well, actually, I think astrology would be the preferable term because astronomy literally means naming stars, and astrology means learning about stars, but that's what you'd call an inversion in conspiracy talk.
That's interesting. I think you're right about the etymology. I was just referring to the current use of those words.
Fair enough. I know you're an anthropologist, an ethnographer of conspiracy people, and I respect that because I want to give you good info. What I'm asking you... Well, you used to call it that on your YouTube channel. So anyway, what I'm saying is if you lack the ability to create an objective criteria for who constitutes an expert, you actually can't justify any of the claims of people that you call experts. Do you agree?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Right. And so, do you see how that creates the parameters for the appeal to authority fallacy?
Yes.
Right. So now that you know that, and you've heard all the other proofs on this Discord server for 2 years or more, on what basis do you say that water curves? I mean, it's a very simple question at that point.
Okay, so first I'll answer the thing about figuring out some criteria for expertise. And I guess I don't have a well-defined criteria. I just sort of have maybe like a mushy feeling, like, oh, I feel like these people seem reasonable and these people don't. That's not a very satisfying answer. But that said, I do think that I have in my mind an idea of who people are that seem like experts, and so I do trust experts. Now, as far as
No, stop. What you've just said is that you are an expertise evaluating solipsist, because it's all dependent on your feelings and your mind.
I see what you're saying. I guess I'd want to throw reason in there too, that like I would have logic and reason. I don't know if I could defend them very articulately, though.
Of course not. You can't do it. That's the whole point of the server, is to show you that you actually lack the reason to defend your positions. And that's okay. You could say, I don't know.
Yeah, I say that all the time, yeah. But as far as the water curving, that's like a specific question about, there's a whole bunch of evidence this way or that, and talking about definitions and what counts as evidence and all that type of thing.
Well, I'm sorry. I've been out of the loop for a long time. I feel like helioskeptic in the sense that he says the same shit all the time, and so do I.
I might too.
Hey, can I ask Matt something real quick? Saved by the
go
word.
for it. Yeah, do it.
It's all right because I'm saved by the word, from that 80s sitcom. Anyways, with Zach Morrison, whatever his name. I'm just joking. Hey, so Matt, who would you trust more to tell you about the truth about a black hole? A cosmologist or a proctologist?
A cosmologist.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a pretty good one, though.
In the video I posted where I took some clips of things you said that according to the dictionary, level means parallel to the shape of the Earth, or to the Earth's spherical shape, right? So level is parallel to the Earth's spherical shape. But what about when we go into craters where it's concave instead of convex, and the water doesn't concave? So I'm not arguing with you that the water curves. It's all convex, right? Because the Earth is convex. But what about in the places where there's huge concave gaps? Wouldn't the water concave at those points?
What's going on? Why does he have concave all of a sudden?
He's talking about like valleys or something, or underwater canyons or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Water's flat in those zones too. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man.
Well, so
I was actually asking Matthew a question.
Yeah. So the answer would be that technically we Globers would say that level means, or sea level means something like along gravitationally equipotential lines, like the topography of the gravity. And those things can be influenced by underwater topography. But these are all like really minor little amounts. And I'm not an expert in that kind of stuff.
If they're minor amounts, then they should. Well, I mean, you made videos on this stuff, so you must have some knowledge of it. But if they're minor amounts, then wouldn't that support my argument that they should be easier seen instead of what you said, we're like ants on a giant clock, and how we're too small to see what's really going on the other side of the clock? But then, by your same admission, you said it's on a smaller scale, so therefore it should be visible to the naked human eye, but it isn't. There lies my question.
No, I mean the deviations would be small. Like the amount of difference it makes is small. Not that how far we can see is small.
Okay, so is it small enough to measure?
That's not how Globers see it. That's your opinion. Because the way Globers see it is that stuff is flat. The way Globers see it, right, is that you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That's how Globers see it. This is just your opinion.
Yeah, so Bong is talking about visual seeing, and it is the same word, but if you're doing careful, precise meadraments before seeing it,
want to say just slightly what? Slightly curving up and down, slightly what? Slightly adhering to the surface of the Earth when it's convexing and concaving. Like, what are you even saying?
that it's not a perfect sphere, that there are some
you can see it, right?
differences.
Wait, I'm sorry. We've gotten back into the weeds, and I hoped to extract a confession from Matthew that all appeals to authority are hearsay evidence.
It's
a
faith.
strong way of putting it. I don't know if I'd put it that strongly.
Well, can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate that it's not that strong?
It's a religion. It's a faith.
Well, I think it's a salary for Matthew. I think it's more of a salary for him.
No, let's not cast aspersions on his motives. He's obviously been here for fucking 3 years, so he's not just like hanging around for a paycheck. That's ridiculous. Nobody hangs around in a Discord server for paychecks. That's retarded.
So you don't think anybody gets paid to come on here?
I don't.
No.
Okay.
I mean, and some people don't have lives like me sometimes, you know. So maybe Matthew's like that, right, Matthew? Or do you get paid?
I don't.
He's just hanging out. He's fucking hanging out.
And there was
He's
also a time
asking
when you thought that
questions.
there's no possible way the Earth could be a ball, but you know it is not.
You have to at least agree, right, with all the globers that it appears flat, that you can't really measure or detect any curvature. That's where you have to be. Like, slightly going off on your own little crazy, making up your own, you know, ideas. Yeah, that's not science.
Yo, he's not making up his own ideas. That's the whole point I'm trying to get to. Like, first of all, nobody makes up their own ideas. All ideas are received from prior instruction. And so the question is...
To make up your own idea. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is nobody comes up with ideas except from some kind of prior instruction. And so what I want to know from Matthew is, or rather, are the claims from your prior instructors, viz. The claims of the earth, sufficient to overcome your doubt?
Yes, they are.
That's amazing. So when do you think you're going to Mars? Like 5 years from now?
So what doubt are you referring to? I don't really have that many doubts.
Well, that's crazy because you've been interacting with all of these doubt casters on the server for 3 years. And so you have no doubts? You've just been reflecting all of them? Like, what do you mean?
His faith is bigger than the size of a mustard seed. His faith is like a coconut.
So you're saying, wait a minute, let me just, because my favorite example are the ones that are based in like more heady cosmology.
Okay.
So my favorite example is it possible to speak of an object that has zero width, depth, or length?
You can speak about it, but like a point in geometry is without dimension.
Yeah, does it have any analog in actual reality?
No, it doesn't. In the physical world, things actually have all of those things.
So how then can you follow Stephen Hawking in saying that such objects exist in the sky? And
like
further,
black holes, right?
Or the singularity from which all matter allegedly arose.
Right. And so, in fact, I don't follow Stephen Hawking in saying that all matter arose from nothing because I'm a theist. But I get your point that black holes are weird, and I don't know what to think about them because I don't know much about them.
Wow, that's disarmingly humble.
Well, I mean, maybe I'd say I'm agnostic about how black holes work, and I think that most scientists should also be agnostic like me. But I think many of them are way too arrogant.
Wait, so you think that the question of whether or not black holes exist are questions of science?
No, that's metaphysics. Scientists take on the mantle of metaphysicians sometimes and make claims way beyond their pay grade. Anytime a scientist says, "Oh, we know God doesn't exist because science shows us that God doesn't exist," I'm like, wait a second, you just made a philosophical, metaphysical claim, not a scientific claim. So, yeah, I don't like it when they do that.
Can you, very briefly and concisely explain what separates a scientific claim from any other type of claim?
I would say a scientific claim is a attempt at an explanation of the natural world. So it has to do with nature and matter, and it doesn't it is inappropriate for it to make claims about the supernatural or the metaphysical.
Does anyone hold on a second? Does anyone in this server still listen to Nathan Oakley? I have to ask that beforehand.
He yells a lot, so not really.
Who's Nathan Oakley?
All right, fair enough. Well, in any case, the fact of the matter is, when it comes to describing what is, human beings and their consciousnesses have had a very hard time establishing that a bookshelf full of books is actually different from a couple of pieces of wood with books in them. And it's further difficult to explain that a book itself has information in it. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, those are complicated concepts, and trying to come up with robust definitions is extraordinarily difficult. That's why we have people like you who are philosophers.
Damn, man. I appreciate the patronizing.
No,
that was cold. Matthew, you're a cold cat, Matthew.
What? I'm just saying I'm not a philosopher.
Non-philosophers?
But anyway, my point is, when it comes to science, from what I've learned, is that the value of the process is that it has a robust demonstration of causality, which is very separate from taxonomy. I'm sure you agree.
Yes, those are different projects, right?
Right. So science refers to causality. Taxonomy is a philosophical project. So when we're talking about the shape of the earth, when we're talking about cosmology, that's all taxonomic.
Okay, sure.
Science is the field of knowledge which is focused on establishing a cause to an effect. So since we all agree on that fact, I hope everyone in the server can agree that the shape of the earth question is extra scientific. It doesn't pertain to science, so we can all just stop invoking it to claim for or against.
I would say there's some overlap.
It's not even a valid idea or question or concept, right? Like the exact shape of what? Of what?
Well, excellent question, but it's still extra scientifical, right?
I mean,
yeah. So
we're inside it, right? How can we ask such a question, right?
I would suggest that there is quite a bit of overlap, and these definitions are a little bit fuzzy. For example, when scientists were trying to give a taxonomy of elements and making the periodic table, there was a mix of experiments and observations and trying to kind of line things up, and now we have the periodic table. So I don't know if I'd put the periodic table in the realm of science or in the realm of taxonomy, but it seems to be a little bit fuzzy.
It's taxonomy.
But they were doing science in order to come up with it, right?
What were they doing that was scientific as opposed to merely measuring and observing?
Oh, yeah, they were experimenting with different elements and seeing what kinds of atomic weights they had and figuring out how to separate elements into compounds into elements.
Hold on a second. You're literally just saying experimenting, but I don't think that term in your mind has any precision. So for example, the element oxygen, how is that isolated from the background chaos of nature as such?
I don't know. I think if you cool it down enough, you can get just pure oxygen liquid. But I'm sorry, I don't know.
So if you induce a behavior in a certain physical substance, you can cause it to do something else, right?
Right.
That's science. Merely calling stuff.
That's your favorite element right there. I just posted. That's your favorite, huh, Matthew?
No, my favorite is strontium, actually.
It's not number 26.
Oh, I get it. Fe iron. Got it.
That's iron. Anyway, you see what I'm getting at? You can produce certain behaviors in certain elements by experimenting on them and noticing the causal elements in their designed properties.
Okay.
That's why there's a continuous philosophical tradition from theism to actual science today, which is to say that if the world was designed, then it has design parameters. And if you operate matter within its design parameters, it will produce predictable results. And human beings have been trying to cut God out of the equation for the last 500 years. And the problem with that project is that taxonomy has reigned over science in that period. And so now nobody knows what is the fruit of scientific labor and what is the fruit of taxonomic labor. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. Yep. And I agree. I do think that part of the reason that scientific progress was made in the first place was because people who believed in a reasonable, orderly creator rightly assumed that the world would be reasonable and orderly, and so they could start actually studying it as a reasonable, orderly place rather than just kind of like a random thing that the gods got angry and that's why there's thunder. So the history of science is really fascinating and is tied to belief in an orderly God in ways that most secular people want to deny. Did you ever see Neil deGrasse Tyson's Cosmos? It's particularly egregious in this manner of rewriting history in a way that just isn't true.
Yeah, I saw it and I was unimpressed.
I should go watch the original one by Carl Sagan. My bad, Carl Sagan. My mistake.
No, you're right the first time.
Hey, listen, I need to go. I know I've been talking for a while. I'd be happy to let other people chat, but it was nice chatting with you guys. I thought we had
Hi, Matthew.
Finally. They're cutting off.
Matthew, I used to be known as Crazed Commando in this server.
Okay.
And we had good combos back in the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't remember that you have a different name now, so I didn't remember that we had talked before.
Well, every once in a while I get overcome with guilt because I speak out of turn and I delete my online personas. But anyway, I fucking love you because your original name, Matthew Learns, is true. Because you're a learning fellow, and I love it.
Oh, thanks. No, I appreciate that. And I recommend to everybody that you study and learn as much as you can just because the world's a fascinating place, and let's go figure it out. By the way,
hey, Matthew,
that's still
Matthew,
my name. It's just some mod changed it, so I would be happy to still be Matthew Learns.
Matthew, don't forget to take your globe ball with you on your way out. All right.
I got it right here on my shelf. I'm ready. I'm about to go to bed, so gonna snuggle with it in the bed. So
All right, bro.
on
Take
that
it
note,
easy.
I'll take it easy.
See you
Bye.
next time. Right? All right. Later, Matthew.
Bye.
He's gonna snuggle.
Yeah, he is.
He's the cool guy.
Harlem Globetrotter.
For a Glober.
He's not a Glober. You guys realize that? He's not a Glober.
I know, he's a closet flat earther. He just ain't ready to admit it yet.
Yeah,
Well, he's just not ready. He's not ready to take that pay cut yet. You know what I mean? If he were to admit it on here and it would come out publicly in his higher ups in his school that he teaches at, dude, he'd be out of a job, bro. There's no money in flat Earth. I hate to break it to you guys.
Start a Flat Earth College and hire him there.
There's no money in flat Earth, bro. There's no money in it. Anybody who's becoming a flat earther to get all the bitches and become a millionaire and with Mile High Club, bro. I hate to burst your bubble, but it's gonna be the opposite of that.
Yeah, but why should there be money in the flat Earth?
There shouldn't. But what I'm saying is, like, there's no money in the truth that's organic. You know what I mean?
You can't sell the truth. It must be given away.
Yeah, you can't sell the truth. And it's free. It's free. Like all these things would make us healthier, and all these things are just free right there. But there's no money in that. You know what I mean? So Matthew and many other people would be out of jobs. So when I say he gets paid to come on here, I mean, I don't have proof of that. Just like he doesn't have proof the Earth is a globe. But I think it's one of the sentences is more true that he would. I mean, he spends hours and hours and days and months and years coming on here, right? And his disposition has never changed at all. He never gets mad. He doesn't take any. It's like he's not taking anything. None of this is personal for him. It's strictly business.
Yeah.
No, I
think he's
disagree.
actually interested.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's way more humble now than he was 2 years ago.
Well, you've obviously, I'm sure you've seen all his videos. He doesn't make a lot of videos about flat Earth, but a couple of them. But I'm sure he has a couple more up his sleeve for the future. You know what I mean? When he gets more material.
I've never watched his YouTube channel. All I know about him is how he interacts with this Discord server.
Yeah. I presented a problem to him a couple of months ago because I kept hearing people asking him questions, and he'd be like, "Oh, I'm not a cosmologist. I don't know. I'm not this. I'm not that." And I'm like, "Well, you're a math teacher, right? So then, therefore, you could answer this question." And then I said I needed the measurements of, because I needed a measurement of how big a ball or a sphere would have to be before water changed its physical properties and started sticking to it. Because he was saying at some point the water sticks to it because it's so big. So I wanted to know the exact measurements, the numbers, and he wrote the paper up for me, and it was ridiculous.
That would be a physics teacher because it has to do with the mass or the density of.
Yeah, well, I was trying to narrow down to what his field is, And he wrote.
I'm an expert in that field. Well, you'll have to.
Okay. Well,
I'm a non-physicist. So.
Okay. Well, he answered the question, but not correctly. He just answered it with a bunch of obfuscation, and it left more up to question. It left more to question than before we'd even started with the question, like how they all do,
Well, the crazy thing, and I hope that all the listeners took note of this, but it's like the original proof for globe Earth is the horizon. And I know I sound like Helium right now.
The boat's going over the horizon?
Yeah, but like that's debunked. So it's like, where are you going to go from here? Oh, look at the twinkly lights in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Forget it, bro. It's flat.
In fact, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in one video, he says you could tell that the Earth is curved because boats go over the horizon. In another video, he says you can't see curvature even from 120,000 feet. That stuff is flat. Yada, yada, yada. You guys have seen the movie. You bought the T-shirt. You probably got the book. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
That's the crazy thing. Like, when I talk to relatives and friends and so on and so forth, I'm always like, hey, how long are you going to be on the waiting list for space flight?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to wait 50 years? And they're like, yeah, I'll wait as long as it takes, man. I'm going to go to space. And I'm like, bro, you're going to be 80 years old and no one's going to have gone to space. And you're going to be like, I'm just waiting for my golden ticket. It's crazy.
You know what I say?
These people are fucking insane.
If outer space really was real, they'd tell us that there's a dome over us and there's nowhere to go, nothing to see. You know what I mean? They always tell us the opposite, bro.
What Neil deGrasse? I mean, that's what Bill Nye said. He said, "I want your generation to know that we live in an enclosed system. Well, there's nowhere to go."
Yeah, that was the one truth he ever told right there.
Yeah, he said
that. How dare you?
What does he mean? Is he speaking figuratively? I better ask Matthew about this one.
Well, Matthew doesn't back up any of his heliocentric cardinals or high priest. You know, he'll be like, I don't trust what this person says, or I don't know. You know.
My belief is stronger evidence.
Yeah, I've said this from the beginning. Matthew is okay. Just give him good faith, man. He's going to come to our side.
And lose his salary and all his pension and his benefits and everything? I don't think so.
What salary? You believe that he has the job that he says that he has?
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of videos where he's teaching college courses to people, and there's a whole room full of students. So, I mean, I do believe he is a college teacher.
I'm pretty sure some of the people here have met him in person too.
Yeah, Flat Earth dude met him in person, but I mean, that still he didn't go to his class. But I've seen. I mean, you're right. Just because there's a video of him teaching a college class doesn't mean anything. Could have been Photoshop, you know.
No, I'm not saying he's Photoshop, but I'm talking about his heart.
Oh, his heart? Well, out of the heart, the mouth speaks, bro. You know? It's not what goes in his ear that makes him a good man. It's what comes out of his mouth. You know what I mean? So you could talk to your blue in the face about Flat Earth to him, but that doesn't make him a good person because he listens kindly to you. It's what comes out of his mouth, bro, that makes him a good man or not. So if somebody who is a good man comes to the fork in the road where they realize what they're saying is a lie, then they'll be able to remain an honest man if they can admit that it was a lie, or they could double down on the lie and no longer remain an honest man.
Yeah, I just don't think Matthew's a double downer, you know?
He doubles down every time he comes on. Just because he does it really nicely and politely with like an aw shucks attitude doesn't mean that it's taking away from his message or anything, you know? But yeah, he won't, so far he won't admit any truth, you know?
But the aw shucks attitude, that's fine.
Yeah, you know, like, so a lot of people are like, oh, he's a really good dude and everything, and I'm not. I'm not the creator. I can't judge a man's character. I can only judge by what comes out of a man's mouth, you know?
Well, anyway, what do you guys think about the government?
Now they're saying I'm in trouble with the government. I'm loving it. I've shoveled shit all my life, and now I'm dumping it on Flat Earth America. I love the government. I love the government. I trust them completely. I do everything they say.
They would never do anything that would ever be, you know, harmful to any of us.
And if they accidentally did, they'd take care of it later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they always have.
They double down on doing us good later.
Yeah.
Yo, I know I sound like a Fed right now, but let me just ask you a question. Could it be that in the urban lawless zones that we all see as like evidence of civilization's decline, that people are actually...
You're gonna have to define that. Urban lawless zones. What do you mean by that?
Well, are you aware that like black guys like to shoot and rape people?
I'm pretty sure that
Black eyes, EYES.
Whatever you want to spell it as.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that there's lots of people, regardless of what they look like or where they're from, and do exactly that.
Fair enough. And what I'm saying is, it's possible to create new legal zones wherever you live.
Hey, can I just say something about what he just said?
Do it.
About cops shooting a lot of black people. That's actually false. And I'm dark-skinned.
I'm with you on that one.
That's like a statistic they like to throw out. Actually,
I'm with you on that, bro.
whites are most. I would say whites that are on medication and are not in the right state of mind are usually the ones that killed by cops most of the often.
Well, that's cool. But what I'm saying is, for every person who looks at narratives and says there's tyranny there, what I'm saying is, why not just live and act like tyranny doesn't exist? That's my question.
I'm with you on that one too. We wouldn't even know about all these supposed shootings and stuff unless it was on the news, which I think everything on the news is completely fake. I mean, I live in a neighborhood where people have been shot and killed, and they don't put that shit on the news at all. They can't control the narrative or the thought process of a parent who just lost their kid and they're grieving. Completely unpredictable, and we all know that everything that they show has it's all written. Well, I know that it's written. It's a script. You know what I mean? With the perfect crisis actors.
Well, I disagree with that. Really, I think humanity needs to unite more so, and stop government, because it's the government that are working for the so-called powers that we don't see, the hidden hand, the invisible hand. Yeah, they're using us as
please.
I am talking though.
I know you're talking, but you're talking a bunch of bullshit. You're talking a bunch of bullshit.
Let me finish my chain of thought. You spastic.
Stop and explain to me.
Chain of thought. Can speak,
explain to me. Explain to me. Explain to me.
Then you can ask that question. I'm in the middle of my chain of thought here. So like I said, I disagree on the point that we need to unite, because we've got governments that are creating wars that we ourselves are not really involved in, but the soldiers are, and they die as we pay for them. Okay, right? And it's created by the leaders. These wars are all fake. So this idea that we pretend tyranny doesn't go on is rather cowardice kind of an approach here. Okay, children are dying, being blown up out of their diapers, so certain toxic country like America can eat a hamburger and drink a shitty beer known as Budweiser. Okay, I don't think that's very good. I don't think that's a good attitude at all. And then they're making injectables that we don't need. It's all because we're very that's not going to work. We need to rise up. You may now speak.
Okay, so I want to know what your methodology of justice is.
Methodology is a justice. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
So, if someone puts someone's eye out, you put their eye out, right?
Well, you get closure.
So, how has that not been the perfect description of all human tyranny and all human history?
Well, it wouldn't happen if we all rose up to take out those who are killing us, giving us...
Okay.
Right.
You're varying. You're totally varying in your... Holy shit, man. Go ahead, just explain your whole utopia, please.
Thank you very much. Oh, you got it. You know where I'm going with it. Good. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, we need to rise up. Okay, stop taking it. Time to push back now. The 1% cannot really be controlling 99%. That's absolutely absurd. At the moment, we the people are cowards at the moment. Okay, carry on.
Do you realize how unspecific that is?
Not really.
Actually, when you say the word coward, if you broke that word apart, cow and then ward, or ward of the cow, we are actually all wards of the vaca.
No courage.
You know?
Courage.
Yo, relax.
Courage. You know what
Relax
I mean?
with that, man.
We have no courage. Courage-less. We have no will.
Yeah, you're right about the will. You're right about
You're
the
right.
will.
He's absolutely right. People don't have the courage of their convictions to follow through with what they believe in, and instead they just stand idly by and bitch about what's wrong, but they don't actually do anything to make a difference.
I'm trying to make a difference, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm saying, it's just so common. That's why the world's messed up, is because most people, that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, we're busy voting for our demise. Why would you run up and vote for enslavement, taxation, imprisonment, devaluation? Why would you go and do that? Why would you do that?
But this conversation is going to get more and more intense if we keep talking about it, and I think we might want to go back to the FE before we get into straight up, hey, Civil War might be coming.
Yeah, you're right,
man. Because I know where this is going, and I feel you.
I found some measurements for curvature.
Back to the curve. Hey, what
Back
you
to
got?
the curve.
Where did you find it?
Well, so that's the funny thing. I found it online, actually. So I found a definition for level, which means being adhering to or being parallel with the curvature of the Earth. So if something's level, it's actually just parallel to the curvature. That's one of their definitions.
Absolutely absurd, isn't it?
Well, that solves everything.
It's almost like, okay, so you guys have heard of like the deployment of number letter, you know what I mean, for the infrastructure for communications, right? It's called the deployment. So deployment is a military term, but then they've also below that the first dictionary term, which is like the deployment of troops in a place before you take it over. The second one is like the deployment of that infrastructure to help the communications and everything. So they use the same word, deployment.
Yeah.
But I mean, we both know what that means,
Yeah, but then
it does not mean level. That's for sure.
That's you can't say that level is curved. You can't. That's not what level is. Level is not a curving line.
Well, level is the new curve. Like orange is the new black or whatever. Level is the new curve. 20 is the new 40. This is the new normal.
Yeah, and 180 degrees, right? Like 180 degrees versus a constantly changing line or degree, right? Curve. It's not the same thing, right? Like 180 degrees, we call that level, straight, flat. You know what I mean? And curving line doesn't have it. It's constantly changing. So it's like we're supposed to, like throw that logic away and just go with this thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I remember in the 80s, Michael Jackson came out with a bad album, but bad really meant good.
Yeah.
Did it? Did it really though?
Well, the only way they could change the definition of something is by giving it an opposite characteristic. Otherwise, it just wouldn't make sense, right? So now it's like the opposite of making sense.
Yes.
It's just an inversion. You know what I mean? Everything's inverted.
The World Economic Forum is about destroying the economy. See how that works? Okay.
Yeah. World Earth flat.
Yeah, just invert it, and that's what it's about. Right? Yeah.
Or Planned Parenthood is really about abortions.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah. Black Lives Matter.
Signing the treaty means you're pretending to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna ask a question. It's probably gonna be.
Matter.
I'm gonna ask a question that's probably gonna be very unpopular. does everybody here believe or not that certain ethnicities are like entitled to certain pieces of land?
Well, look. Entitled or not, I mean, right? If you can take it, if you have the force, then that person's going to take it, whether he's entitled or not. I mean, isn't that how it really is?
Well, so in your view, the answer would be no. Like, nobody's literally entitled to any type of land.
Right.
No, we're all entitled to it. Everybody's entitled, of course. Everybody.
The most powerful person is entitled to whatever he wants. Because he's just going to take it.
Yeah. Every human being.
If the land was by the ocean, we'd be entitled waves to it.
So the consensus that I'm gathering is that nobody is entitled to any type of land or place of land, right? Like, can I get an
amen?
A yay vote? A yay vote?
Look,
yeah, an amen.
The person who rules the land, right? The most powerful kingdom or nation, king, he's entitled, like he's responsible for however he rules, and he's entitled. Yeah, I mean that's how
all
it is.
Totally contingent. You're not answering the philosophical question. Like, does anyone belong to anywhere particularly?
I'd say we're borrowing our land from the future generations, and we don't even know.
We belong to the flat Earth. On it,
right?
Yeah.
Terra firma.
And everything on it was given to us for free to eat. Our payment was the labor to keep that going, and we can have food for free. But it's been hijacked by that 1%.
Yeah, I think before the Catholic Church, the Pope, right, or Rome conquering everything and declaring all the lands to be theirs and why we to pay, certain lands were, owned by certain races or cultures. I think, in that time they were entitled to that land, but now the Pope has claimed all the land of all the earth.
Yeah, but he might.
He has no rights.
The Pope might talk a bunch of shit. He might talk a bunch of game, but I'm asking y'all, like, in your deepest heart, do you believe that anyone intrinsically belongs anywhere? Or is it just like people can go wherever they want?
As the wind comes and goes, so is everyone born in the
they live on
spirit.
the flat Earth and they can go wherever they like. And it's what I know. It's not what I believe, but it's what I know.
Until we're physically stopped, I think we should be able to go wherever we want.
Correct.
Until we're physically stopped.
Wherever you're born, I think, is where, you're given certain rights, and what are you going to do? You're going to go out and claim somebody else's land? I mean...
What if you were born on the ocean?
No, of course not. Yeah, of course not.
Yeah,
so
and you just...
So basically nobody has any ancestral lands would be the logical consequence of your view.
I'd say they're all of ours. That's our cousin's ancestral land. We go visit them.
Yeah,
I think all Juliet roads lead to Roman,
right?
Or Romeo.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that's a cool position to take. Listen, I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other. I'm just asking where everybody stands on the issue.
Yeah, but the idea, I think if you can't defend the land, right? Like if the government says you're just going to rent the land from us, you know what I mean? And I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like if you can't defend it against the person who's claiming it from you, then you're not entitled to it. So I don't think anyone's entitled to anything if they can't take it. You know what I mean? And defend it. Like,
I mean, even if you could physically defend your land, let's take Paradise for example. They could just crack open a Mountain Dew and take your land from you just like that, wipe you right off the land with a Mountain Dew. Oh
yeah, they can just destroy you. Most people give up the land because they don't want the people destroyed. You know what I mean? It's better to live under their rule than for them to destroy all of us. So
I mean, most people aren't born. Most people aren't born being like, when I grow up, I want to live at a FEMA camp. You know what I mean? Except I was. That's all I wanted to do, homie. Live on a FEMA camp.
Or what if you were born in Africa or India? You know what I mean? Or Russia. You know what I mean? Like, well, it's different. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different perspective, way of understanding, looking at the world, beliefs, all that, religions, God.
Yeah, you answered my question perfectly. I have no further questions.
Jackie just said, what is it, Jackie? You will what?
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
Yeah. Exactly.
You'll eat bugs and hang out in a pod.
Right.
It'd be nice. Own nothing and be happy.
That's the goal, right?
They're going to give us our ankle bracelets and we're going to have our bling, our jewelry with the GPS in it, be in our little FEMA camp with the shade. We'll have the tent head, the shade to keep us from the sun getting on us. They'll give us our GMO, you know what I mean? Give us our EBT card.
If I was them, if I was like part of the, the whole elite China, I think depopulation is what I would be looking at. Like, yeah, this is what we're really doing. We're trying to depopulate the world because
all in due time, because you need the people to build the infrastructure for you first. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you don't kill all the people that built the pyramid before they built it or the tunnel.
The infrastructure has been built. It builds itself. It's the AI. It can now make itself, correct all the errors and even create a better version of itself. So that's where we're at, and that's why I was like, hey, they don't really need people anymore.
Every day I see them doing construction on the freeways right here. They've been working on it for like 6 years right here in Southern California. And they're not, I'm sure they're using some AI to build it or like 3D printers, but it's mostly just people, a lot of people. I think they still need the people. I don't think they're done with the infrastructure yet.
Yeah, it depends because of all the data. And once you, gather enough data from enough people, you've got people, in the form of...
You've got information.
In the form of data and models. It's everything that people have ever... So, like, for example, one AI that you can use right now to create art, right, uses all the skill and the styles of all the greatest artists that's ever lived. It can get its hands on the internet. Just that itself is mind-blowing, man. It's like,
yeah.
I think it's all just demonology, bro. It's all demonology, and the demons know every word people have spoken since recorded history. They don't know what we're going to speak, though, so they have a slight advantage in the sense of bringing the past, but as far as like the future, they don't know what people are going to do or say. So I think all the stuff they're using is just demonology. All the the AI programs with the paintings and all that stuff, deep fake, all that shit is just demonology.
Animating things like this.
Making it more human and making us more machine-like. Isn't that crazy?
Well, you know how they've always tried to give people like animalistic characteristics, right? And like even they have things now where you can make dog ears or like a bear nose, whatever. Like so, all these kids are starting to use those features on the whatever chap snatch or talk tick or whatever, toxic, whatever that fucking thing is. They're using all these features, and like our creator gave us dominion over all these things. So when he sees us like putting these features on us, it's like us playing in the mud when he gave us dominion over all this stuff. But people want to resort back to like dominion, like we have dominion over all living things on earth. Okay, I believe we do, Jackie. So okay, so all right, I'm on the phone.
We're custodians, custody. We're supposed to look after it for generations yet to come. So don't really...
We're supposed to what?
Supposed to look after it, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, but we have dominion. We have power over all living creatures on Earth. He's bestowed us that power, right? And so when we start using these animal things that we have dominion over and start trying to make us like those things, it's like playing in the mud, kind of. It's like trying to become using things that are lesser. And it's hard, kind of. I guess I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but it's kind of an insult to him.
Evolving,
I think. Exactly.
Or saying you came from a monkey that came from I don't know, from a fish or something like that. That came from a worm that came from nothing. Right?
Well, yeah, it's like basically, we have dominion over all these animals and everything
in the ocean.
Yes, but yet people want to use all these animal parts and add them to a human. When really all the human parts are have dominion over all the animal parts. So yeah, I guess it would be devolving. We still have dominion over all living things. I mean, there's no animals that have dominion over us. No animals are making us leave our habitat. I mean, it's vice versa. Even if an animal could physically destroy us, our logic and our cunning is far superior. And I mean, that's displayed everywhere. Animals don't have us in zoos. It's the opposite,
Yeah.
But then there's people who treat other people like animals and put them in zoos or cages too, because a lot of people are fine with being treated like an animal. They accept that, I mean, we're taught in school that we're mammals, we're part of we're taught that we come from monkeys. And I mean, if you really break it all down, they say we all come from stardust. They want us to think that we're the sons of the fallen angels. So they say we come from stardust. And there's really good science communicators like Michelle Thaler that will really explain it to you in a way that you would definitely not understand, but she has a really nice voice and she tricks a lot of people.
Does she?
Them science communicators. Yeah, scientific communicator.
She kind of has like a creepy voice.
Yeah. Yeah. She hypnotizes people.
I believe what did she say? She's a rock. She said she's a
yeah.
I believe
she says that astronomers
rock. A complicated rock, I think was it.
She says what astronomers really are time travelers because they're looking back in time.
A really complicated rock. Are you roasting yourself? Why are you roasting yourself?
But they'll admit though that they're science communicators. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, Michelle Thaler, Brian Cox. All these people are science communicators. They've taken courses and studied for years on how to communicate this stuff with people so people could better understand it. Well, no, so they think they can understand it. Put it that way. They try to break it down on a dumb, breaking it down, dumbing it down basically, so people think that they understand it.
The faces of science.
Right? Science, the word science comes from Scientia, the tree of Scientia that she ate the fruit from, which was later changed to the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
That's what science is? That's what science means?
Yeah. That's where the word is derived from, Scientia.
Which means knowledge? The tree of knowledge?
Well, later on it came to be named the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but it was originally the tree of Scientia. So if I'm not trying to bring the Bible up, but I'll give you an example. So these people were asking for signs, right? And Jesus says, it's a wicked and perverse generation that demands a sign for a miracle, right? Well, if you were going to do something to produce a sign for a miracle, wouldn't it be called demonstrating? Because these curved demons need to be straightened or exercised, or demonstrable?
Yes.
or demograph.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. You know the deal. It's not like a coincidence that those words are in those words. You know?
Yes.
Or evolution.
Evolution. The word Lucian, Lucifer, Lucero, the light bearer.
Illumination.
Right.
Evil illumination.
They're not called the Illuma goodies. You know what I mean? They're called the Illuminatis.
Not the Illuminacies. That's the Pentecost.
Right.
Something interesting about the word elite. So ites are like tribes, like anything with it, like kind of ites is kind of tribes and stuff. So El is God. That's the tribe of the gods, elite.
Yeah.
El-ites.
You guys notice how much they put the letters AI and stuff, right? But the AI is just 19 or 19, and they put the 19 everywhere. So if you look up how sea level is measured, it's measured every 19 years according to the moon's cyclical cycle. So I think all these things tie in intrinsically with each other.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to add to what I was saying before, I was kind of saying we really shouldn't call them elites or anything like that. Like, they're not. They don't deserve that title. It's ridiculous
Yeah,
to call them that.
absolutely. That's what I said. So-called elites. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see Danny 57 jump in and out right now?
Somebody left, I think, or joined. I don't know.
Just for that, I'm going to have to post his video.
I've just posted one on the Artemis fake videos recently. Short 12 minutes video, that one. You'll find it interesting. You know all the technology already. It's just the way they gather the information together. Very good one. 12 minutes. Artemis, it's all fake. We know that anyway. But just look at how they gathered it together.
That's right, Jen.
Got it.
Danny 57 is Danny Faulkner. He just jumped in real quick, but then he left. I just posted a video that I made of him, just using his own words. I think he's a Christian. He called himself a Christian because he has the thing Answers in Genesis. Like the answers to the Big Bang and space are all in Genesis, I guess. But I think he meant Gen Isis.
What does that mean? Is he a Glober?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's more famous than Matthew Learns, I think, as far as like on YouTube and stuff.
But why would the answers to the Big Bang be in the Bible?
Well, for the same reason that a lot of Christian churches like Victory Outreach and like there's a couple more that like have the globe as their logo. You know, they have the globe as their logo. So do you see what I'm saying? Like they so it's giving them like the half truth. So you can't really tell them anything. You know, it appeals to all the heliocentric people that have faith in a God of the Bible, or that so they believe. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But it's completely stripped of any of its power.
Matthew Learns type people, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This guy's funnier than Matthew Learns, though. I think the stuff he talks about, he's hilarious, bro.
Mhm.
Smooth connected.
Michelle Fowler says it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. I don't know where this idea comes from, but she basically came here to try to put an end to that stuff. You know what I mean? Trying to flatten the curve. I mean, Ethergrass is still posting. Did I pronounce it right, or is it? How do you say it, Ether?
Some people say it ether, others say aether. I pronounce it aethergris, but
Aethergris,
whatever.
okay. You
I
like
don't
that
correct.
aether?
I don't correct people when they say it a different way because it's like that's how you say it. Whatever.
Right. Hey, that phone was old in that video I posted yesterday, huh?
Yeah, man, dude. We used to have one of those.
It's a 1927. It's from 1927, bro.
The one we had was like a remake, but it looked just like that, and it was cool.
Yeah. It's a trip how I don't even understand. Like, he can't make outgoing calls or even get a dial tone, but when they want, they can make it ring and put a pre-recorded message talking about like emergency service, evacuate or whatever through it. You know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah, that's weird.
So at least they didn't destroy that technology. You know what I mean? Because that shit would have been hella painful to rebuild. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they still sell menthol cigarettes there too. California supposedly banned menthol cigarettes, but little mom and pop stores like this still have them. They charge like $14 a pack though.
Damn.
I know.
What is a menthol cigarette?
Menthol? Never heard of a menthol cigarette?
Never.
You like Camel Crush or like I don't know, like Cool or what's the other Newports? They used to make menthols or Salem's. Yeah, they're like green packs of cigarettes. They taste minty, you know.
They're talking about like shit like that. I've never.
You've never heard of menthol cigarettes? Seriously?
It's kind of like if you took mint bubble gum and put it in a cigarette.
Ew.
Yeah, like a menthol cigarette. You know.
It just sounds.
You've never heard of Newports or Salem's?
I've heard of Newports, but I've never heard of like we're just doing so much.
So Newports were all just menthol until just recently.
Is it menthol?
Yeah.
I thought menthol was bad for you.
Well, they have non-menthol Newports too, but they're
now that's all they make in California is non-menthol Newports.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of all of the menthol stuff.
Yeah, well, in California they did a pretty good job.
Why do y'all know why they're trying to get rid of it?
Probably many different reasons. They might be trying to push people towards vaping, or it could be just a way to sell them and make more money off them. Who knows, dude? Just like they did with alcohol a long time ago. I don't know. It's not. I guarantee you, though, it's not for our benefit or for our health. That's for sure.
Never is. We all know this. We all know it's never for the health.
No.
They also apparently signed. I think Biden signed something that was supposed to make them cut the amount of nicotine and all the stuff. And you'd think that'd be like to help.
The nicotine?
Yeah, you'd think that'd be to help, but it's not. It's so they can sell more cigarette packs. They sell twice as much if you give you half the nicotine.
In my opinion, Biden is fucking up.
In my opinion, Biden is just an actor, and when he's done with his acting, however many hours a day he acts, he goes back to his normal life if he's not a robot.
All of the top level characters on this flat Earth are
robot, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they're all
characters, bro.
Yeah. You look up the etymology for the word person.
Yeah. It would be like after Arnold Schwarzenegger plays the Terminator and he leaves the studio, you're following him around going, "Say hasta la vista, say I'll be back," and he's like, "Dude, I'm not working right now," like, you know. But like people still think that like, you know, they're gonna blame Terminator for this or that when really it's just a character he was playing, you know.
You can't blame somebody for something that they were doing to make their cash.
Well, I mean, I don't think Biden does anything. I think he's just acting. And they say, like, this is because of Biden, or the gas prices are because of Biden. I mean, they're not because of him. They're just,
They're
using that name or whatever. I mean, it could just be Mr. Pink or Mr. Black or Mr. White or whatever. Just fill in the blank, you know what I mean?
Or, you know.
But they create people like Biden or whoever else, whatever politician people are mad at, or to, like, you know, 7-Eleven was a part-time job. It was all George Bush. 7-Eleven was a part-time job, whatever. You gotta have a bad guy, a villain. You know what I mean?
I don't believe in a villain. I mean, villains are. I mean, we have villains, but I mean, think about.
Well, every politician, they paint them as a villain sometimes and as a hero and other times. It's like a love-hate relationship. You know? Sometimes they're the heroine, the hero, and sometimes they're the fentanyl, the Suboxone.
Fentanyl is crazy. Why do you have to use drugs?
Hey, you know how you can always beat a lesbian playing rock, paper, scissors? Always pick rock, because it's just in their natural DNA to always pick scissors. They don't know anything else. I'm just saying, though.
That one kind of confused me there. What was the meaning of that? You said always pick.
Hey.
Rock. Oh, that's crazy. I think about that. It's actually crazy.
You guys know what a pirate does at a Jewish funeral?
Yes, Army.
He's sitting shiva me timbers.
Really joke. They got LSD. How the hell do they even have that?
What? Do I heard that?
Someone boot him. Nah, just
think you're talking to Mr. You must be mistaking me for somebody else. I'm gonna let you take your self around. Damn. You must have the audacity to fuck with me. Oh, this is a nice. I want to see the lighting on this bitch. Oh no. Got cruise control. We in the last panel. I got.
Hey, Ether.
What's up, man?
Did you see this book I'm working on? Watch. You've probably seen it. I'll post it again though. That's going to be the title for it. It's going to be called Kamala Hamlin: From Near Death on the Field to Far Left Life on Capitol Hill. It's basically the story of how a poor man growing up in the hood strived to become a football player and then hurt himself and could barely walk, and then woke up one day as the vice president.
That sounds like something that would actually happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm creating it. It looks realistic. Kamala Hamlin, you know it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the African American version of Bruce Jenner becoming Caitlyn Jenner. You know, he was an athlete. He hurt himself. Feet don't fail me now. You know, to become the governor of whatever place she's imagining being the governor of. Maybe she'll be the next governor of California. You know, and I'll be able to finally identify as a flat earther, and people have to address me as a flat earther because that's my pronoun, flat earther.
What the hell?
Seriously.
You're joking.
No, I'm not joking. They really, if they're going to take it to that level where people can have to be addressed as the gender they identify as, then I'm identifying as a flat earther. Make people say it.
When has that ever been a thing, bro? I'm so confused because I've never had to.
Well, you probably don't hang out with people that identify as something different than their birth. or what they were assigned at birth, right?
Yeah, I don't think people where I live be on that weird shit.
You got to go seek it out, bro. There's chat rooms and groups and actual places you can go to be around these people.
Fuck that shit. That's confusing. I'm already confused about he, they, him, and she, man. See, you're either a girl or boy. End of the day. Shit confuses me. I don't understand any of it.
I just prefer people calling me "Hey you" or "It." You know.
That just sounds so weird. It come here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like improper ass grammar. Add grammar at that too.
Hey, can you tell it to come here? What? You know, the thing.
Come here. The thing. That's funny. That'd be sad. It's kind of.
This identifies an object.
Identifies as an object. That's horrible. That's why only reason people doing that to do that shit is to get attention. In my opinion, if you want to be gay, you should keep that shit to yourself. In my opinion.
But it's really like we're like nobody cares anymore. Why are you being that gay? Like you don't have to. You don't gotta flaunt it like that. Nobody actually gives a crap.
Nobody gives two fucks. I don't care if you're gay. Just don't touch my girlfriend. Don't touch me.
No, I'm just saying, like, nothing phases this world anymore. Nobody cares about any of this stuff anymore.
Hey, just look at this. Give it like this. We're phasing out. We're phasing out. That's all I gotta say. We're phasing out of colors. We're phasing out of everything.
Just remember, flat lives matter.
He's on that. Now he's on the Me Too movements.
No, flat lives do matter, though. Seriously.
I just come in here and listen and like to talk to people. It's fun talking to y'all. Y'all funny. I'm not talking about y'all beliefs. I'm not talking about y'all beliefs. I'm talking about like just y'all as people. Y'all funny.
You come in to enjoy the wit.
Funny like we're here to entertain you, like we're here to amuse you, like we're a clown, like we're funny.
Oh, like funny, like y'all make jokes that are funny.
I had you going though, huh?
Do I look like a clown to you?
Yeah. Get this. Last week, this prick asked me to christen his kid. I said for $7,000. Bing, bang, boom. Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a flat earther.
Oh, no. How about that one?
One day, the kids in the neighborhood carried my mom's groceries all the way home. You know why? Out of respect, because I was a flat earther.
Everyone was born a flat earther until somebody handed you a ball and said, hey, you live on this.
Right. And then told you about Santa Claus.
Fuck. I don't believe in Santa Claus.
Well, if you rearrange the letters, you just have Satan Lucas, right? So they hit you with a lie with the Santa Claus, at the same time telling you it's bad to tell lies. Santa Claus comes from the North Pole. And then they give you a globe. It's got a metal pin through the North Pole, so you can't see the North Pole. Then you're told Santa Claus is fake. Then you relate it in your mind to North Pole. You can't even find it on the globe. You know, it's just the beginning. It goes on and on from there.
End of the day, don't give up. I'm joking. At the end of the day, honestly, in my opinion, the entire world's fake at this point.
What?
Everything's just fake at this point.
Huh. Well, space is fake.
No. It's been proven.
So you think we live in like a simulation?
Probably. That's what I think.
Well, if you got burned in a fire or in a car accident and you were in a lot of pain, you wouldn't be thinking you're in a simulation, because that shit becomes real.
No, right? I believe in God though, so it just feels like I don't know. It's like when you get into something, it doesn't feel like a simulation, but when you're like when stuff is normal, which nothing is ever normal, but when it feels like the same. That's what I'm trying to say.
Bro, this is the new normal. It's called the new normal.
Oh no, it feel like a simulation, like a motherfucker, bro. Just doing the same thing every day, bro. I know it's just not me that realizes this shit either.
You're the organic computer.
Exactly.
The simulation that you're feeling is reactionary behavior, but you can break out of that and choose actionary behavior. You no longer have to do the repetitive crap.
Ether, I'm gonna post some pictures of some fruit I cut open, right? And like from the outside, it looked perfectly fine. And I've never seen this type of thing on a pomegranate before, and I've seen a lot of rotten fruit in my time. But this screams nano right here. Watch, check it out. That screams nano, huh?
What? How's that even? Dude,
Right?
that's gross.
You talk about the
From the outside, it looked perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Oh, actually, from the outside, there was like a tiny little splotch of like mildew on it, like a tiny splotch just on the outside, like barely, but it hadn't even softened the fruit up or anything, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuff is crazy, bro.
Spread
Crazy.
through like mycelium and just kind of grow everywhere.
Right? So crazy. Yeah. That nano ain't no joke. I have other pictures of nano too, because I eat a lot of fruit and I cut it open and, you know, I split it right down the middle.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine somebody being a flat earther for a week? Years and years ago, he was a flat earther for a week. This guy by the name of Brian. That's. I think Dave Wise is going to give him a debate shortly. I'm about to watch. I was a flat earther years and years ago. I was a flat earther for a week. A week.
Okay, wait a second. This is my question. If you're gay for a week, are you gay?
Like, can you ever scrub that thought out of your mind? You know what I mean? I don't know.
You know?
You're like, okay.
Stay flat earther for a week. It's crazy.
So what you gonna be like? On to the next one. Back to being straight. Oh my God. Last Discord I come to, nobody be in the Discords. Just come here. Always either talk about something funny.
Yeah.
Something that never makes any sense.
I'll go over there right now.
That's right. Just like really funny. And looking, that is. That wasn't even funny.
Where's the house keys at?
Oh, you were.
Give me the keys and I'll go.
Imagine being an athlete, man. Oh shit, man. Sometimes I not want to do that shit. Love it. Best thing I can say at the end of the day, I love it. Passion. Burning passion at that. Gotta like what you do, am I right, guys?
Somebody just posted this picture of a was that me that posted that on accident? A picture of a drive-through? Is that somebody else?
I'm gonna sit here and play with you. That right there.
Oh, weird. I don't know how that picture.
It's random.
Weird. Strange.
So how long has this thing been up? I keep forgetting it's like 6 years or like 10 or something like that. It's been up for a minute, but every time I come in here I forget how long it's been up. And then it goes from how long it's been up to something way off topic from where we started. It's funny. Damn.
Just while there's a break, I was just listening on YouTube and I wanted to ask, where's that Dave Weiss debate going on?
I don't know.
Oh.
Someone just said Dave Weiss was going to be debating someone shortly or something.
I heard something like that too, but I don't know, bro. I don't know
Yeah,
the name of his channel.
No, I just thought I'd jump in because I was on YouTube and I thought, oh, that'd be interesting. And I just thought I'd ask if anyone knew where it actually was.
Isn't his thing called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole?
I'm not sure, man. I mainly watch him on Facebook, so.
In the back.
That was Jin. Jin said that, and he's jumped out. So I don't know.
Oh, whoa. Never thought you'd let me go. 1, 2, 3, you had to come back to me. You ever be? Wonder, I have a question. Anybody in here ever thought of being law enforcement?
A long time ago, but I started a security company instead and made quadruple the money.
Hey, quadruple the money?
I had 140 casual employees and 40 full-time employees.
So what happened? You said you had.
Oh, I sold it. I did it for 20 years, and I sold it all, and I'm sort of half semi-retired. I do a bit of farming, and I got sheep and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm 42.
Wait a second. So did you make bank? That's the question, though.
At our best times, turnover probably about 4 million a year.
Wait, whoa, wait, what?
That's turnover. So you've just got to imagine that I've got 140 staff working nearly every night, and each one of those guys, I'm making $20 to $30 an hour off them.
Then what I want to say, that's.
And then when you sell, I sold to an international company, and yeah, they take in, well, here it's 3 times your profit. So yeah, I sold for a few mil.
Basically, you're a rich guy on Discord. All the time in the world.
I wouldn't say rich, but I'm still, like I said, I still work, but you got to keep yourself busy.
That is true. So if you don't keep yourself busy, you learn from experience. Oh, CSO deputy first class. No. Best thing that you'll ever see. So this how it is most of the time, just silent all the time, man.
Sometimes.
I just get tired of just the silence thing. Like if y'all see something random on YouTube or some shit, y'all just say something.
I only jumped in to ask the question about the debate. I was on YouTube listening, but yeah.
You're not watching the debate right now.
Which one's that?
I do forget they stream. They stream on this channel, don't they? They're actively streaming in this channel.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been on this a couple of times. On one video. A couple.
Oh, I'm out. Have a good one.
You. Server can I find on here? Maybe. Wars.
Yo, yo.
How's it going?
What's up, brother?
Hanging out. Starting to get tired. It's like 2 a.m. for me.
Nice. About 1 a.m. over here. 1:10. I'm never up this late, but it's fucking Friday, bro. It's been a rough week.
Normally I actually stay up all night, but for some reason I'm tired today.
Yeah. Discord's been popping tonight, man. Had some little bit of excitement.
Yeah, kinda. Just
maybe
got quiet for a minute just now. But
yeah. Fucking Friday night though, man. Like, where the fuck's everybody at?
there's probably a lot of different things going on.
Yeah. I was looking around. I heard somebody mention a Dave Weiss debate, but I didn't hear anything about that. I followed that guy pretty closely. I haven't heard nothing about that.
I took a minute to try and look for it, but I couldn't find anything. Just the one from like 8 months ago.
Right. With Professor Dingleberry, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, I hate that guy. He's got to be the number one flat earth recruiter. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just been hanging back, listening to the OGs kind of take over. I understand there's a gathering going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure about anything like that. I don't know what they're doing. But if there is some kind of like meetup, then that would explain why there's not that many people active right now.
No, I meant in the Discord, like all the OGs that started the Discord. I guess they're all kind of coming back together again. So
oh yeah,
kind of exciting to witness that, especially since like I've been here for about maybe a year and a half, just kind of listening and shit, you know.
Yeah.
But I've been listening so long, like I feel like I know a lot of you guys personally, but it feels weird because you don't know me because I've just been listening.
Yeah.
So I wanna hang with the gang, bro. You know, I don't want to just be listening. You know, and it seems like now's the time because everybody's kind of coming back together, and you see these sophists coming through, and man, they just hack them down like nothing, bro. It's very inspiring.
Yeah.
Welcome to the panel.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
The game's changed a lot.
Yeah.
It's not about just mindlessly arguing. It's strictly to the point at this point.
Yeah, I noticed things are different, and I I kind of feel like I'm getting in where I fit in, sort of. Like I've been listening for a while, and shit. How do I explain it? I don't know. I guess I'm just taking it as it comes.
Yeah.
It's a crazy time in history to be alive.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I was just joined the channel a little bit ago, but I've been here for a while. Just been listening.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to strengthen my arguments, learn as much as I can, because when you have a sensible mind, you can understand that the stories we're told are not based in truth. So the question is, what is? And it's okay to say we don't know what is, but it's getting to that point, it's crazy, crazy. It's a psychological fucking shitstorm, man. Especially for a lot of people that are natural herd animals.
Yeah. Or at least they've been raised up to act that way.
Yeah, but I think like honesty being the best policy, if you've ever been familiar with that term, it rings true the older I get, especially when it comes to these topics. Because it seems like just being honest and admitting to things that, just something as stupid as the shape of the earth. Like, who cares what the shape of the earth is, but it's the implications, it's the lies that are implied that really make the difference.
Yeah.
And nobody really considers that part because they're not really conditioned to, or whatever. I don't know. Too late for me, man.
The default's just to trust whatever's told.
Right. Appeal to authority, That's the easiest way. I thought the same way. It's easy. Why not do what's easy?
That's something that I've noticed as children, that sometimes they'll play dumb and act like they don't know the answer to something when they know full well exactly what to do, but they're being lazy about it and want it done for them. And I feel like a lot of people never grow out of that. The government becomes what does all the things for them, instead of having to deal with anything themselves. Have the magical Uncle Sam take care of everything.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because it's the easiest route to take, is victim status. Oh, I didn't know. How was I to know?
Yeah, then you can have plausible deniability and pretend that you had nothing to do with whatever happened because whatever.
Yeah. All the while, it's your responsibility to know that information. It's just you choose to trust in the authority, even though there's so much evidence given why you shouldn't trust a known liar.
I ask people, do you believe that classified documents exist? And has anything ever been declassified? Which is, the answers to that are obvious. And when they start asking, like, why would they lie? Like, start bringing up, like, I don't know, why'd they lie about all of this?
Right, and it's kind of like, I don't know what you would call it, but like, it's like, you trust government documents, but you don't trust what the government says, and it's like, well, when there's people's lives You know, for example, when they're testing aircrafts and ballistic missiles over a flattened, non-rotating Earth, you know, those are people's lives, so they have to approach it in a certain way.
Well, more of their words have been proven false than their documents that have been declassified.
Yeah, it's like hypocritical, you know.
Yeah. Because more often than not, they're admitting. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, how come there's so many people in here, but no one has like perms to talk?
They can talk, but they're just chilling.
Oh, okay.
I assume most people are shy, like I am. Like when I hear the legends talking, I don't want to interrupt, dude. I don't want to be caught in that shit because I'm gonna get called out real quick. I'm a newbie, man. I mean, I've been a flat earther for like 4 years. I feel like I know all the arguments pretty solid, but as far as talking to people and reaching into my brain to access the information, I need work on. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. And sometimes when there's like 3 or 4 people talking at once, it's so many people, it's practically impossible to get a word in, at least for a little bit.
Right. Right. At that point, I choose to just listen
and
learn the situation, you know.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, really, when there's that many people or that learned, there's really not much to say, because at some point or another, they're probably going to say something that you already had thought of. Like, there's no need to say it, because they'll say it for you. Like, a lot of us are on the same page on a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I feel like I'm one of y'all. I mean, you don't know me as well as I know you guys, which is weird. But I've been listening for a while, you know. I would like you guys to get to know me so I can get that flat earth role or whatever. But when it comes to talking to people that are coming in here and are placing like strawman arguments and, you know, all that rigmarole that they normally present, that's the stuff I'm trying to kind of practice.
You got to let it roll off your back like water on a duck's back. Just
I
let
do.
it go.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to practice handling it, you know, in a day to day, because I got to deal with that in my day to day. Because I'm not a natural liar. I don't lie to people. Like when people want to talk to me about their day to day, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I don't subscribe to that, you know. Like, well, what the fuck you mean?
Then the conversations immediately
Right.
started.
It's like, well, right. I can't. Honesty is the best policy, you know. And if it leads to a 2-hour long conversation, so be it. But you know, life is precious, man, and the truth of it really matters.
Yeah.
Like my kids know what I'm into, and I encourage them to learn what their school teaches them, so that they can compare it to what I teach them, and they can learn. Like I don't want to teach them what to think. I want to teach them how to think. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, we homeschool, and I'm kind of doing a dual worldview curriculum because it wouldn't make any sense to not teach them what the Globe Earth teaches. They should know the model better than the people in the public schools.
Yeah. Well, understanding both sides, who better to explain, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
The conversation starts, and, you know, all they have to do is start asking them what they know about their model, and then they'll instantly break down.
Right. Yeah, man, we have fires in the backyard, and we stargaze and moon gaze, and, you know, we talk about reality, and kids get it, man. You know, it's not hard. It's just hard when you're indoctrinated for so many years, you don't ever consider the reality. That's when it becomes hard. But when
Yeah.
you're young and you see it for what it is, it's natural.
Kind of like it's easier to lie to somebody than to convince them that they've been lied to.
Yeah, Samuel Clemens, right?
Probably.
Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens. Yeah.
It's like 2:30 in the morning, man. I can't think right. I should be going to sleep.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. You said 2:30. It's 1:30 over here. I'm never up this late. It's Friday. I had a hard week, so I just happen to be just sticking it out.
Yeah.
I'm in the mood, bro. I'm in the mood for conversation, bro.
Yeah, I'm somewhere between. Should I go get a cup of coffee or just give up and go to bed?
Shit,
Well, I'm 18 hours and 24 minutes into Saturday.
Nice.
Nice.
Is that T-Dub?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, brother, man?
Howdy. Are you still in Australia, Bong?
Are you talking to me?
I was just asking Bong if he's got. It says his mic's open, but
Oh, Bong, right.
maybe he's not at the helm.
Yeah, I've heard him speak, man. He seems like a pretty knowledgeable fellow, man. I heard he's an OG. I'm new here, so I'm trying to establish who's who, man. That's all.
Yeah, he's OG.
And yeah, to answer Nathan's question, some clown was in here trolling, and it got weird for a minute, which I think kind of interfered with the ladies' night thing or something. I don't know.
What? Who was what? Who was weird?
No, there was some other person who came in here and he kept on like asking weird questions and acting a bit silly, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
It kind of messed up the original plans for the ladies' night thing, I guess.
Oh, you're
Right.
talking about the dude with the
voice
girl voice,
changer dude.
right?
Yeah.
That was hilarious. But yeah, bro, one of the things that drew me to the server, other than I mean, obviously, like, the guys go hard, bro, when it comes to dealing with these anti-flat earthers. But the ladies' night is something special, bro. The ladies have a way of getting to these motherfuckers, bro. I fucking binged all the ladies' nights for like a month straight, man. And I was like, oh shit. And I haven't heard a good ladies' night since. And I was wondering what the hell has been going on.
I don't know.
Dude, ladies' night is the best. Fucking, what's her name? Mary Mom? Bambi? Yeah, I was binging them forever. The ladies' nights are the best. I've always wanted to catch one live.
Yeah. Level Up hasn't been back for a while. There's a few haven't been back.
Yeah, I know it's been a while, but I hope that could come back. It's always entertaining to listen to. The ladies, they know how to handle these fucking these zealots. You know, when the zealots come into the ladies' night, they just, I don't know, they got a way, and it's entertaining as fuck. I like when Dandelion goes on her rants. That's my favorite shit. Oh wow.
Oh man.
I had a look for that video that Jin was talking about. I couldn't find it on Dave Weiss's channel. So I don't know. He might be watching it on the interviewer's channel.
He said he was watching it through Facebook.
Ah, okay. Right.
But I expected there to be, a YouTube stream or something.
Yeah, I pinged him to link it, but I don't. He's got two accounts. So I don't know if I pinged the right one or not. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a cool afternoon here.
That globe calculator, that globe chart. You know which one I'm talking about? Where it gives the drop over distance and all the numbers and all that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's the thing that really changed my perspective when it came to the flat Earth. Like that's when I really started waking up. I don't know if I talked to you before, but when I started waking up to flat Earth, I was watching a lot of Owen Benjamin and shit, and that's what got me taking it seriously. And then I started seeing like the globe Earth calculator when it showed the drop over distance, and that's when I really started putting the math together. And I was like, oh shit, that's when I really started like, what the fuck?
Right.
And dude, it's been a wrap ever since. Then I started following with it, and then it's been a wrap. Pretty much.
Yeah. The idea that these oceans are wrapped around a rock spinning in a vacuum is just. I'd never sat down. Like, I guess maybe I had have, but you don't really sit down and really think about it hard, do you? You don't. Like, until someone says, "Hey, have you ever really sat down and thought about it?"
No, I never did. Never did.
I've been saying lately, like that. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm kicking myself, really. That like I really should have considered this much sooner.
You know, growing up in Chicago, like chilling on Lake Michigan and stuff, we would hang out on Navy Pier. And I remember one instance where I was sitting on the edge of the pier and I was looking across Lake Michigan, and I swear to God I saw land, or I saw something other than water over what I perceived to be the horizon. Which it had to be Michigan, like I know what I saw, but I was a kid and I didn't know any better, and the people around me told me that I was imagining things. But you can see fucking land, bro. Plain and simple. I know what it's all.
What you saw was a mirage, right?
Right. Fucking mirage.
Yeah, same, man. I remember living on the coast as a kid in coastal areas and seeing land and things that, in retrospect, I think back and think, well, shouldn't be unable to see that. Van lights, car lights, that would have been a good, I don't know.
Well, I think the number one. I'm sorry. I think the number one thing for me was the constellations, though, because ever since I was a kid, I always tried to, study constellations. And living in the Midwest of America, I'd always see Orion's belt almost all year. And that was always one I'd be able to point out. And then once I realized the different vectors and directions and speeds and all this other shit that we were supposedly going, I was like, there's no fucking way I would be able to see Orion's belt every night, much less the same position year after year after year after year, much less for all of recorded history. And I was like, it's a rat. It's stupid when you really put it in perspective. It's like, how the fuck do you believe in that shit for so long? When you really get an honest perspective, it's like you start kicking yourself, bro.
I wouldn't say that the most frustrating part is how much time was wasted, but how much time ends up being wasted afterward trying to explain to people who don't want to listen.
Yeah, I agree.
It seems to be easier to talk to people online than to talk to certain people in person because they just put their walls up and don't care. And it's not that they don't care about what you're saying. They'd listen to it if it was coming from anyone else.
Yeah, that's where I think approach matters. But you kind of have to have like the foreseen knowledge, If you approach it out of instinct, you're fucked. But if you approach it out of strategy, you might have a chance,
Yeah. It's kind of like in certain cases, you can't teach up. Like, so when people see themselves as being an authority, they're not going to listen to somebody they see as beneath them. Or if they think that what you're saying is crazy, they just instantly shut you down, like, whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that. People look at you as status based on what you're telling them.
Yeah. Or if they've seen you make mistakes, right, and then you're trying to bring up something that you know is true. Oh, well, you're probably wrong about that, too, because they've seen you fail. But if somebody else they've never seen fail explains it to them, they'll listen to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes we're too close to people that we want to talk to.
Yeah, and I feel that too. That's why I try to not be what's the word I'm looking for? Not be presumptuous about it, I just kind of I'll answer truthfully if I'm asked, but I'm not gonna like bring it on somebody,
Oh, I'm blatantly open about it as far as what I believe because I don't care. I'm just kind of, I don't know.
Well, I'm open.
It's
I
not like
just don't preach it. That's
I
all.
mean, I did care what people thought, but then after the past couple of years, like obviously something changed, and I just do not care anymore. But I'm not gonna sit there and force it down somebody's throat or talk their ear off.
Right.
But if they ask me,
yeah, like I don't lie about it, but I don't force it either. Like If I'm having a cordial conversation with somebody, I'll tell them how I feel. I'll tell them my opinion, but I'm not gonna force it on them. I'll just be like, hey, whatever, agree to disagree, whatever.
It's like you tell them what you believe and they start walking away. You're not going to chase them down. They're like, no, you have to listen to me.
Well, yeah, because I do. Most of the people I talk with, like strangers I talk to, is customers. So the last thing I want to do is drive them away.
Yeah.
But I do want to leave them intrigued, so that they,
Plant some seeds and give them something to think about.
Right. I got that going for me. I'm very good at planting seeds, man. I'm a gardener like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
I ran into an old friend a couple of months back. Ran into him after not having seen him, spoken to him for a long time. And I figured they'd heard I knew about flat Earth, and because he started asking me just straight up, oh, how about them flat earthers, huh? I was like, okay, that's a weird way to start a conversation. Like, I'm not used to that. And but we got to talk, and he would not concede that there are no straight lines on a sphere. He was just dead set stuck. No, you can go in a straight line on a sphere. No, you can't. It's curved. There's no straight lines on a sphere. It's good, like a mechanical engineer, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of flat smacking one of my old homies, and he's asking me questions about the moon, and I was like, dude, just focus on the ground you're standing on first before you start asking me about lights in the sky. I think he's starting to understand finally. Yeah, it's planting seeds, man. It definitely makes a difference if you can wait long enough.
Sometimes we'll never see the harvest. Sometimes our job's just to till the ground or give some water.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's okay. We're just here to do our job for here and now, and that's it.
Hell yeah. Agree. Yeah, man, because we only know what we know to be true, right?
Yeah. Overthinking the past and the future's just counterproductive to what's going on in the moment.
Yeah, because who the fuck knows what's true and what's not, man? All we know is what we know right here, right now.
I don't believe truth is relative. I believe that we can know things, but there's hardware limitations to the brain, so we can only know so much.
Right. You know as much as that you accept to be true, or what resonates with you. It's
or what recorded.
Right.
Kind of like if you weren't paying attention in a moment, then like you might not have heard or saw something, and it just isn't there. It's not stored.
Yeah. For normies, for these anti-flatties, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm kind of with what some of the guys say here. We're all the NPCs. There's only one player in this game. Everybody else is an NPC.
And with the programmed responses and
the difference with us is we can choose actions, like kind of like a choose your own adventure thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the super normie NPCs, though, they completely reactionary. They don't even get to pick through the dialogue of options that they want to use.
Yeah, that's fucking sad, man. Like, don't you want the adventure? Like,
yeah.
Like, it's okay to say you don't know because, damn, that's so much more fun, too.
Yeah, exactly.
They think there's an adventure to be had on other planets and shit.
They'd rather imagine. That's the thing. Even if they could, even if they're like freaking Stargates where they could just jump through a portal and go to another planet, most of them wouldn't because they're too scared. They'd stay home and watch YouTube videos of people who did.
Watch them getting eaten by chickens.
Yeah.
chickens and shit.
Most people are cowards. Nobody's going to go anywhere. Like a handful of people go places. Everybody else stays home.
Yeah, right. Shit, I went skydiving. That shit was exhilarating.
I'd love to do that at least once in my life. At least I've flown a plane, so there's that.
Yeah, I want to fly a plane. I was studying to be a pilot for a while. I still plan to do it, but that's on the back burner right now. But I did jump out of a plane. That shit was fun as hell, man.
At one point, I wanted to join the Air Force.
Yikes.
Glad I didn't.
I know, like, right? Knowing what you know now. I almost did too, man. I almost did too, but I didn't qualify because I had back issues.
I qualified. I just didn't. Like, I was on probation at the time, and he said, "Come back when you get off of probation."
Psych.
My wife and I were both going to sign up at the same time because then you get like a sign-in bonus, and we stay together. Like we'd be stationed in the same place.
Damn, they're just full of perks.
Yeah, they would have taken care of everything. But I'm glad we didn't.
Yeah.
Things turned out better this way.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fuck them. Knowing what you know now, man. Fuck. See, my dad was a drill instructor in the Marines, and he got kicked out because he wouldn't stop smoking weed in the trees in Vietnam. But it was a badass motherfucker, dude.
The trees are whispering. They're saying, "Come over here and hit this."
Right. Dude, when my mom told me that, I died, bro. Oh, God. Like, father like son.
But that's actually the real reason why I believe that a lot of people hate cannabis is because there's a lot of soldiers who are like, I don't want to shoot them. They did it. No, man. No. They start thinking deeply about it. Why would I want to kill somebody I don't even know?
Right.
Like what does he even do? He might not even know why he's there.
I'm living. They're getting convinced to kill me. Right. Like,
yeah. This is another
those are
pawn on the
logical
board.
thoughts, though. Right. Yeah.
And then you get a bunch of dudes like all from different cultures sitting in the same room smoking a blunt together, and all of a sudden, oh crap, none of us want to fight each other. Well, who the hell told us to fight?
Fucking Uncle Sam.
Or whatever a fake deity that a country makes for their various.
Yeah, it's crazy how far we've come though since then.
I've realized something though. It's basically a family quarrel. It's like family dynamics that have broken down because I believe that we came from the same origin, so we're all the same family, just way spread out. And so you have all of these inheritance wars over this is my right. Well, no, it's my right. And then people marrying into each other and fighting over marriages.
And they're fighting for their place in the new world order. You know?
Yeah, that's now, but I was just talking about how we got here, like all these different.
Right.
Then you got the royal bloodlines of the kings trying to like say, well, I'm the one who should be the king of all the. Yeah, they were really trying to find the king of all kings for a period of time, like the bloodline of Christ type thing.
Right.
Like, there's historical evidence that King's searching for that.
Holy Grail.
Yeah, and they thought it would make him king of the world.
Yeah.
And now basically the UN's doing the same thing, but in a more of a Tower of Babel type way. Like basically Mystery Babylon.
Yeah, religion becomes scientism. Yeah, it's like
It's
transformed.
all,
Same story, but different context. Yeah.
Like if you took a witch's cauldron, just threw everything in it. That's it. Yeah. They made the soup.
Yeah. Okay.
And I believe they have a plan, but it's like their plan cannot override God's plan. So there's nothing they can do to change the end of the story.
Yeah, I think at this point they're winging it. I think they had a plan, but I think at this point they weren't expecting this amount of people to be awakened. I think they compensated for a certain amount of people to be woken up to this shit. You know, kind of like how pharmaceutical companies put a certain set of money aside for people that are gonna die from whatever the fuck they're gonna release.
Everybody
it's like the
has
same
their
shit.
statistics.
Right. Yeah. They predict the amount of people that are gonna resist, and they compensate for that.
I don't like the idea of lumping them all into a they, though, due to how many factions there are. Like, some of the they are attacking the other they.
Correct.
And like,
yeah, I agree
those
with
they
you.
are friends with that one, but that one hates that one, and they're friends with that one.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I agree with saying they, yeah, but it's like, how the fuck do you label them, though? Because they pretty much have the same goal. Like, they want to be the remaining they, you know. So,
Don't they bleed? And they need food, right?
right, yeah.
So my thought is this: we are the ones to blame for their ability to have that power. We give it to them. We put them on the pedestal and we feed them.
Yeah, we're conditioned as such, right? We're
Yep.
conditioned in such a way where we keep that perpetually reciprocating. Correct.
Yeah. And then they've got us dependent on the system that they've inherited. They don't even know how it runs. They don't even have the instruction manual for it. They're just
Right,
kind of
right.
rolling with it.
And a lot of the truthers fell for the whole Trump thing because they thought he was gonna shake the system up.
God.
Including me, dude. But I mean, luckily I rose above that and understood, hey, they found us, you know? Like they acknowledge the group of people that know what the fuck's up. So they're sending people out to gather to try to interact with the system as if it was legit again, you know?
Yeah. Like, I know
Don't
some
talk
people
about
who...
Trump is real.
I'm sorry?
I said, don't talk shit about Trump. Trump is real.
I was gonna say, I know some people who they were really following the QAnon type stuff and heavily into following Trump. I
did it first. I'll be honest.
I
Like
looked into it. I did my due diligence to research. So
yeah, me too. And then I realized I was like, oh shit. I'm like, this is another psyop.
I didn't really believe it. I was more like, well, what's this? And started looking into it. But to me, like,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I liked Trump because he was a funny troll, but as a president,
entertaining.
Yeah, but it was funny. The mean tweets was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody tripping the entire time. But yeah, I'm sorry. Like, what were you saying?
No, I interrupted you. I apologize. But yeah, I was on the same train, man. Like, he's an entertaining dude. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna tell the truth about 9/11 and all this other shit. And as a truther, you're like, how could you not back that? But at the same time, it's like, man, it's like to get to that level, you gotta be under some sort of contract of some sort.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, 2 years into it, we get the scandemic going, and you know, Tragic Warp Speed and all that.
My mother was heavily into the QAnon stuff, and I didn't like talking to her about it because I didn't want to fight with her.
Well, in the beginning, I bought into it, and then I understood what it really was, and I was like, oh, okay. It was like damage control.
What prevented me from buying into it was every time I asked her a question that she couldn't answer, she'd get pissed off at me instead of providing a valid answer, and I'm like, this is less and less believable the more questions I ask.
Yeah.
Because there's no answers for my questions, so why would I? Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, it was like they had a select few people that were okay with getting grabbed up with the whole pedophile bullshit. You know, it was like, okay, this is the amount of information that has been released, so this is the amount of information that we're going to control.
But all right, when they brought up the adrenochrome thing, right? Who gives a crap? They put freaking Cinemix in almost everything, so people are everyone. Just saying. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I know.
But they wanted to trip over this one thing, and I'm like, that's a data point on a vast spreadsheet, and y'all tripping over one spot.
Yeah.
It's not a rabbit hole. It's a freaking, have you ever seen like prairie dogs or like meerkats, like how wide their little weird housing? It's more like that. It just goes everywhere.
Yeah. their little underground burrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that I think that led to this kind of explosion of information related to flat Earth, I consider 9/11 to be the big bang of conspiracy theory research. It's when people started questioning things and digging really
Agree.
deep.
That's what happened for me. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's the same for me. That's when I started. I'm like, because I remember when it happened, and like I hear rumors in the halls of people talking about stuff, and then they start wheeling in TVs and stuff into the classrooms, and then showing the footage from the news.
I remember that day, bro. I could, yeah. But
People
go
are
ahead.
calling their parents. Like, you're not even allowed to use your cell phone, but some people pulling out those old ass cell phones and whatever.
Yeah, I didn't have a cell phone. I was in my buddy's living room waiting for his brother to take us to school that day, and I remember seeing the whole spiel on the thing. I remember seeing the supposed second plane hitting the tower or
The
whatever.
well-off kids had their phones with them anyway. And then other people were crying and tripping. Some people were
But
like,
dude,
their parents
check
picked them
this
up
out.
instantly.
Right, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But when we went to school, they had us go into the auditorium and they had us watch the whole thing on the big screen all day.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, it was almost like the Challenger thing. You know how they wheel the TV in the room or whatever. When I went to school, they had us go into the auditorium with a pull-down projection screen, and they had the whole thing going all day, and all the kids were crying. It was just such a traumatic experience.
Damn.
Yeah. Not for me, though.
Kind of like the shedding of confetti at an Apollo parade.
Yeah, it was like a ritual, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure it was.
They all are.
I feel bad because we had a Palestinian substitute teacher like right after that happened, bro. And I was a young and dumb kid, and so were my classmates, bro. Oh my god, this dude, we were making paper airplanes. Oh my god, dude. I don't even want to get into it.
Not too many years after that, they had a president with the middle name Hussein, whose name rhymed with Osama bin Laden. You know what I mean?
Straight up, right?
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro. If you take the Freemasonic Lodge, where the worship hall, where the main chair is, right? They got the two pillars on each side, and you got the Freemason symbol above it. You got the black and white checkerboard floor all the way down. Just draw a line right down the middle of the room, the middle of the chair, and the middle of the Freemason symbol, and you have the 1XX1, which is 9/11.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree with you.
I agree with you. Yeah. But 7-Eleven was a part-time job, bro. You know what I mean?
Straight up FBS, bro. Hey, you the bomb, dog. I appreciate everything you did, bro. Especially during Austin's tour, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro. Yeah.
Oh, you were like fucking awesome, bro. During that time.
Thank you, bro. I'm glad you remember. That was a while back.
That's about the time I discovered this place. That's how long I've been listening. Yeah. But I just started becoming more vocally involved because, my balls are getting bigger.
I remember somebody kept hitting me up on my YouTube channel, like on comments on my videos. They'd be like, "You got to come over to this Discord server." I don't even know what a Discord server was. I was like, "Nah, what?" And then finally, I can't remember how they hit me up. Oh, it was during a live stream where I was like typing on somebody's thing, and then they're like, "Hey, come over to this Discord." I was like, "I don't know how." And they're just click this link right here, make it real easy. So I clicked the thing. I tried to come in and I tried to hit the mic to talk, and it wouldn't let me. I'm like, "Oh, this is lame." So I just left, and they hit me up again. They're like, "Oh, I cleared you. You just didn't wait long enough." I was like, "All right." So I came back over, and then, the rest is history.
That was pretty much the same deal with me.
Dude, I could see you.
I didn't know what the fuck Discord was.
Nah, Oscar.
I'd never heard of it before, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me neither. I saw Witsit and Nathan Thompson kept talking about it, And they were like, man, if you really want to know what's up, man, come to Discord. And I was like, what the fuck is Discord? And then I finally found it, and I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you really want to know what's up, you come here, bro.
Yep. For sure.
So that's why I've been coming here, bro, because I want to sharpen my tools, man. You know, these are the best and the brightest over here.
Yeah,
Shit,
absolutely.
you included, dog.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I noticed it doesn't just help sharpen your tools for your argument for flat Earth, but like it could help sharpen your arguments for like all kinds of things that you wouldn't even think have anything to do with it. But it's just a good thing to sharpen your arguments on. You know what I mean?
But it helps you listen to other people. It helps you in all different aspects, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
In a way, it's kind of like a public speaking course when you start speaking in the live stream and in the chat. It can boost your confidence and build your ability to speak and organize your thoughts.
That's what I lack, and that's what I need, and that's why I'm here.
Dude, when I came in, I was like full throttle. Just like when my very first debate, Nathan hit me up one day because I told him, I was like, hey, bro, I know you don't know me that well. We've only met once, but like if there's ever a debate where like the flat earther flakes out or whatever, hit me up. I never debated before. I just wanted to though. And so he called me one day. He's like, hey, James needs you if you could do it like this afternoon on Modern Day Debate. I was like, hell yeah. And so like, you know what I mean? I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning, bro. So sometimes it's good just to jump in head first. You know what I mean? But, I don't know. A lot of people checked me in the beginning on this Discord too and straightened me out.
That's probably where I'm starting out at it. You know, it sounds like where I'm starting out. Because I started out watching for a minute and with it and shit.
You've been honestly a lot.
For a minute, huh?
What's that?
What were you saying, Ether?
No, go ahead, man. I'll say it after you go ahead and ask him that.
I was just saying you've been a flat earther for a minute now, huh?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say about 4 years. I've probably been out and proud about the last 3 years, though.
Hey, you don't go by the name Wes Pappas, right?
Yeah, that's me, dog.
Oh, that is you. Oh, shit. What up? Okay, I thought that was you. I wasn't sure, though. Okay.
Yeah, that's me, man.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'm known, but I'm not known. I'm a friendly motherfucker, dog.
I've seen a lot of you guys around.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ether.
Oh, I'm just saying I've seen a lot of you guys around. Like just on random servers.
When you say you guys, what do you mean?
All you flat earthers.
I know, flat lives matter. Flat lives matter.
But the thing is getting into it right now is actually the best time because it's not like that Wild West type days that it was before where there's a constant barrage of trolls just flooding in at all times. It's more like you already know your enemy at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Miggy got me all hyped up talking about everybody's getting back together, all the legends get back together. I want to be a part of this shit.
If I'd gotten on about 3 months earlier, I joined in at a bad time. That's the best way I could put it.
Hey, bro, if it wasn't for Kobe, I'd never get laid. You know what I mean? I got laid 19 times the other day.
I'll say this: there were so many people that taught so many different things related to this.
Oh, I know.
And some of the people, they're still on these servers here. It's just random people I talk to about stuff or listen to them speak.
Yeah. You could tell if they're newbies, dog, because they're just like blurting like da-da-da-da, and you're like, damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm talking about when I was first getting into, like, I've always had the mentality of kind of realms of possibility, collecting worldviews. Like, I actually didn't care what was real, just what people say about things. And so when the flat earth thing came out, like, okay, this is cool. Maybe, all right, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Went to investigate it, and there was a lot of different people putting out videos, like Rob Skiba and a bunch of others. And so my wife and I would watch all these different things together.
Yeah. Dude, when I first heard about it, my chick told me about it, and I was just like, dude, I don't got time for this shit. Like, dude, miss me with this shit. Like, I got shit to do. I wouldn't even listen to her. And then, like, that video, 200 Reasons, played. Like, it came on after another video, and I couldn't find the remote to turn the channel. And I was just got out of the shower, dude. That shit played. Like, 15 minutes into that shit, dude, I was a flat earther. And by that night, dude, I was calling everybody I knew. And I thought everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, like jump on board. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
That was a rude awakening, bro.
It takes time. You have to like cultivate a garden there. Like you got to go ahead and till the ground and then plant seeds and water them. Like keep going back and water. Pull weeds out.
Like I ran in with my little squirt gun or with my little sharpened toothbrush into like a full on fucking army tank fight. Didn't know that you know what I mean? I just went in like with a slingshot trying to take out a giant, bro.
Yeah.
But I was watching Owen Benjamin, right? That's when I started taking it serious. And then when I started watching Witsit doing the tour, that's when I really started like putting it to my own personal life where I was like, man, should I start talking about this and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just, dude, it resonates with you. You know when you know. You just know.
Dude, Nathan's actually the one who told me to start a YouTube channel. It was like when I told him I want to debate, and he's like, well, do you have a YouTube channel or anything so we can like check you out? And I was like, no, I don't. He's like, well, start a YouTube channel. I was like, I'm going to go to the store and buy a phone right now and start a YouTube channel. So I did. And then I called him and I was like, hey, I just made my first YouTube video, just a video of it in the parking lot at Best Buy. That was my first YouTube video. And then he's like, all right, well.
First ones I started watching, I really enjoyed his content, man. He say what you want. He got some great content, man.
No, he actually stayed at my house for a couple days. He slept in the trailer, and he was really polite. He took me out to lunch. You know, and then a couple months later, my mom was friends with like this lady who watches Peggy Hall. I don't know if you know Peggy Hall, but
I know Peggy Hall.
Yeah, something American, healthy American, whatever. And I'd watched some of her stuff because she was all like anti-Kobe, you know, the anti-Kobe signature on your chest, whatever. So my mom's like, well, she's doing a demonstration or rally or whatever. There's gonna be a lot of people down there in Orange County. And then at the time, Nathan just happened to be in Orange County at the time, and he had a friend who like had a place we could stay at. And so I was like, you want to go to this thing? He's like, all right. So me and my mom, we got there at like 2 a.m, dude. And we just crashed out at the place. And then we got up and we went to that thing. And we're all walking to it. And me, my mom, and Nathan all somehow got split up. But I ended up right in the front, dude, like right up next to Peggy. So I was like videotaping the whole thing. And then right after it was done, I got to flat smack Peggy too. And like I made a little video out of it. But I was like,
no way, you flat smack Peggy Hall.
Yeah. And like, damn, so like,
dog.
This was like back in like, this was like back in like, like barely when I started like a month after I'd had my channel. So I didn't have that many videos. I wasn't even that good at flat smacking. You know what I mean? But
that's awesome though, because she's like well followed and she's like a straight up flat earther. That's awesome. Dude.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
I flat smacked that dude. Remember Forgetting Sarah Marshall? The dude who's in that movie? Jason Stratham or whatever.
No shit. The main guy.
I seen him. The what?
The main guy, right?
Yeah, who plays like the piano. Yeah. The main character who gets his heart broken. Yeah.
Right.
I seen him down here in Ventura where I live on Main Street, and I just pulled the car over, and I'm like, hey. He was like on the foot. He was like trying to walk away from me, but I flat smacked that fool too.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
But fuck that guy.
I know, right? Yeah. Most people are like, autograph, sign my chest.
I love you, flat man. You the shit, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking my people's
I try, bro. Yeah, I try. Dude, my friend who had the recording studio was making all my music and shit. You ever heard any of my music? For sure.
Of course.
Cool. Dude,
I've been on Facebook for like a year and a half, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you always call me. It's just like it's just hard for me. Switch from West the Builder to West Papas.
Yeah, I was trying to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, change. I was like, if you change the name, it would all be better. No, I'm just kidding. It's all good. I'm just like product recognition. You know what I mean?
Well, building is what I do the most. So I was trying
That's
to
right,
like,
bro.
if I was gonna come on Discord, I don't want to be like claiming nothing other than what I know. You know?
Yeah. Well, what is the Papas? Is that your last name?
Yeah, that's my last name. I'm Greek.
Okay.
Greek as fuck.
Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't know if that was like a nickname or what. That's a dope name, though. That's like in Spanish. That means French fries, huh? Or does it mean? Doesn't it? Papas fritas.
Yeah, potatoes.
But it means dad, though, obviously.
Say again?
It means dad, right? Papa?
Oh yeah, Papa. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. But Papas is Greek. It comes from the name Papadakoulos.
Okay. Whoa, that sounds like Papa Doc, bro. From 8 Mile, you know Papa Doc. Remember?
Fuck
you remember?
World.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I know what you're talking about. Fuck the free world.
Fuck the free world. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
It's funny as shit.
Papa Doc.
Yeah, Papadakoulos. That was the
Okay.
original Greek name, yeah. But yeah, I'm Wes Pappas. Find me on Facebook, Wes Pappas.
My last name is actually it can be traced all the way back. It's in the book of Genesis, bro. And it means drunkard. Really? Yeah, my last name's Seba, S-E-B-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that means drunkard? Hello?
His call dropped. He'll be back. It must have disconnected.
Oh shit! Did I cut off for a second?
Yeah, a little bit. You go now though.
Yeah, so it means drunkard, which is perfect. Everybody's always complaining like, "Oh, it's so hard nowadays living in the days of right up to the point of like the like the new world or what do they call it the Armageddon or whatever." But like, dude, think about that. Back in the day, supposedly like people weren't just smoking trees getting stoned. Like if people were really getting stoned, like fools were throwing rocks at people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm proud to be alive in a time like this, bro. We've been called for something great, you know what I mean?
Agreed. Dude, this time right now, holy shit, bro.
Right?
Nobody's having a greater time than us.
Right? Nobody. I was thinking the other day, I was like, even if they incarcerated me for the rest of my life, right? Or they Nelson Mandela'd me or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, dude. Like this this knowledge that's been bestowed upon me, dude, that I've been entrusted with, bro, is like, dude, it's such a jewel. And like, it'll seriously bring out the best or the worst in anywhere I go with people, dude, in all types of different situations. It passes all socioeconomical boundaries, dude. You know, because you don't know who's going to be receptive and who's not. Like, you might meet some dude who's like some Arabian millionaire, and you randomly talk to him about it, and he's like, okay, and he becomes a flat earther. And then you could meet some dude who's just like some white dude who's just like some dope fiend on the street, and like he gets all crazy, and you don't want to hear nothing about flat Earth. And he's like he has like a dirty hand-me-down NASA sweater on, and he's repping those shit. You know what I mean?
Friday day.
Yeah.
Friday day. We have everybody in jail believing in the flat Earth.
Yeah. Flat smack a warden.
Oh, dude, I've been in jail before, and I flat smacked people, dog. You know?
Yeah, but if you were in jail for life, I could see you flat smacking the warden, and just kind of the entire jail becomes a flat Earth jail.
Before I was a flat earther.
Huh?
So I said I was in jail before I was a flat earther.
You were in jail before you were a flat earther?
Right out of jail.
I didn't hear what he said.
I'm sorry. I said I was in jail before I was a flat earther. But
oh, okay. I've been in jail as a flat earther.
I said I can see it on the news. Flat earthers break out of jail.
Yeah. No, when I was in jail in like early 2021 before I started my YouTube channel, or maybe it was late. It was like late 2020, right? And Nathan was supposed to be coming to Southern California with Witsit for their that clown tour thing, right? And like I called my chick and I was like, dude, I'm gonna miss them. They're gonna come through and I'm not gonna be able to see them. I was so bummed out. And she the next day I called her and she's like, no, I talked to Nathan. He was like, do you need money on your books? And she's like, no, he's taken care of. And he's like, well, we won't be there for another like 40 days. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make it. Okay, I'm gonna get to see him, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I kind of came up with my name, Latter-day Saints, in jail while I was like on the phone. I was like trying to think of a good name. And then I was like, Latter-day Saints. That's perfect because
that's about the time I came on, man.
Yeah.
When they first started the tour, that's about the time I hopped on board.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I remember I met Nathan in LA. Remember that whole duck suit thing?
Unfortunately,
yeah, so that's the first time I was ever on YouTube. I was actually one of the people who goes into the hotel room with him, and it was like asking questions. I have like a really big beard and like long hair in that video though, and it was like the first time I'd ever met Nathan. So like I didn't know what the hell was going on, you know what I mean? But yeah, so like that's how I met him. Like he was doing a live stream like the night before, and I was like, I kept putting all caps in the thing, like trying to get his attention. He's like, hey, I'll be in LA tomorrow. What's your I gave him my email. Anyways, but yeah, so I came down. I didn't know what the hell was going on with that though, but that's how I met him. And then I was like, one day I was like, hey, dude, I seen Witsit debate, and I was like, do you know this fool Witsit? And he's like, yeah. I was like, fuck, I wonder how I get a hold of him. He's like, do you want his number? I was like, yeah. So he shot me his number.
That's when I found Discord. Was when Nathan and Austin got together.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, because they were telling everybody about it, and they were like, "Man, they're like, if you really want to talk about it, come to Discord." And I was like, "What the fuck is Discord?" And then I found it, and I was like, "Damn, this place is awesome."
Yeah, for sure. What state do you live in, Wes?
I'm in Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Well, I live in the outskirts now. I just bought a house in Mount Prospect, which is just outside of Chicago. But I was born and raised in Chicago.
You seen that show, Shameless?
Yeah.
They say I look just like Frank.
No, hell no, bro. You're much prettier than that motherfucker.
I'm gonna post a Photoshop picture I did with half his
Dude,
face and half mine.
Frank, I remember him from Fargo, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll post a picture.
Yeah. Shameless is like a new generation vision on Chicago. It's pretty close, but I mean, I guess you got to be from here to really get it. I guess I don't know. This place sucks. I mean, you don't want to be from here.
Right.
Fucking Shameless was a funny show, but
here it is right here. Tell me which one is me and which one is Frank.
Oh, hold on. You in the chat?
Yeah, I just posted it.
All right, let me go check it out.
Flat Earthers released by Warden of Good Behavior. He looks at me, huh?
Oh, I can't breathe, dude. Oh, that's funny as fuck.
Watch, I'm gonna take a picture of my driver's license picture and show you. And I think I look more like Frank in my driver's license picture.
God. Oh, that's hilarious.
When I went to jail a couple years ago, everybody was calling me Shameless.
You're so much prettier, dog.
I went in there with a full-on gnarly beard, dude.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. It's just funny as fuck. I'm sorry.
We'll take a picture of this real quick.
How'd you do that? Ah!
Just Photoshop.
Oh, I'm not too familiar with all that. That's just hilarious, though. Well done.
Thank you.
That made my belly hurt. You funny as fuck, dog. Well, hey, man. I'm gonna say goodnight, dog.
Hey, check this last photo out real quick, dog.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Where's it at?
Stay blessed, man, and watch out for zombies.
Right.
I'll try.
Hold on. We'll post it right now.
Where's it at? Flat.
Hold on.
That last picture.
Okay, you ready? Here it is. What do you think?
It's like a white ODB. Baby, I got your money.
Right.
That's amazing. I love it. I think it should be framed.
Yeah. Well, I was framed. You know what I mean? That's why I went to jail.
No, true
I was framed. You need to go to bed then, dog?
Modern Renaissance art.
Right.
Hey, man, I appreciate the fuck out of you guys.
Thank you, bro.
Stay blessed,
You
man.
appreciate that you appreciate it.
Appreciating your appreciation.
Right.
Hey, well, I got your back, and I'll be here tomorrow, brother.
Yep,
all right, bro.
For sure.
All right.
Take it easy.
Have a
Peace
good
out,
night.
man.
Black gang.
So until next time.
Black gang forever.
Stephen Hawking.
It's funny when like these fake Globy people come in and they'll say stupid stuff like that though, like Flat Gang or whatever. Like, what's up? Greetings, fellow flatties, or some other crap. And it's like, dude, no. No.
Bro, I do that.
I know, but it's funny when like these newbie globe earthers would come in and they'll try and pretend to be flat earthers by saying stuff like that. And it's like, why do you all do it though?
We are all part of the fat gang, gang.
It's like they come in and they're like, hey, do you know where I could score some flat? Like, I'm hurting. Like, and you're like, yeah, how much you need? They're like, well, I don't know, like, 40 or 100 or like 1,000 or like, I don't know. Like, you're like, what? You're like, wrong number. Right? Crank caller.
Supply and demand.
Right? These fools are all mic'd up, dog. You know what I mean? They got marked bills and shit. See, where I'm from, bro, if you try to sell curvature to somebody and say that it's flat, they're gonna come knock at your door and be like, this shit's bonk. I need my money back. You need to go. You know what I mean?
Flat Earth Day Saints.
What up?
Yeah.
What up?
Oh no,
Somebody say my name?
I did a text-to-speech computer voice and I made it so that Rick Sanchez says your name.
Yo, who's Rick Sanchez?
Flat Earth Day Saints.
That's so sick. I like that.
It's from Rick and Morty.
Oh, okay. Do you have any other voices you can do?
It's got like 5,887 of them, but most of them suck. I'll send you the website.
Okay. That's so cool. So dope.
You might be able to use some of it in making music and stuff.
Oh,
some
yeah.
of them, they actually sound like some of the people.
Yeah.
Like I got Darth Vader to say, "You don't know the power of the dumb side," and it sounded pretty much on point.
I need somebody like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth or Nathan Oakley style voice to be like, Flat Earth Day Saints. Or a chick. Some like chick with like
dude. There's I think 5 of them that do kind of a song thing, so you could type in lyrics and just make it sing like an intro or something in any voice you want.
Right? So dope. I've been so dope so long. Hey, Tim.
I'll send you the random stuff that I've been playing with lately. Here's another one that lets you animate pictures using sounds.
What?
You take the computer voice from here and then put a picture on here and animate it and make it say the voice that you're doing.
Are you posting this to my DM?
Yeah.
Or GM, whatever we call it? My direct messages?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
And then here's something that you can edit video with, so you can piece them together and edit out the little watermark at the top. I need to get better stuff to edit things with, but this is what I've been playing with lately. I mean, I think I have like an open video editing thing as well, but I don't really use that. Like, not unless I have to. If I have to edit a really big file, then I'll put it in the other one. But the Clipchamp works perfectly for small videos.
Okay. What do you consider a small video? Like 20 minutes or less?
Oh, no, like 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, it probably actually can handle that, but the video.
Dude, there's been about 5 or 6 times, bro, since I started making videos that I've spent literally all day editing a video, and then I won't save it, and I'll go to something else on my phone, and I'll go back and I'm like, oh, so mad. So I'll just scratch the whole idea. I'm like, I just scrapped it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But dude, I've spent some time editing videos where like it gets like 150 views. I'm like, dude, seriously? And then other times where like I'll just throw a video together and it'll be like 1,000 views, like real quick. I'm like, dude, what the hell? It's like hard to really tell what is gonna what, like, anything that has to do with the moon landing that nobody's ever heard of yet, like something different or new. People usually like all want to see that shit.
Yeah.
You know.
I was gonna say the other one I use is OpenShot, but if you've got a phone, it's a program for a computer. I don't think you'd be able to use it.
I have a MacBook Pro, but I don't know how to use that shit, dog. Like, it's so filled up with stuff too. I need to fucking like.
Oh, dude, that's actually, those are designed for graphic design.
Yeah, I know.
Engineered for that kind of thing.
Yeah. I need to get this ball rolling with this thing. It's just like I'm always walking around. I can't sit still usually, so like the phone is just easier for me to edit on. I mean, I don't know. I've done every single video that I have on my phone.
You know, you can use a Bluetooth mouse on that, right?
On the computer?
On your phone. You can sync a Bluetooth mouse to your phone and use it like a mini computer.
Oh.
A Bluetooth keyboard too.
Oh.
And that might make it easier for you to edit videos on it if you have a mouse to be able to get, instead of trying to touch screen everything.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, my phone's pretty big though.
Yeah.
I got the Galaxy S21 Ultra. But I see what you're saying though.
Because I have this one mouse. Well, I need to get new batteries for it. But I have a mouse that sometimes I'd carry in my pocket just so I have a mouse for my phone.
Okay.
I used to carry 2 phones at all times. Like I'd have one that was a media phone that I would use kind of as an MP3 player and a tablet, and then I'd have another phone that was actually active.
I always carry 2 phones with me. One phone was like for probation and for the courts or whatever, for the lawyers and for like, you know, whatever, like doctors, and then the other one was like for everything else, you know.
Got the burner phone.
Mm-hmm. 2 phones, like 2 chains, baby.
Got to keep family-related matters and business separated.
Right. One is the curve and the other's flat. I got 2 phones. One's curved and the other's flat.
You got a phone to talk to Globies and a phone to talk to your flat friends.
For sure. It's funny, like this chick who's my ex, she just called me. Finally, she called me tonight, trying to talk to her for the last couple of months, and like her parents are like super rich, and they're like Jehovah's Witnesses. She said she'd been going to the church, and I was like, I'll go with you. She's like, I don't know if that would be a good idea. And she's like, I've already been on all the conspiracies, so like wherever you're at, I'm like way ahead of you by now. Like, I'm sure you are. Okay. Like, you just kind of got to give it to him sometimes and be like, I'm sure, like, teach me something, you know? Basically, I took that position. But then, like, she was asking questions, and one thing led to another. You know what I mean? There's 25 police cars out front now, and, like, fucking an ambulance. No, I'm just kidding. It's all fun and games, dude, until somebody gets Kobe Bryant 24 tattooed on their chest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know, the parable of the tortoise and the hare comes to mind. Like, just because you think you're in the lead doesn't mean you're winning.
Right. Yeah, the hare and the tortoise. I went to this Mexican food restaurant the other day, and I ordered a torta, and there's freaking hair in it, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck.
How dare you?
Harry Potter mixed with a turtle shell. You got that hair, the hair of the dog that bit the spider that wiggled and jiggled and squiggled inside her.
Teenage Mutant Harry Potters.
Right.
Oh man.
The military
cream soda.
Cream
I'm
soda.
sitting here thirsty and I need to go get something to drink, and I'm like, I don't want to get up though because I'm chatting, and then I realized I had a soda. I'm like, yes.
Dude, the only way I fuck with soda is if it's flat, dog. That's the only way. Seriously, I hate carbonation.
I'm very picky. I don't drink any sodas that don't have real sugar and real ingredients. Like, screw that high fructose corn syrup. So I get the ones in the glass bottles that are expensive, and it's more like a treat, like rare.
Yeah. Dude, I went to some fish restaurant for my birthday. My dad took me out, and like they have only like IPA sodas there. And I tried. I was like, damn, that's a good soda. I don't even like soda. That was pretty good.
To me, I don't drink, so having a cream soda is like having a beer. I'm to chill and have a beer, I guess.
They got this beer now in down here where I live. I don't know if they have it all over the United States, but it's called 805. It's by Firewalker Ranch or whatever. Have you ever seen those 805 beers? It's like a black can. It says white letters 805.
I wouldn't know. I don't really look over at that side of the store.
Right. Anyway. Supposedly, they try to say they put 805 on the map. I don't think so. I think Black Swan put the 805 on the map, though, bro.
Oh, dude, there's so many things they're not going to give Flat Earthers credit for, but we did that. We did it. Like, I'm just saying, like, all right, there's a movement across the internet paying more attention to logical fallacies. Us. Yeah. That was us. We did that.
Right.
And there's so many other things that just change as far as how people interact with each other. That was just all us. The movements of the truth movement, but especially Flat Earthers.
Yeah. I heard they don't want to admit it. This Flat Earther the other day, he was bitching and complaining that other Flat Earthers who were more famous on YouTube have taken his ideas and shit like that and made videos out of them. And I'm like, well, bro, you have one of two choices. Either you don't release any of this information that you find out until you make a video of your own and signature it, or you give the information away for free and you can't be mad where it goes to. Because if it's truth, wherever it ends up, bro, it's going to be for the good.
Well,
I mean, even if somebody else gets more props than you do, like, who cares who thought of the idea, dude?
There's a reason I don't put watermarks on any of my things. If I see it somewhere on the internet, I'm like, I see what you did there. And I'm going to be happy that it got over there. Like, cool. I'm not going to care. And when you start, that's ego. If you care about, I want my credit. What the hell is that?
I put my initials on a lot of memes that I do, but I don't know if that's the same thing or not.
I don't know. It doesn't matter because, like, usually memes will inspire people to make their own version anyway. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
When I'm releasing like actual assets, like these are video, I'm not gonna put my little. Nah, people can use them for whatever. I don't care.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hey, man, I'd be putting my initials on the bottom of every video I make. You think I shouldn't do that?
Well, I mean, like Toby Dog just said there, usually the watermarked memes tend to be horrible. And thinking about it, a lot of those tend to be made by liberals.
Oh, no. On my videos that I make, though, like on my channel, I always put FDS in the corner on the bottom.
Oh, that's different. That's like a watermark for your video itself, like on your actual channel. I'm talking about these things that I just randomly post, or like I'm giving them away because if somebody finds them funny, they want to take it. I don't care. It's a video meme.
Okay. Oh, like a GIF or whatever?
No, these are video memes with audio. Like I'm just making short, like couple megabyte videos. I created a character called Buzz Aldrin, and he's Mrs. Nesbitt. It's just Mrs. Nesbitt Aldrin, and he's like, and all of them just a bunch of weirdly weird. It's like he's drunk. I sent a couple of them to you.
Okay. I'll make a one where Buzz Aldrin's playing poker, and it says Buzz All In. They got a lot of the phrases from poker from the Bible, like the blind leading the blind. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then there's some flat Earth references, like a flat call or a cold call.
I was gonna say have them playing poker on the moon with Neil and a couple of Stanley. Have them playing with Stanley Kubrick and Neil Armstrong.
Right. Yeah.
Moon landing set poker game.
Michael
Hey
Cole.
guys, what's going on?
How's it going, man? Welcome.
Good.
What's
happening?
The land down under.
You show up and I look at the clock and it's like 3 a.m. and I'm like, okay.
Hey, that's my birthday, bro. 333. That's my birthday.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I was born on the 333rd day.
And how'd the day go? I was listening into Ladies' Night, which wasn't really the Ladies' Night, but
It got commandeered by a troll, I guess. Whatever.
yeah, I heard him. The one that came in as a woman at the start.
Was that Trisha?
No, it was Stacy XX, I think.
Yeah.
Came in as
Trisha, I figured out real quick. I'm like, Trisha, you rearrange the letters in your name and it's Ishtar.
Funny.
I swear you could take Latter-day Saints into like some kind of Indiana Jones crap and he would decipher whatever the heck it is, some kind of puzzle, and he'd be like, yeah, if you do the letters like this, and then the door just opens.
Right? Yeah. I'll be the guinea pig. I'll be the guinea pig, because then if I'm wrong, I'm the one that looks like an idiot. I mean, but I usually just dive right into that shit.
I don't mind looking crazy in a world filled with insane people.
Dude, imagine. It's
You
the
know
same
what?
thing as
Everyone.
No, go ahead,
keep
Kimbo.
going, man. No, you're all right. I interrupted you, mate.
No, I was going to say, it's like, imagine everybody you knew believed in Santa Claus, right? Everybody you knew believed in Santa Claus, and like they planned their whole year around like being on his good list and what kind of cookies they were going to make and making sure their chimney was clean. People that didn't have chimneys built chimneys. And people that were homeless went outside and built tents with chimneys, right?
And they keep them
made
clean.
sure everybody made sure the cobblestones were right so the deer wouldn't get like rocks in their hooves, and like everything was just like, you know, they spent their whole year like, you know, waiting for the Santa Claus thing. And so it's just like the people you're talking, like they appear to be normal, but then like, you know, they think everything they own came from Santa Claus. Even if they bought something from the store, they think it came from Santa Claus, bro. That's kind of like the world we live in, though. Pretty much, you know?
Like imagine you think Santa's coming all year, and then it's just the Grinch, and he takes all of your stuff.
But yet, even if you see that, you're still like, no, it was Santa Claus. It was Santa Claus.
Yeah, and you still believe Santa's coming next year.
Yeah.
Daddy, I got $100 from the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
They're like, you're like, I was in an airplane. I swear I could see the Santa's sleigh. You're like, no, that was a military drone. And they're, no, dude, it was Santa's sleigh. Santa's sleigh. You know what I mean? Everybody I know is like, I was in an airplane and I saw the curvature.
I think everyone's got a little bit of craziness these days. Yeah.
Defend myself here. Is that okay? Please. No. So so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, you know, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No, we get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Hang on. I'm doing it the wrong way around. Oh, someone did it.
Yeah, Miggy was playing it. That's a funny one though. Yeah, that one's one of the best ones.
Oh, I was trying to stop it.
He had actually posted in a live stream and asked if anybody wanted to hear a funny clip, and then he played it.
I think he's been putting a few together, hasn't he? I think he showed a few the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like shorts, you know, like compiled shorts together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, everyone seems these days to have a little bit of craziness. Like, you know, you kind of wake up and then everyone you talk to kind of has an issue. Like, not with, what you think, but you talk to them and you go, fuck, man, you really got bad issues. Like, these people, and they wonder why they're fucking single and stuff like that. And you go, listen to what you're saying. You're fucking crazy. That's why you're single. You're a fucking nut. And it gets exacerbated when you, the more you learn about the truth, the more crazy the normal people look. Hey, they're all nuts.
The etymology of the word crazy is interesting. It means full of cracks. They're broken. Man.
Is it?
Yeah, they're broken people. They're full of cracks.
Book, mate. You need to bring out a book of etymology meanings.
This is usually what I do. Like, a percentage of my day is just spent looking up random words and then finding the etymology for the words because it's fun for me. It's boring for other people, but I like it. It's just, I always come up with something hilarious. Like, you look up the word crazy, it doesn't mean what you think it would mean. Like, or the word person.
Where does nuts come from? Does that mean because you got a couple of screws loose? So called it nuts.
In poker, nuts means the best hand, though. In poker, you know what I mean? If you've got the nuts.
Opposite world.
Yeah, right?
Okay, nut. Old English, Germanic origin, Dutch root, and German, or related to Dutch.
It's funny because you think of the word neuter, like nut, nuta. They're like the opposite of each other almost.
It's like taking them away.
Yeah, right?
Poor dogs.
Oh, crap.
What?
Down here in California.
And you can't talk about it. Tell them that
down here they got the Nutty Block Gangster Crip. They got Long Beach Insane.
No, hold on. I've got to look something up. I'll be right back. This is fun.
I don't know about y'all, but sometimes down here, we be crip walking on a blood clots. Crip walking on a blood clots.
Now they're blood walking on the crip spots.
Right?
How you been anyway, Flatterday? Been well?
Yeah, as well could be, you know.
Looking after yourself?
Yeah. If cleanliness is next to godliness, then it's impossible for me to be beside myself.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
How you going with the single life?
It's all right. She actually, yeah, I'm still single, but she comes back sometimes. Like, she's here right now asleep. But yeah, so like, if you think the stuff I say could get weird, it just gets weirder and weirder by the day.
No, I don't think you're weird, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good though. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like,
mate.
Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm kind of just like, I'm not. Dude, I was such a jealous person in meeting, bro. It's crazy. Like, I'm looking at some of the notes that I wrote her and stuff like that, and I'm just like, oh my god. No wonder why you didn't want to be around me. You know what I mean? So yeah, this has really actually helped me.
That's jealousy's a tough thing, man. If you can get rid of that in your life, you'll be fucking 100% better.
Yeah, dude, that shit's almost like 99% gone, bro. It's like, it feels so much better, too.
It's like one of those things where you're kind of making up a story about something that's never happened. So it's almost I'm going to say crazy again.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
it's like one of those things that's beyond your control. Yeah, whether you're jealous or not, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen. So if you're not jealous, then you got nothing to worry about. You know, I don't care. Whatever. If she does something stupid, then fucking fuck it. She can fuck off.
Exactly, bro. Yeah.
If you can eliminate that as a start, mate, that's fucking you're halfway to becoming fucking relaxed. Yeah.
Right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
One less chip on your shoulder. You know.
Right. I got 99 lighters, but a Bic ain't one. Hit me. Yeah, straight up. If you're having smoke problems, I feel bad for you, son.
Good old NWA.
Right.
Fuck, I remember when they came out. Everyone's going, "Oh, you got to hear this. They swear all the time and this and that."
Right.
We were all listening to it. Oh, we were kids.
Yeah.
We were listening to it, going, "Oh, what? They can't say that. Surely they can't say that."
I know, right?
You had to be 18 to buy this. I think it was on tape then. We bought the
Yeah.
cassette.
I used to listen to it as a kid at night on my Walkman, man, till the batteries ran out.
Yeah, the Walkman. Oh, mate, those were the days.
Right.
I showed my son a picture of the thing I used to wear to high school. Like, I said, "Oh, we had these Walkmans. They played tapes." He goes, "What? What's a tape, man?" I go, "All right, I'm going to show you something." I used to have to carry this thing around. You got your phone, you wear your iPod, your earpods or whatever they're called, with no cables and this and that. Look at the headphones I used to have to wear. And then this sucker here used to play tapes. I used to have to come home and charge the batteries every night. If we could afford rechargeable batteries.
Right. Right.
Yeah, remember how expensive they were?
Some of the Walkmans had a thing where you could actually plug it into the wall and just use it as like a port, like a non-mobile device.
I never had one of them.
Yeah. And then they got like one intricate where like you could plug in like a speaker to it. So like you were
yeah, I had the speaker. Yeah, I used to strap it to my bike.
Okay. Yeah. There's dudes who ride around like that, like homeless dudes in my neighborhood who drive around like bumping some like crazy music on their bicycle. They're going all slow. It's so funny. I don't know if you've ever gone up to somebody who's like withdrawing and they're like fiending for like fentanyl or heroin or crack or whatever, and that's all they can. You could tell like they're like looking on the ground for it, and like you just go and like, "Hey, bro, I got something even better than that for you, bro. I'm gonna put you up on some shit right here." And I'll talk to him about flat Earth, and there's like, you could tell like the truth is trying to get through, but like they want crack so bad, dude, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
All right.
They're just not listening to you, just staring at you.
But dude, I've actually stalled some of these. I've stalled some of these crackheads. Huh?
It looks like we got MWI Fox joining us.
Oh, cool.
MWI Fox, are you there?
Wasn't paying attention.
MWI Fox, are you there? Hello? Here, let me give a little pulse check. If you're there, I'm going to disconnect you, and if you are, just come right back. Pulse check. Yeah, I'm going to do that. There's no sleeping on the dance floor. Oh, easier.
There you go.
Oh, they're back.
All right, so cool. Let me unmute you. All right, you are now unmuted. I think that might have been the case. All right, try opening up your mic, Fox. Or if not, type in the live stream voice text, because I don't know if you're there or not. MWI Fox.
Yeah, you kind of do have to check because bots rejoin.
All right, let me disconnect once again.
I think that's a good method, Miggy. When did you start doing that? Today?
Every now and again, I'll just do a pulse check, see if there's actually a human behind that account.
Yeah, because sometimes we get people sitting in here for days on end, and they haven't spoken or anything.
Yeah, there's no parking on the dance floor. So who else we got in here? Jimmy V's hanging out. Redman, what's up? I haven't seen you in. It's been a minute. How you been, man? All right, Seb is in here. Tim, what's up, Tim?
What's up?
Chilling, man. What did you think about that clip of Stingray?
Oh, I was actually here when it happened.
Oh yeah.
I was actually thinking about you when you said it and laughed a little bit for myself.
Yeah,
what was
Orion, man? He's such a buzzkill. I think we need to use the correct terms when we're speaking to them. And
Dude, I know what
Water
we're
Hill?
doing here. Like, my God. If you're here in
Water
this
Hill?
channel, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Man, you got to know the culture, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, get with the times, bro. Like,
Right.
if you're in here, you already know how we operate. Like, there's no big. We understand that it's called curvature, sagittal, and using the correct terms is what we need to do. But like, the guy's a natural sophist, medium to high level, so he doesn't like it when he gets like thrown back the same. Like, he can dish it out, but he can't take it. In other words, so
Yeah.
he don't like it when it's doing it to him. See,
Why do we have to use correct terms for something that doesn't exist?
I don't know. Orion's just Orion. He's always been that way.
Dude, Orion is actually started the Latter-day Saints fan club, and he's the president. So when he says President Orion, he really means president of Latter-day Saints fan club Orion. I'm just saying that. You know what I mean? He's my biggest fan. He even has the underground shit that I did with Stan.
But Stingray, he's a horse of a different color, you know. So I don't think he got banned. I think he's still in here. I just frustrated the hell out of him, and I love to do that.
Here's some MWI Fox information.
Well, you didn't say anything.
No. Oh well.
Oh, you.
How'd you end up with those two young guys that maybe sounded like they were from Europe somewhere? About 6 hours ago now, I think. 6, 8 hours
I
ago.
don't think I was here. I was probably at work.
I think it was after that. After. I don't know. He came in he came in as a woman. Oh yeah, that was it. Stacy XX.
Oh, hey, I was on my lunch break.
Yeah, and then there was someone that came in after him as well. Kind of sounded like they were from the same place.
Yeah, that Stacy whatever kind of interfered with ladies' night.
Oh, really?
According to some of the other guys. According to some of the guys, there's some of the ladies here, but because everybody was dealing with that person, they left. I'm like,
He came in with he was using that. I picked it straight away. I went, oh, voice changer.
Yeah.
And then he coughed, and he went, and he goes, oh, sorry. I went, uh-oh, what do you got here?
And I had to change the story to, oh, I'm transitioning. Or,
yeah, that's right.
Hell out of here.
Stop offending me. I'm transitioning. Are you picking on me?
Wow.
I would zero in on people that say stupid things like that.
Hell yeah.
Somebody who's truly transitioning isn't going to be going about Discord trying to draw attention to themselves.
Well, that's what they're doing. And they want to make themselves out to be a martyr so they could take this channel down or something. They don't like...
I mean, like, the more private ones anyway. Like, they went. So when I hear somebody doing that, it's like, you're taking advantage of a public narrative to come troll. And then try and make us feel bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Take your happy ass to a server where there's somebody that's going to care about what you're saying, because this isn't the place. Off you go. That's not what this server is about. So if you want to discuss those things, go somewhere else. Now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to wait for you to, wow, I just hear me out. Nope. Out.
Yeah, I feel like too much attention is given to those sort of people.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's what they're looking for.
Yep. And
otherwise they wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you don't agree with the attention, like, because, look at me, I'm this and I'm that. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and then you're a bigot.
Yeah.
And then you're a bigot Smalls. You know what I mean? A notorious bigot Smalls.
Oh, we got Stingray. Who else? We got another lining up the sofas. He thinks he could just come into the 24/7. He don't know where he's at, man. This ain't no Tartaria server, bro. Like,
have fun finding way down Compton Avenue, homie. You know what I mean?
I like that part of the movie.
Right.
He's like,
you ain't too scared to steal for white man now, is you?
But he said it with a little more veracity, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's living like this is. It seems like he's acting like this is the little leagues. Like we're still back in the little leagues days, and people don't know their stuff now.
You guys ever heard of this company right here that I just posted?
I haven't. I wanted to say something though. I gotta say, I'm impressed by how you guys handle these. Like the discussion has evolved in a way where it's everything strictly to the point. No more BS. Like we're not dealing with the clowns, and I love it.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's the culture here.
Yep.
And a lot of the times, the guys who have like curated this server often get flacked by just the regular flat people, the flat Earth guys in here. Well, I think if we say it another way, it'll be helpful. I'm like, shut up. No, I will. Dude, don't get him. Like, if you're, I gotta say, man, if you're in here and you're listening to me, and you say, well, maybe I can help. No, I'm going to tell you no, dude. If you try to jump in, don't do that when I
change the subject.
And trust and believe, it won't help. It won't. And no matter how you say it, it's not going to work. Because you could say it one way and I'll say it a different way, and they're still not going to get it. If they're not going to get it, they're not going to get it.
Well, we did it already. There was like 5 different ways we tried to help them. And it's like, I already knew that I didn't need to. But for this, I was like, oh my God, just go ahead, guys. Just for the sake of you guys don't know that this guy, because you guys didn't know who Stingray is and what he does and what he's known for, and I do. And he operates on a level where you think that you're, oh, okay, let me say it this way. Oh, wait a minute, let me try saying it. Hold on, I got a better way to say it. And it's like, my God, guys, like he's doing this on purpose. He knows.
Yeah. Hey, Miggy, I trip out on how many flat earthers can't smell that shit. Like, some of them, but God bless their heart, because they have really good intentions, bro. You know what I mean? And they're just trying to help people. But, like, I sniff that shit out, too, dog.
There's so many times I keep my mouth shut, dude, and then you'll hear me chime in, and I'm, like, pissed. And it's because I've kept my mouth shut so long while everybody's been running circles around the boys here. And I'm like, what the... Let's move on. We don't need to talk. We don't have to entertain this clown that came into the living room and started dragging his ass on the floor. It's not cool.
Oh, now I know who you're talking about. I think I jumped in this morning and he was on. I caught the tail end of it for about 3 minutes, and then he raged quit. Yeah? He got asked a question about something, and then he just left. He goes, all right, see you later.
He left when you were coming in. And the thing that we're holding him to was Water Hill.
Yeah.
And then Flat Earth Day was like, you know, God bless their hearts, man. But like some of the Flat Earth people in here, like, I mean, you guys are, you know, the Emperor's New Groove. Like, you guys are messing up my groove, man. Like, I'm trying to work the room, man.
Dude,
like,
CB needs that clip.
I mean, there's a few good people in here that know what the hell I'm doing, and you're on my level. You're vibing with me. The rest of you guys, I have no idea where you're at, right? Like, I don't think you're in the same room and listening to this conversation. I'm like, I think we need to use the right kind of words. I'm like, I know freaking Water Hill is not the right term to use if we're going to describe it, but he's a sophist. So
and it's fucking funny.
Yeah, and it's funny because I want him to say it. Yeah, I want.
That's right. And then you guys were going, we're going on it because of how ridiculous it is.
Can I just say something? Can I say something? No. We get on the flat earthers that keep wanting to. I just want to say something. No, I don't want you to say anything. I want to.
You've already said it.
Yeah, I want him to say.
When you say that shit, I don't say Homeboy's name, but he has like I don't know if he's from the Netherlands or like I don't know where his accent's from, but he'll go on. Huh?
Sasha.
No, not him. What's his name? God, he sounds young, but he'll go on for days, and it's just like, oh my God, like he's trying to like with the wholehearted, but then he'll start talking about the Bible and stuff. I can't remember his name though.
Clay Underseal.
Yeah. God bless his heart, bro.
Yeah,
He's German. Yeah.
Oh, he's German. Okay,
Yeah.
I've talked to him before about it too, because like it's like these people, they just don't understand. They need Jesus, and I'm like, dude,
Oh yeah, he likes his sermons or his preachings.
And he tried to lit Tim up one day. I was like, dude, Clay, relax, bro. Like, he doesn't let up. He's like, no, but they don't understand. I'm like, bro, take it easy, man. Like, I don't know how to, like, I can't bring somebody back from that. And it's like, I don't want to be rude either. Cause like, but it's just, you have to understand that everybody in the room is a different belief. Like, you just can't, you're not going to be able to like, all right, guys, everybody's burning in hell right now. If you don't listen, like, come on, dude. Like, we don't need to.
Oh, I love that.
I admire his tenacity, though, bro. You know what I mean? I do that. You know what I mean? The energy.
Yeah.
Tim's ears prick up. Yeah. You love that. Yeah. Ooh, what's going on here? Religion talk?
Oh, you weren't here, Timbo, I don't think. But me and Matt Willis were having a like back and forth this morning.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
Well, the same conversation you guys were going on about.
Oh, not back in the sky, were we?
I had to, man. Like, because I was like, look, man, we're going to have the flat earthers in here. Like, because time to time, I'll just open up the conversation so everybody can understand. Where do we all stand with this, right? And I'm like, the star trails. Like,
the east to west thing?
Yeah, the east to west. Yeah. And I'm like, you do know that all the planets have retrograde motion, right? You guys do know that. Like, I try to bring it to the, like, where everybody understands observations, in the sky, what we're seeing, they should line up with what we're saying. Everything moves east to west only. No, they don't. You have retrograde motion from the planets, and this is well known and established. You can't say that it's not. And if you haven't looked into it, please do. So they move one direction and they go in reverse. And then they go back again, forward. They all do. They have retrograde motion, each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying this just because I'm saying it. Go look it up if you don't believe me.
Yeah. These motherfuckers are thinking he's saying it just to be playing. Oh, Miggy.
For sure.
Which is, like the sky's a weird thing, like that's why we don't understand it.
And I said it, another thing too. You remember there's some images of star trails too. If you take like an image, right, like a still. Yeah. And I was kind of going on your point because you made me think the time you were saying it. And here's the thing with me, if it's the truth, it's the truth. I'm not going to stand against it. I'll drop everything just to be like, nope, that's true. I'm not going to hang on to something that's not true, right? So what made sense to me is the way you were talking to Matt Willis, because I was always saying everything moves east to west except for the planets. But then I was looking at the star trails. I'm like, well, there's stars that never set. And then, of course, Indio came in and furthered the point, right? But
with the arc,
Yeah. But with even that, how do we know that the star actually goes in a full rotation all the way from where it started to where it comes back around again to where it was?
Yeah, because you'll never see it.
You'll never see it.
You need over 24 hours.
Right, and so that's a whole other ball of wax there. But that's not the point that I was bringing up this morning. Morning for me. It might have been late for you. But the point that I was bringing up is like kind of what you were talking about with the star trails. So if you ever take an image of a star trail or the like you see the stars that never set, like they're going around Polaris or whatever. Now, one thing I was saying is that when we use cardinal directions, we use them to navigate on the level plane of existence. So on the Earth, we're like let's say, how do you hold a compass? Put this in your mind. Think about how you hold a compass. Well, flat and level to the ground, right?
Yeah.
It's so north points, and east points to where it points, and west and so forth, so on. So how would you then look at the sky and look at that image? It's almost like this, right? You have your floor in your room, right? Your floor, and then you're holding the compass. Now imagine the wall, because you're looking at at something that's upright. Now, are you going to flip the compass upward and put it against the wall to now follow the circles that you see in the sky? because the compass's orientation now is up. You know, it's flipped upward instead of it facing down. Do you understand what I mean?
So you're talking about if you're looking straight ahead, something in front of you is now vertical. Yeah.
Vertical. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're looking, so the compass would have to be vertical too. How do you get cardinal directions that way?
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain that earlier, but it was a little bit like everybody was, well, Jedi was in here, was like, what do you mean? Like he didn't understand, like, no, it's coming from east to west. And I was like, no. You can apply cardinal directions on Earth and, you know, point, okay, that's the west over there. And I could see something approaching from the west, right? You could say it that way. But if you're looking at something as in vertical, like those Star Trail, you know, time-lapse footage, you're seeing it like vertical. You're not looking at it like it's coming straight at you. Do you know what I mean, Tim?
So could you call all of them south or north?
Yeah.
Let's say we're looking north.
Well, no, because like
well, you can't because they're facing in a different direction.
Listen. I would say it like this. It's where you're standing at. You have like above you a celestial sphere. So think of it like a dome. That's probably the easiest way. There's a dome above your head. So the dome of the stars, and then you're pointing north, and of course you have something that's right 90 degrees right above you, and you know, then you turn around south, and then you look at all the stars. But when you look at the sky, how are cardinal directions applicable if you're looking at something that's vertical?
Yeah, because it's not on a level.
It's not on a level plane. Yeah.
You fuck around and get vertigo like that, dog. You know what I mean?
Do you know what I'm saying, Tim? Like I was trying to bring that point, because yes, you can say that there's a star coming to you from the east, and the sun comes to you from the east. But then, like the stars that never set, how are you then going to say that it's going only east? Like, and then of course, cardinal directions are going to get things a little bit more, you know, how are you then going to put directions to something that you're looking at vertical? Like, because it looks vertical, right, when you're seeing them?
Yeah, because of perspective.
Because perspective. So then how do you know that they're coming from, you know, east to west, west to east? Because you're applying cardinal directions to something that's vertical.
Yeah.
Anyways, hopefully that puts in perspective something else that makes it more of a mystery than it does.
Well, it's also as well, like, let's you know, I don't like using these maps, but let's look at an AE map, yeah? So you're let's face south from Australia. Let's just do that, for example. Something comes from your east. Let's say 45 degrees to your east. Something comes there. That's actually not east anymore anyway.
Yeah. It'd be south.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's south.
South. I know that. You know that. But like so we're dealing with what we're dealing with a lot of like stuff, terms and things that we're trying to ascribe cardinal directions to, that it can't be used. We can't use cardinal directions. I'm sorry, but as hard as you want to try to do that to the sky, we could say something's approaching from the east, like the sun, of course. The sun comes from the east, like it's eastern sky, northeast, east, southeast. But at the same time, if you were to say that the arc that it takes, because it arcs from southeast to southwest, and in the wintertime for us, and it'll be summertime for you when it's doing that. And it does it for you, like, and for us too. So if it's doing that, then it makes that arc. So where the hell is it coming from? What if it was making like a circuit? You know what I mean? Like it's coming from south.
The only thing I can get that pops into my head is like over a curved piece of glass, like something going straight over a curved piece of glass. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but like if you're slightly, look at a dome. If you're slightly off the 90 degrees of the dome, which is vertically over top, if you went straight over that, if you were directly under it, it would do a straight path. If that was slightly offset and it went straight over and you were still in the center, it would bend.
Yeah,
and that's what it seems to do.
Yeah, it just depends on the orientation. Like further below, like the farther away from you, it would bend like in a rainbow,
more
kind of like a bent, and then above you it would bend like a U.
Yeah, that's right.
So-
yeah.
I just dropped something in the voice chat. I have a glass and I printed out a map, and I was playing with the light. This is just one of the things I got, so I'm not making any claims.
No, I'm not, and I don't know, man. Like, I'm not opposed to that. Trust me, I'm not opposed to the dome. But there's a difference between me like speculating and then saying I'm not opposed to saying that there's a dome. However, there's no verification of this.
Yeah.
Correct.
So that's where it falls short.
It just perked my interest. I'm like, oh, I have a picture. I made this thing, and it's kind of.
But to me, it makes the most sense. It does make the most sense.
And Mickey, when it comes to the dome, basically you just prescribed that the sky's the limit, right?
For sure. I mean, like there isn't anything else.
Right. Literally, that's as far. That's the limit.
It goes as far as we've never been.
Well, this also comes to actually making those stars in the south look like they're going around an arc as well, because it'd be so much further down to the bottom of a dome. I'm not saying there is one again, but and so it would look as it kind of moved across it, it would look like it went up and then back down. You know, so
right.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, listen, I'm with that, man. I'm totally with that. But like I said, what we do in here is we have to stick to the empirical side of things.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then no one knows. We can have some amazing speculations. Like we could drop like these really cool ideas of like how it would look, and you know, like what Ether is putting in the chat. You see, like just with the glass, you could see how it works.
I might say that's just a toy. It's a toy. It's in comparison. It's not even a model. It's just a diagram.
But like, I get it, man. But like what I'm saying, it works in the sense of like trying to tell somebody the idea or the concept.
Yeah. And something interesting that I did discover is if you put a light at a certain angle, you can make the entire outer ring, like almost the whole thing, glow. It's weird.
Okay, so here's another thing.
That's interesting.
Here's something also throw it for a loop for anyone, right? So let's say, Timbo, you're seeing the moon and the face of the moon, and then as it moves away from you on your western sky, you see the face of the moon like setting in the western sky. When we over here in America would see it, we would see it in our eastern sky, but we would see the face of the moon facing us. But me and you, relative to each other, would be facing each other. But the moon's face would be facing away from, it would be facing us. You know, as I look to my eastern sky and you look to your western sky, you would see the face of the moon, and so would I. But me and you would be facing each other, but the moon would be facing us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I seen the moon. Dude, I seen the moon like once or twice a year. When I'm, it's only when I'm like usually like at a high elevation somewhere where I'm like looking down on the water, like near the beach, right? And the moon will be almost red, but it's like a dark orange, and it'll be like a crescent, but the crescent will be like. Sometimes I've seen the devil horns once where it goes down where it's like a smiley face, but then usually it's like a frown, or like the arc is on top and it goes down, and it's going down in the water in the distance, dude. It's like something. It's like what most people never see, that phase of the moon. It like it looks crazy, bro. It looks like it's like rippling, like it almost looks like a piece of meat in a frying pan. Like the way it's just weird, bro. I can't describe it. I'm sure you've seen it or on video or something, you know.
I'm happy to say that like. I'm looking at the sky as something that's it's fantastic, and it's a mystery, and it's amazing. So we have a lot of ideas, but nothing's gonna come close to reality. And I really like where you went with it, though.
Oh, we?
So what's that?
Yeah, so we just talking to the dog, being an idiot. We see our moon like vertical, so the shadow comes. I think it's from the left. Shadow comes from the left, or shadow comes from the right. Now I can't remember, but it's the right way up. You know, like the moon you see in like children's books and stuff like that.
Yep.
Pretty amazing. Got no idea how any of it works, but
I think it would be boring if we knew how everything worked.
Boring, like Elon Musk's company, Boring Co.
One of the best parts of life is the mystery and learning new things.
definitely. Well, the Globers have got answers for everything, so they must be bored too then. Bluey, hey, come here. Get out of it.
I suppose if everyone knew how everything worked, we wouldn't be in here talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there you go, yeah. Hey, you threw a couple of jabs in there with the Stingray earlier today, Heretic.
Yeah, I mean, it was...
For what it's worth anyway, because, I mean, you can only go so far with that.
There was a pretty full crew on deck, so it was sort of hard to get in there, but I had a few things that I wanted to throw in.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff. I was looking for that one, Adam. The second one.
I'm saving that too. That's a good one.
Hey, yeah. How good's that?
Yeah.
It's amazing. There was also a good one I saw when, you know how they say, how does the sunlight get on the bottom of the clouds as well? And who was it? Who did that little demonstration? Was it Mark Sargent? And he shows how it worked. It was just a reflection of light through
the lensing of the
atmosphere.
But here's the thing, man. We don't really often talk about this too much. Have you seen I think I have the video too of a place in Canada where it looks like the thing's super blown up and big, like it's like a thing on the water. I don't know if it's like a factory or something. And the lady and the guy are driving a car, and it's like it appears really big, and as they drive close to it, it gets smaller. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you gotta see that, man. That's like the weirdest lensing that I've ever seen. That just goes to show, though, that if that's true, because it was just an optical effect, then what we see with the sun as it's setting sometimes looks like big, giant orange ball.
Yeah.
You know, like huge, like way bigger than it was when it was above our heads. You know, and then
it's the same thing with the moon. Like they say, it's an optical illusion, but I'm not sure about that. You know, like it's lensing. And then Matthew goes, but if I saw a dramatic change in the moon, then I would think, okay, then maybe it is closer. But you do see dramatic changes in the size of the moon.
Yeah.
He said, it stays relatively the same size. It does not stay relatively the same size.
I just think
it gets down on the atmosphere, close to the horizon, and it's fucking huge.
That's what I was gonna say. I distinctly remember like seeing the moon get really, really big one time. We went down to the beach, and it was on a family vacation, and it was way bigger than it normally. And I haven't seen it that big ever since. I just remember it being huge. It was almost like looking through a telescope. You could see it in such detail. And then I haven't seen it since, but I know that it happens. It can happen.
Yeah.
So what do you make of that?
Well, it just means that everything that we see is not like, there's no horizon. It's all optical. Everything's optical.
Yeah, like I'd say it was straight up like 5-10 times bigger than I'm used to seeing, and obviously I didn't think it was 5-10 times closer. It was just one of those really cool naturally.
That's when
occurring
it's almost
things.
setting on the ocean, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty close to the Yeah, it was near the horizon, but above it.
On the west coast.
East Coast, man.
Oh, wait, setting on the east coast. Okay.
No, I mean I'm the East Coast. I just remember seeing it above water. Is all. I can't tell you what direction. I was like a kid. I might have been like 13 or 14. I don't. I just remember seeing this. It was huge, and it like tripped me out. It was one of those memories that stuck with me.
Yeah.
Like what they've done with the hijacking of the perspective, of like how it does look like it bends over the horizon. What they've done with the maths is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Like the amount of work that must have gone into that.
To deceive? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Hijacking. Did you say hijacking Earth curve perspective?
It must suck to have a bunch of completely random people on social media just tear down their house of cards right before them.
But really, it only matters that the curvature of the Earth has never been directly measured.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
This is the main thing that we have to stick to because it is the root of all of it.
If you don't stick to that, you'll get lost in trying to answer to their magic tricks. They'll be pulling a rabbit out of a hat and you'll be trying to explain how they did it, right? When what you need to do is just go back to, okay, if that's true, then there's convexity of the surface. Why isn't that measured?
Exactly.
Bang.
Where you're hanging out here, and then like the fourth person chimes in. Here, let me try. It's not gonna work, man. You hear that? I'm like, oh, like it's not gonna work, guys. Like, just give it.
Yeah. Don't try to engage them on all their little rabbit trails.
Yeah.
All their little magic tricks. Don't try to explain away every aspect of that. If what they're inferring from their magic trick is true, which is ultimately a globe and therefore convexity of the surface, well, let's just see that then.
They come in and they go Earth curve. I'll show you Earth curve, and they show you Soundly's.
Of course.
And you go, well, how do you know that's not refraction? Come on, for fuck's sake! Like, what are you saying? That is curvature, but the rest of it is refraction. So how do you know that that's curvature? Give me your evidence that that's curvature and everything else is refraction.
Yeah, that's
Bullshit.
like the guy earlier. The guy earlier today. What was his name again, Miggy? But
Stingray.
Yeah, he said that we don't directly see curvature, but we see the effects of it. Well, how do you know that's an effect of curvature if you've never directly seen curvature?
Hang on a second. I got. Let me play. You weren't here, but actually, you were on. Let me see. I'm gonna play it again for you though, because it's good. I like to hear it. Wait, let me see if I copy the link. All right, just give me one moment.
You're not actually walking. You're just seeing the effects of walking.
All right, here we go.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got,
Oh my God.
I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
If that makes sense.
we get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
There you go. I've been on a roll lately, guys, with this 99.999%. I think I've got some really good sound bites, man.
You're gonna grow moss, bro. You're a Rolling Stone.
But look at all these clips. I got so many. And
Can I please sing? Can I please sing for once?
Can you please what?
I'll lend you my ear.
Sing. I'm a rolling stone, all alone and lost. For a life of sin, I have paid the cost. Well, take my advice. Oh, you curse the day you started rolling down that lost highway. Is that good? Was that good?
Yeah,
bravo.
Was that live?
I mean, I don't know how it sounded live, so I was just here singing.
No, that's pretty good.
All right.
What she said.
Yay!
Still can't find that video.
That's why they call her Kim Hopkins. She's back. Kim Hopkins.
Like Kim Possible. I like to sing. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to derail the whole thing.
Dude, I think you threw Miggy for a loop. He's speechless. Seriously now.
I didn't mean to do that.
Dude, there was nothing much to derail. We're just shooting the breeze.
Yeah, just shooting the breeze. Now I'm looking for.
These people can't find the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's kind of a problem.
Imagine if you lost an elephant in your living room and you couldn't find it. Hey, where's the elephant at? I don't see it. And it's like right there in front of you.
Oh,
flat.
Please,
flat, straight up level.
Can I please blindly believe anything? Anything. Please.
Yeah, it's like the reading Rainbow and Never Ending Story all collaborated into one.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Dude, whenever I hear the word measurement, I think of a bunch of little elves with candy canes all measuring stuff. They're using measurements. They're measuring the curvature. Dude, I was so pissed. I missed Flat Earth, dude. He came yesterday to Oxnard, like 15 minutes from where I live, and he was gonna take me out to lunch, dude. I missed his freaking call, dude. I was so mad. I seen the message later too. Ugh, so stupid.
Dang.
Never pass up a free meal.
I'd say I want to go on a road trip and go like West Coast and visit y'all, but that would be a lie. You guys should come over here. The East Coast is cooler. Screw California.
As soon as I get off probation, I can go anywhere.
I'm over here on the East Coast. Well,
Yes.
I'm in Alabama, so
Cool. I'm just
Jenny,
picking
you're
on.
going back to Greenville, Alabama.
roll motherfucking tide.
We should have a flat Earth convention, and we go down to Florida and watch the rockets launch, and then flat smack everyone we see.
I would do that so much. I could do that better than across the country.
It'd be hilarious. Could tell them what they're looking at.
Hey, they be letting off, allegedly sending off rockets, like, not even, like, about, like, 35 miles from my house it's now they renamed it Vandenberg Space Force Center.
Yeah.
Oh, I found it. I actually did find it. Oop, I put it in the wrong channel. All right.
You know, I have one person here where I live. He graduated with me, so just like, do you know CJ Harris? He was on American Idol. I was telling you guys about him earlier. Well, he graduated with another guy that I graduated with. This guy I was just talking to tonight, and pretty much all the time because he has my number. So he's always trying to send me these straw man videos of flat Earth and telling it's
Let me
not.
interrupt you quick. I'm sorry, Kim, but I just put the video for the lensing that I've been looking for, like, ever since I told you, Timbo. It is a rare video. I don't think you'll find it anymore. I have it in my I've saved it in my archives. So if you guys get a chance, save it. It's in live stream voice text. It's a rare video. Click on it.
Is it kosher? Is it kosher?
Kosher? What does that mean?
I'm just joking, bro. It's PG-13. Like PG-13? I'm just messing with you. God, Mickey.
I don't know what you're talking about, bruh. But
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this with you in public, Mickey. Please, just not in public.
Huh?
All right.
Timbo, are you there?
Oh, that is cool. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird effect, eh?
That's what I'm saying. I need you guys to click on that video.
What the? Oh, all right, I gotta open up my bigger screen.
Yeah, you need to.
It's kind of like the GIF I just posted, just in reverse.
Yeah, exactly like that.
It gets further away, but it's become larger
I'm
inside.
sitting here dozing off, and you got me watching this thing, and I'm like, let me open up my bigger screen so I can get a better look at this.
Yeah, throw it on a big screen because you gotta see this to believe it.
I've seen this video before.
But this doesn't often get talked about.
You know, you're right. It doesn't.
Something can be closer yet appear smaller.
Yeah, that's... Man.
It's working the opposite.
Yeah.
It's getting smaller as you get closer.
Yeah, the opposite of what we would expect.
Yeah. Exactly.
This is what I think happened when I saw the moon look so big. Like it just was warped by whatever's between.
But yeah, that's why I posted that GIF, because it is brought up from time to time when we were talking about sunsets and sunrises and stuff like that.
Yep.
That's super trippy.
That's true. Because you have the double instance of it getting larger when it goes to the horizon and when it gets smaller as a pinprick. You have both of them. Both of the depends on the weather conditions you can see happening in your sky.
Come to think
There's
of it.
a GIF or GIF, depending on whatever you say. There's one of this, and I have it saved. So look at the one that Tim put up, and then I'll put one up just so you can see. Well, not that one. Sorry.
Thinking about if we can find the weather conditions for these different videos like this, we could easily just track when we should be able to get similar videos. Instead of just randomly looking for stuff, we know when stuff like this would happen.
Well, okay, so 1 second.
But it would take the day. We'd have to know what day this happened when the video was taken.
So look at Tim's example, and that does happen. It gets larger. Look at the one I put up. It gets smaller. To a pinprick.
Optics is a bit freaky, because like Also, one thing we often don't talk about is that we are what we're seeing in this half dome because of the shape of our eyes, which is often not even considered when we are talking about optics.
Yeah. There's so much to talk. Like and this is why I'm saying, man, like when we go to the sky and start saying things about it, like there's really not much you can say except for things like navigating and like I don't know, because the different optical phenomena that take place, like what we're showing here, Tim, like yours in opposition to mine, and both of them are true. Both are true.
Yeah, because we can find another GIF where the sunset or the sunrise will show a humongous sun.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I think we were talking to one guy. He didn't understand how eyes work. Like that, you need two eyeballs to create the 3D image, and one eyeball on its own does not produce the proper depth. But he couldn't fathom what we were trying to explain to him about how eyes function. Though, and it's like you learn this in middle school.
It's that easy that you can just take one hand, put it over one of your eyes, and you will not be able to aim until you get used to it. You know.
Yep.
And even then, you're gonna struggle a little bit. Like people, they're missing an eyeball.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the running joke on Futurama where the pilot for the ship has one eye. That'd be the worst pilot ever because they couldn't see where they're going.
But again, this is also freaky because when you're aiming with like a bow or something like that, you're closing the one eye. It's kind of freaky like that. It's always like there is two sides of it.
Wait a minute. Why do we? Wait, what? Thinking about that, why do we do that? Why do we close an eye to aim better when you could... That's funny to think about. Because the science behind eyeballs contradicts the entire concept of closing one of them to aim better.
Yeah. This is why
you don't need that other eye messing up your vision.
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying optics is a freaky thing.
Doesn't the Bible say something about your eye becoming as one or something?
Bro.
You aim, you can hit better.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Well, it could have been any book. There's a lot of them. But the Bible specifically has a verse that came to mind about your eye becoming as one. I'm thinking like, wait a minute, is that an archery reference?
That's a trip that you just said that because I was just thinking instead of us looking stuff up like on Google, we would ask Siri to do it for us, right? So Siri is iris reverse.
Why so serious?
It's like taking away our iris. So we just call it Siri.
That is weird.
Right?
Another thing is if you look up the etymology of the word phone, and you hear like children say, I want my phone, and you look up what that word means. It becomes a little weird.
Is it short for phonetic?
I believe that the word that it translates to is voice. I'll go ahead and look it up so I always double check myself.
Crip walking on my blood clots.
Yeah. Means voice
Witsit's
or
in the
sound.
house. Even Witsit's crip walking on his blood clots. You know what I mean?
Witsit gets it.
I was banging Hoover Crip when you were straight out of Compton.
Okay, enough silence. Why does my microphone look like it keeps going? Let me try to fix this crap. Maybe.
I keep rearranging the letters in your name, bro, and I keep seeing the word surrogate. I'm just saying. My mind is a terrible thing.
What, on Aether?
Yeah, you guys keep seeing the word surrogate pop up every time I look at your name. The letters keep rearranging themselves in that order. I'm going to the car to get my blunt wrap. This is the first weed I smoked all day.
That's interesting.
Right. So interesting that I'm going to go and hit it up on Pinterest.
Like anytime somebody says like a random word that happens to be the key word of a subject we're discussing, I automatically do the etymology thing. And surrogate means elect as a substitute. Now, I've been doing this etymology thing for a while. Like I think I started about the time the whole Rona thing. I needed something to do. I was bored and I wanted to not pay attention to whatever was on TV. And so I started studying stuff. I don't know. I used to play video games all the time. That's pretty dang good. Like I could, like Left 4 Dead 2, I can kill zombies all day. And there's so many other games where it's like just maxing out the stats. And now I'm bored with such things. Like I'd rather make a video game or research things and learn as much as I can.
Right.
I keep on I want to practice what I preach. I keep telling my children, don't be mindless consumers, be content creators. There's two types of people in this world, mindless consumers and content creators. You're either going to make something or you're just going to sit there consuming.
My grandson gets paid to watch people play video games. Fortnite.
I'd be actually happy to meet somebody who gets paid to do that. Okay, cool. Good for you. Awesome. Glad. No hate. I encourage people to actually create like artwork though, like more than just, oh God, when they watch a video of somebody watching a video of a video and then they're commenting on a video of a video of a video and it's that when it gets too meta, like stop doing that.
Yeah. Right.
But I believe in trying to find exactly what children are most interested in at the earliest point possible, and then try and encourage them in every way possible, like whatever it is that's related to that. Learn about it yourself, and then share the experience of learning it with the child. Even if it's something you don't care about at all. Well, you do now, because you have a child that cares about it.
Yeah.
And I believe that it helps. It gives them confidence in what they're doing. I try not to do the helicopter parenting thing. I'm more like a rescue helicopter. Like, I'll fly in, but you gotta call me.
I come through like a wrecking ball, bro. I came through like a wrecking ball.
Bust in like, hey, Kool-Aid. Well, my wife is more of the helicoptering type thing. Like, she's all... And so, I'm more like... Which, that's just how I am. It's a dude thing anyway. Like, ladies are going to be that way, because they're moms.
I remember when my pronoun used to be a dude, back in the good old days before I got my shit cut off, you know? JK.
I kind of want to sing to you guys. I'm just saying.
Lend me your ear and she'll sing you a song.
Kim's in karaoke mode tonight.
Right?
Well, who's gonna shoe your little feet? Tell me who's gonna love your hand. Who's gonna love on you, my sweet baby? Tell me who's gonna be your man. And where did you get those high top shoes and the dress that you wear so fine? She got the shoes in the marketplace and the dress from a traveler in the mines. Okay, sorry.
Don't say sorry. Why would you apologize for being awesome?
Oh, I'm not sorry, but it infected a lot.
I don't know. I like to encourage creativity, and I don't like when people feel like self-conscious about it or apologize for being creative. I'm like, don't do that. Be awesome.
If I had my guitar, which I could have done that with the guitar.
There
Well,
you go.
I didn't, but I could have. I see it right now in my vision. It's on my couch. I can't play. I can't play this though.
It'd be cool to create a track and then everybody adds to it, like create components of it, and then like pass it around the server to multiple creative people, or everybody can add parts into it and then it gets pieced together and making a song that's like it's not just an ordinary collab, like it's a kind of next level thing. And get the production level high as we can.
What happened? No, I just came back inside. I seen somebody outside right now in the dark. It was my neighbor. And he comes up and he has a bag of Carl's Jr. in one hand and gives $10 in the other hand. He's like, hey, I need a little bit of weed right now. I was like, all right, cool. I'll meet you in the back. I got that Flat Earth Farms weed right here. Fire, homie.
Oh man, it's already 4:44. Wait, what? The last time I looked at the clock, it was 3:33, and I look up now and it's 4:44.
That'll happen sometimes. It happens to me twice a day, dude. It's so weird.
Well, normally numbers don't line up like that.
I know.
Every once in a while, I'll catch an 11:11, but it's just weird that the 3:33, and then I wasn't paying attention to time. And I look and it's like exactly 4:44.
That's what happens when you mess around with people like me.
Messing around with those Ethernet connections.
Right.
Log in, get some downloads, upgrade the database.
My database. You know.
Technically speaking, going to sleep is kind of like saving your game, as it helps restore your brain for the next day. So if you don't go to sleep, then it's kind of like running the game without saving.
Right.
It pass out and lose a bunch of data. Somebody was trying to bring up the simulation stuff today or something related to it. I'm like, that's kind of true, but not. Like, you are the organic computer. Like, your perception of reality is a simulation, but it is real. Like, you are the computer, your body. You're the computer. You're not in some fairy tale thing made out of digital particles. Your brain is the computer.
Yeah.
And I don't think he could understand what else. I don't know. I tried.
No, it makes sense.
I collect worldviews, so I know where all these people are coming from, probably better than they do with all the various things, because I've studied into it. There's a handful that they're on the top level of their particular whatever.
Why do I keep getting booted?
Who? What?
I don't know why I'm keep getting booted out of here.
Oh, I think Miggy had tried to talk to you, and he
pulse check.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like listening. That's it. I was talking earlier.
I know, but I was calling you a couple times and you didn't respond, so
I was probably AFK.
Well, we get bots in here, so that's why I was doing that.
Oh, okay. It's all right.
But you don't have a tag. You're just VC verified. But what do you think of the Shape of the Earth conversation? Like, what is like what brought you here?
I got interviewed by 2 people earlier to get voice chat.
Yeah, cool. But now that you're in the live stream chat, which this is on YouTube 24/7, so the panel here, we do interviews, but we also talk to new people. So that's what we do all day, every day. Different shifts of people. So,
right. So like my thing is I have a roommate, so I can't like really be loud.
yeah, if you can keep a monotone, that's all right. Just don't wake him up.
Yeah. Okay. What's up?
So basically, we talk about the Shape of the Earth conversation here, and it's just something that we want to have with other people that we can get to know what they know about the Shape of the Earth conversation. And I don't know, what is your paradigm knowledge of what you think cosmology is right now for you? Are you
like, what do you mean?
The Earth's a globe, heliocentric, ever expanding universe, black holes, quasars, dark matter, all that stuff? Or do you think that, you don't know? Or do you know the Earth is flat? Where do you stand with the information that we discuss in here?
For me, like I was telling the guys that interviewed me that my understanding of like what space is like not really being shown to us for what it really is. Meaning like any image that you can look up that's like from outer space is usually an artist rendition. And there's, government operations like from 1940 to 1945 that like Operation High Jump, and then in the 1950s with Operation Goldfish, where they try to like blow a hole into the atmosphere or like the firmament. And those are like I said, there's no real way of knowing other than questioning it, basically, because there's a lot of things that they tell us, but at the same time, they're like misleading us from the truth.
Okay, so there's no way of really knowing in your perspective. Well overall, let's say the worldview.
For me, it's like it's always good to question things and discuss things. Like debating and discussing is like a form of learning, especially from like other people, because you might know something that I don't know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you learn from just being in the mix and trying to figure out what other people know.
Exactly, but you have to keep an open mind. Pretty much it. I mean, like, I just like being around people that I would say have an open mind towards things.
In other words, you don't like basic people.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't like basic people, but I definitely like people that are open-minded.
Yeah, but a lot of what happens is that through the course of your young life, you're told that the cosmological paradigm is built in a specific way. So you can only think of the idea of what's out there outside of your extra perception, right? Like what's outside of Earth, what's outside of the universe, like all that stuff. You're told what to think. You're not given the idea of how like to critically think about the world around you. You're told exactly how, with explanations and how we know, how experts have figured it out and all kinds of stuff. And so maybe your perspective right now is that we can't know anything because according to them, it's all been figured out and only experts can actually gain this knowledge if you study something for
hell no. Like for me, it's
20
like
years. And
there's no way of knowing what's really up there unless you go up there. And what they've been showing us is pretty much a lie. Like everything that you see that's taken, like the telescopes or satellites or pretty much is all artist rendition or AI rendition. There's no real photos from space. So how could you basically like tell that whatever's up there is actually what they say is up there? You get what I'm saying?
Well, you have to take their word for it, man. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, I'm not gonna. There's just too much. It's like there's a lot of fuckery, I would say, when it comes to like basic information that I guess people learn over time. Like you were saying, you're taught this stuff, so you can't really. A lot of people don't really see a different point of view, or can't even think of a different point of view.
So you've never like thought about like maybe these guys have give you this idea of what the cosmology is could be wrong at all? Like the ones who hand you like, or academia, let's say, like they could got it completely wrong. Like the whole thing.
Of course.
Well, that's where we're at right now. We're in a place where people don't know what they don't know, and I'll say it that way. It's redundant, I know, but you don't know what you don't know. If I was to tell anybody on like that's walking on the street, how do you know that you live on a globe Earth right now? What would be the evidence that you would tell me that would lead me to know that you absolutely live on a globe Earth? What do you think that they would tell me? Or what are some of the most common answers that people usually say?
Oh, you can basic science. And science is only really what they led us to believe is actually true. It's like, I can't sit here and say like, there's certain things that science have proven over time that's correct, but they also can use that same information to mislead people from the truth. It's like a thing of control information.
Yeah, but it's
they can tell you some crap and call it science. Well, wasn't going to say much other than, yeah, they can tell you some crap, call it science, and then you believe it as gospel just because they put that badge of science on it.
Why I hate the word conspiracy theory, because it's like a label that they give to discredit people that are thinking outside of the box.
Yeah, they hijack that term because it should actually be a noble thing to be a conspiracy theorist. Unravel like lies and stuff like that. Like police should deal with it all day long. Journalists should really deal with these kind of things. Regular people who figure out that the system they are living in is wrong. Like it should be a noble thing to be a conspiracy theorist.
I think anyone that is seeking alternative information or alternative truth has a open mind towards not just thinking outside of the box, but I would say those are the people that are actually like thinking with their heads, not like, do you understand the term think outside of the box? It's like it comes from the television, like the screen, like thinking outside of what they show you on that screen.
What do you think the best way to test what they're showing you on that screen as far as the globe is concerned would be?
I would say for us to definitively prove that what they're showing us up there is bullshit, it would take like a country like the US or like, yeah, I would say like the US to fall apart, and then from there people learning the information that I guess the government knows that we don't know.
You don't think we could just try to measure this globe that they say they're showing us?
I could say I don't even think space actually exists. I think it's just like a like why would they fucking shoot nuclear weapons into the sky? Where's all that radiation going? Must have hit something. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of shit that's happened in the past that, like, it's just fucking iffy as hell.
Yeah, but you can test it right here.
What do you mean test it? The
They're showing you pictures of a cartoon ball, right? They're saying that you live on that, right? And they gave specific dimensions to it. So you can go out and test it. You can try to measure the surface to see if it, conforms to the dimensions of that ball or not.
I don't know. I don't think, like I said, just because you give the label scientific or, like, proven theory or something like that doesn't make it 100%. If I can't see it,
that doesn't really have anything to do with what I said.
But what you're asking is, you could do a test to see the circumference of the Earth, right? That's what you were saying?
Well, if it has that circumference, then the surface has to drop at a certain rate, right? So you can just check the surface. Well, it has to have a certain rate of curvature, right? If that circumference is true, right?
Okay.
Right, so you can just try to measure the surface to see if that curvature is there.
So how would you measure the circumference of the Earth?
I'll say no. I'll say nobody.
Okay.
What kind of
different ways to do it? I mean, the number one way would probably be to use a straight edge, right? And compare that to the surface, right? So whatever it is that you need to use, like say a laser, right? I mean, they do have some diffraction and stuff, but they stay mostly straight. Take that over 10 miles or something where there should be 66 feet of drop and see if that deviation between the laser and the Earth is actually observed. There's other ways, there's things in the distance that should be obstructed by the curve, right? Go ahead.
Light in front of, I would say, you put your fist up to a light, the light curves around your fist or an object. So you're able to see, I
don't know what you're getting at.
I don't know. It's hard for me to explain it.
Well, with what I said about the laser, just, imagine a pencil on top of an orange, right? The pencil stays straight, the orange drops away, right? It's a curved object, it's a ball, like they say the Earth is, right? So take the same principle and try to apply it to the Earth, right? Take something straight and try to compare that to the Earth and see if it drops away as it should if it is a spherical object. That's the idea. So whether it's lasers or whether it's literally a 10-mile ruler or whatever you're going to use, right, that's the idea.
So how many people have actually done that?
Well, lots of people have done laser tests. Those are pretty common. They don't find any deviation. They don't find any drop over distance. And there's other things too, right? Because with the expected rate of curvature, right, things in the distance should be blocked, right? So if the Earth is dropping at 66 feet per 10 miles, right, or within 10 miles, it's actually exponential, so it'd be more than that in the next 10 miles after. But something that's less than that height, well, depending on your observer height, should be more or less obstructed, right?
So at a certain distance, you're saying that something like the curve of the Earth should be, you shouldn't be able to see at a certain distance away.
It should start to get in the way of things, right?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, because it's dropping off at a certain rate where if you're a 6-foot observer, the horizon should be at 3 miles, right? And that's the furthest edge of the sphere that you see before it drops away, right? Drops out of your line of sight. Everything beyond that should begin to get blocked, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. So you can do the math pretty easily to figure out how much everything in the distance should be blocked and just see if it actually looks that way or not. There's lots of examples of this being done, and we do see things that, given the globe math, we shouldn't see geometrically. So I mean, just to tie it back to what I started saying, it's a pretty easy thing to test for. Like, you don't have to rely on the TV or the governments to come out and tell you what's really up. Like, you can just take their claim and test it yourself.
I'm trying to like say that I would believe what they say, because it's kind of like everybody knows the government bullshits by now. I mean, anybody that has a right fucking mind, anyways.
Yeah, they do. But you don't want to necessarily, conclude that the globe is false just because the government bullshits, right? Be a genetic fallacy.
Well, I mean, ancient maps all depict and say that the world is flat.
I got you. But all I'm saying is this is something that you can directly test for yourself.
I get what you're saying, but like a laser can only go a certain distance. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have a fucking laser. So I don't know if someone's fucking done that with like an expensive ass laser or something like that.
Do you have any bodies of water near you? Any decent sized lake? Any ocean?
I live in Texas, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, if there's anywhere near you where you've got, like, say, an opposite shoreline at 10 miles or further or something like that, that given the globe geometry you shouldn't be able to see, if you can go out there and see it, whether you can just do that with your naked eye or with a telephoto lens or whatever you have to use, well, then you've debunked the globe geometry right there yourself. You don't even need a laser, really. You can just do it like this. You can just see if you can see a distant object that you shouldn't be able to see because it should be blocked by curve, right?
So when can you say, like, distance wise do you think you would start seeing a curve?
Well, you can use an Earth curve calculator.
What they say is supposed to be like, because I've seen telescopes like fucking use their like zoom to see very far away, and like you should not be able to see.
Also, you should also know there is no one so far, that's why we're here, that has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth. Never.
Exactly like what I was saying earlier, no one's really seen what's up in outer space. Everything they show us is a
Don't worry about outer space. Just well, what were you about to say with a telescope and seeing far away?
Oh, like telescopes shouldn't see like on ground, see far away, because you're saying like there's a curvature, and if the curve was there, you shouldn't see that. It would block your vision.
You're right.
Or the vision.
Yeah. At a certain distance, right, depending on the geometry of the globe, right, things should start to be physically blocked. You shouldn't have a line of sight to see it, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's simple. So I would just say use an Earth curve calculator. I mean, I can throw the numbers at you, but just probably not really going to remember. Just Google Earth curve calculator and use that. You can punch in all the variables like your observer height, right? The target distance, how much obstruction there should be at that distance given your height.
Never even heard of that Earth curve calculator.
You just have right now, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why, like,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Like, I came to this channel like about sometime last year, if I can't correctly. And I'll just hop in here on random times just to listen.
Nice. What do you think, though? Do you think the Earth is flat? Do you think it's a globe still?
I definitely don't think it's a globe. But I can't definitively say that I don't like. For me, it's like I've seen a weird map that they have. It's like beyond the ice wall that they found, like on the edge of Antarctica in the North Pole. There's like land masses past that shit. So it's not just us here. There's like other shit further.
Let me ask you a question though. Even if the Earth was a globe, that could still be possible. So that doesn't definitively prove the shape of the Earth whatsoever. I'm just saying.
Yes, yeah. You got a point there.
You know, I just
It's
want
like-
before you start going down that road, and then at the end of the road, we're like, oh well, it doesn't. That could be on either, a globe or a flat, non-moving surface. I'll just stop you and just let you know. You know what I mean? Spoiler alert. So, do you have any immediate questions you have for any of us?
I mean, I just came in here to like just listen like I normally do, and then like every now and then just ask questions or something interesting pops up, like throw my 2 cents in.
All right.
Well, don't think that we aren't ready for an intelligent conversation, because people that come in here that are new don't usually give us that.
What do you mean? Give y'all what?
An intelligent conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying earlier, like my roommate's asleep. He's about to wake up for work. I don't know, like I just don't wanna I've been going through a lot of shit, and I'm just like I said, I just came in here to
Buddy,
chill.
I didn't say you had to be that person. You're good. Whatever.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were
Hey,
just referring to me.
let me tell you this, because you seem to have some doubts about, testing this stuff for yourself, right? You seem to be not so sure about that. Right. So the claim size of the globe is not really that big. A lot of people think, oh, it's really, really big, and so it's just going to appear flat to my eye, right? Because it's just too big to see any curve, right? The claim is that it's not really that big. I kind of ran you through the numbers earlier, but like, for example, the horizon formula, the size globe that they claim, it's 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. So if you're 1 foot off the surface, that means the horizon can only be at 1.2 miles. That's not that far, is it?
That's like a 5-minute drive.
Yeah, it's not that far. And a good camera, a good telephoto lens, a good telescope can easily see way further than that, right?
Totally.
Yeah, so it's just that easy to check for. If you have that, right, a decent camera that can zoom in, right? You put it at 1 foot off the surface, you're out at the beach, the lake, the ocean, whatever it is. The horizon, geometrically, according to the globe of the claimed scale, right, should only be at 1.2 miles. Well, I mean, we can show you pictures of it being at 10 or 20 or 30, which is way, way, way too far, and the ball would have to be absolutely enormous for it to still be a ball. But, don't take my word for it. Go and give it a try. And that way you don't have to wait for a government document to come out or something like that where they say, hey, it's been flat all this time. Yeah,
that's never gonna
You
happen.
you don't have to worry about what the government says or anything like that. You can just go check it out for yourself and just see if the claimed dimensions are actually observable in reality. And I mean, I'll tell you from my personal testimony that of course they're not, but I say go check it out for yourself. It's easy.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to do something like that sometime.
Yeah, I guess that was sort of a lot of words, but my point was that it's not something that is like beyond you to go and test. It's not that big. The claim of the ball is not that big. You can go and check it out.
what would you recommend getting for that type of thing, like a laser or a scope?
Well, laser to measure the drop over distance, but I mean, I don't know. You don't really have to get that involved. If you just want to do like a long distance sight test, right? You can just do that with a good camera. A Nikon, I don't know, P900, P1000, those are pretty standard.
Dude, you could even use any DSLR camera with a 70 to 300 kit lens, bro.
If you know the distance of what you're looking at, like an opposite shoreline or something like that, you might even just be able to do it with your eyeballs. It could be that simple. So in that case, the only tool you would really need is like your phone, just for the distances.
In an open mind.
That'll be helpful too.
Anything with an open mind. Someone with an open mind is, that's like you don't really see a lot of that today. That's why like groups like these is very I would say very important, because everyone is just like walking around brainwashed. That's the way I look at it anyways.
Well, what are you going to go with, the TV or observable reality?
Observable reality.
Yep.
I think so.
Exactly.
Oh man, I love those Moon Man awards they give at the MTV Music Awards. That's not real?
Are you asking me that question?
Oh no, it's a rhetorical statement.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't expecting an answer.
I demand answers.
Right.
I was about to say, where's an answer? Come on.
We can show you some stuff if you want.
Here, just
But the
FYI.
theme of everything. Yeah, go ahead.
FYI, like I would wait for my roommate to leave. That way I don't bug him, because it's like the place I live in is like all tile. It's super fucking like everything echoes in here. It's really bad.
Yeah.
He leaves at 5:30. It's like 4:15 right now. So I'm just like, you could DM me anything, and like I said,
we can post some images in the live stream voice text. The theme of everything I've been saying to you, though, is to go and observe it for yourself. So that's why I haven't posted anything yet, but we can. Oh, it's already been done. Adam did it. Yeah, like you see that picture where it zooms in on the rigs?
Seen the boat one or the rig.
Yeah, it's right above the boat one. The last one that was posted is the boat, right? The sailboat. And right above that, there's a GIF where it zooms in on some rigs, some oil rigs. Now there's a pointy emoji on it, so that you can know exactly what we're speaking of.
Yeah, or a rig. I mean, I know what that is. It's a platform.
Yeah. So the whole point of this observation is that those oil rigs are at known distances, right? So right at the end, it says that the furthest one is 9.4 miles, right? Okay, well, in that observation, the camera was placed 1 foot off of the surface. So remember, I said that given the globe math, right, 1 foot of height means the horizon must be 1.2 miles, right?
Okay.
So the horizon, if you look at it where it freezes at the end, so it's beyond that 9.4 mile oil rig, right? So that means that, you know, based on the position of that oil rig, that horizon is at least 9.4 miles. It's further than that, where it should only have been 1.2, right?
So, like, what you're trying to say is, like, people that say the Earth is round, you shouldn't be able to see that rig through a scope.
Not really. That's not really the point. The point is just the horizon itself, right? That horizon should have been at 1.2 miles. So the rigs, they're in the picture as demarcators, right? They're giving us the distance. We know that furthest rig is at 9.4 miles. So it's basically just like a yardstick, right? It's just there to tell us the distance. We know it's at 9.4 miles. So we're measuring the horizon to beyond 9.4 miles with that oil rig. But don't worry too much about like how much the oil rig should be blocked. Like that's not really the point of the argument. The point is more just like, hey, we see the horizon past that oil rig, which we know is at 9.4 miles. So therefore, there's no way it's at 1.2 miles where it should have been on the globe. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Not the math part, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, put it simply, for the math, the horizon should have been at 1.2 miles for the globe. But
after a mile. Oh, okay, look, that's a cool. So after a mile, you're saying you should see curvature if the Earth was round.
Right. Well, past the 1.2 miles, that's where the globe horizon should be. Everything should start getting blocked. Like that should be the furthest extent of the surface that you can see. Right? 1.2 miles. So pretty much all the water in that picture, you shouldn't even see that. That should all be under the curve, right?
Yeah, according to this, the last thing someone posted.
Yeah, it should be.
For the layup travel around the curvature.
Because that closer rig, that's 6.2 miles. Right. You see all the water leading up to that. Where that camera is zoomed into, it's got to be way further than 1.2 miles. So basically, all of the surface of that water, you shouldn't be seeing any of it. Yeah. But point is the horizon being way, way too far. I don't know. Take some time on that.
Take time with a broken globe, because it likes to.
Take your time. I don't know. The very first time I saw that, I didn't completely get the argument either. I thought, oh, the oil rig should be under the curve or something. You know, same thing everybody says at first, pretty much.
Or it's really just about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes your brain goes to like that place in school where it just shuts down. Like they're talking to you numbers and it just shuts down. You know what I mean?
I know.
For me, it does.
I know. Yeah, it does. That's why I hate bringing numbers into it, because I know that it's just gonna go, right past.
Yeah. You know what's weird, Heretic, is I don't think that there's. I've tried to bring numbers to people who do like surveys and math people, and I've tried to bring like the whole Moon Man Award thing to people who are into hip hop, and show them the Illuminati part, and like I've tried to bring the star trails into people who are into astronomy and zodiac signs, and dude, I've tried to bring the whole NASA thing to people who were into the military and like their budget and dude, you know what? Every time I think the piece is gonna fit in the puzzle, it doesn't, dude. You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah.
I swear, there's no formula, bro. It passes all socioeconomical understanding. Really does.
It's like a language that nobody speaks.
Right.
How do we communicate?
Yeah, dude. Out of the mouth of babes, like the least person you're gonna expect it, and you're like, whoa, wow! I wasn't even trying to flat smack that person. Like sometimes it just happens like that, bro. It just falls in your lap. Other times you're like climbing, you're cliff hanging, bro, with like, what I mean, just getting scraped, about to fall, bro. You know what I mean? And other times it just falls in your lap, bro, and you're like, damn, I wasn't even trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those are the best ones. That's probably when it happens.
Dude, that's a diamond in the rough. Yeah. Yeah,
You weren't trying
no.
because that person was ready to go anyway.
Yep, exactly, bro. We try though, dude. You can't. It's just on our human nature. You know, we want. You know what I mean? We want to people to see what we see, and either we've all taken the same thing and we're all hallucinating on the same hallucination and tripping, or we've all been massively lied to, bro. Because all of us who speak on this Discord, well, for the most part, are cognitive. Our name, our birthday, the time and date. You know, the temperature. I mean, we can rattle off 100 different things that we all agree on as objective truths. So how could we, like, on those things just be that, I mean, that insane about it? You know what I mean? Like, that means we all believed in the same thing once, and then we just all took a potion that makes us think differently completely about the shape of the earth, but everything else is, you know, normal with everybody else. Just people just don't want to take the time to look into it. You know what I mean? They really don't.
People don't want to take the time to even look at the earth itself.
I know, bro.
Right?
Sure.
They'd rather just hear secondhand information about it rather than just go and look at the thing.
Yeah, for sure. And like, really, like, you just proved the globe Earth. Every movie they watch, every news thing that starts out with the globe in front of it, just gonna, for me anyways, that like smashed my brain. That was like disrespectful. You know what I mean? It was like I was part of a motorcycle gang, and then this other motorcycle gang did my family dirty or something. Everything I watch has this motorcycle gang's logo. I'm gonna feel real offended. You know what I mean? To put it bluntly.
Yeah, it's hypnosis.
Right. Yeah.
The thing is, it's like nobody knows anything about the globe. Like, before I got pretty into this, like, I have to admit that I didn't know much about it either. Like, I didn't really know what distance I should be seeing or what the claim, you know, scale of it was or anything. Like, I just took for granted, well, you know, it's a globe, right? It's at the beginning of every single movie, right? Everybody knows, right? Yeah.
Right back. I'll be right back.
I didn't know that, you know, at my height, the horizon should be at 3 miles or any of that stuff. Didn't think about it. It's just a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
So nobody
I
knows.
grew up right here, 15 miles from the Black Swan observation. My whole life, I didn't know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that's such a basic thing, too, because that's just a video of some zoomed-in oil rigs. Like, if somebody didn't tell you anything about it, you'd think absolutely nothing of it. It's just such a mundane, basic thing. There's the ocean. There's the surface of the water. There's some oil rigs. If somebody didn't break it down for you that, hey, that horizon is way further than they say it should be on their globe, you'd never think of that. It's
right.
So people just don't think of it.
I know. They only go so far. They're like, well, yeah, like both points have like, you know, arguable things that like could make one true and the other true. They're, you know, I'm on, dude. It's like, I don't know how you could just be on the, but most people are just happy to be on the fence, dude. On the fence. You know what I mean? Is it?
They don't want to be
crazy?
that
Like,
flat Earth person.
yeah, and like they don't want to rep the globe fully because we've already destroyed the globe in the first 2 minutes of meeting the person. You know, we've said irrefutable things that are just like, oh damn, you know what I mean? The only thing that's keeping them from really looking into it is like just basically the sheer humiliation, embarrassment of like saying something. I don't know what could be more embarrassing for a human being than saying something like that. You know?
Yeah.
Even being racist or not identifying somebody's gender properly or being sexist or dude, even being I hate to say it, but like a pedophile, even being something like that, you're not going to get that much backflack from like all types of socioeconomical classes like you are about flat earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just seeing the earth for what it is the ultimate shame, apparently.
Yeah. Because you got it all the way from like
dang, yes.
You mean the blacks in the ghetto even have tattoos of a globe with a middle finger that says like F the world, right? And white boys have a whole thing that says like FTW, you know what I mean? Like look the world. And then like every gang, like lower class gang member from every race has something about F the world or this world's mine or something. You know what I mean? And so it's like even them, like all the way up to like the elites that work for a company that has global in it with the trademark registered limited liability corporation. Seriously, like.
Yeah, it never
all,
stops.
You know,
global this and that, like all the time with everything.
Yep. And I think in any legal or medical documents, when they're presenting something to the public and they have the word global in it, it nullifies and renders the whole thing void, dude. Do you know what I mean? If they were ever to actually be taken into a Supreme Court of law, you know what I mean, scrutinized, it would nullify the whole contract or the whole thing that they said.
Yeah, you think you could pull that off?
I instinctively always feel the same way, actually.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you hear the word, you're just like, eh. You just
there's no globe. So, there's no globe, so everything from here is null.
Right, dude. Like I was telling somebody the other day, and they were telling me like how important it is about. I can't remember what they were saying about gasoline, but I was like, but the whole point is though that it's not from fossil fuel. I think that's the underlying thing is like if you knew where it was coming from, it would change it would change everybody's look. Just like cancer, like everybody wants to find the cure for cancer. We're gonna go race for the cure for cancer. This nonstop, but it's like, dude, stop all that and just find the cause, and that's it. You don't ever have to run for the cure ever again. You don't have to wear pink when you play a football game. That's it. Just find the cause. You know.
Yeah, it's more profitable to hype a cure, though.
No, yeah, for sure, yeah. For sure it is. Yep. I've ended a lot of good, not good, but I've ended a lot of relationships with that whole trying to find the underlying cause thing real quick. And when I could have just drawn it out and had, a lot of physical good times, still looking for that cure. Oh, fuck. Anyway. It's cool being single, though.
Yeah, I've never done it.
Yeah.
I have. I did that in my past, but it's not my future.
Right.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I've never done. I was just responding randomly.
Oh, okay. It's okay. It's just a Paramount Pictures production.
I was being honest.
There you go, being honest again, Kim. What'd I tell you about that girl? You're going to get hurt being honest like that. Just kidding.
I know.
I know you want the flat earth. Kim, I got a chorus that I think you have you heard the one where it goes I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta is from the metaverse, You ever heard that?
No. But
you like it?
Yeah.
I think you could sing it way better than I could. What do you think?
Well, I like singing. You just got to give me the lyrics, and I'll try it out.
Okay, sing. Just start. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth.
I've been around the world, and I measured the earth.
And then say it one more time. Measure the earth.
Measure the earth.
The devil, he's so clever with words.
The devil,
you guys just made
devil, he's so clever with words.
Our only Glober just dipped. God dang it.
Oh, man. Didn't you say he had to go because his roommate was going to get up and he had to put the lotion in the bucket? He had to put the globe on the skin?
He's not the Glober. It was Lino Tomo. You know him.
Oh, okay.
He was going to leave anyway.
Oh, okay.
He usually doesn't talk, so whatever.
You know what I like to say? I like to say, don't let the bottom of the door that's parallel to the level foundation of this building hit you on the way out, bro. As you take your globe ball with you. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's not parallel.
It's parallel to the flat foundation of the building in which you just stepped out on. Don't let that door and the globe ball hit you on the way out. You got to make sure they take their globe balls with them, though. You know what I mean? Take their ball and go home.
Yeah,
we don't want to play with the globe ball.
They're
my diverging plumb lines.
So I think we use the word plumb line because they say the Earth is pear-shaped or plum-shaped. So it's like, yeah, the plumb line's actually it's adhering to the shape of a plum.
It kind of looks like it in some of their geodetic textbooks and stuff.
For sure. Dude, I was on that flat Earth or that globe Earth. What's his name? Jen Pander or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Pander, and fucking I was on there, and one of them brought up the plumb line, right? And I was like, oh. I was like, okay, I got him now. I was like, yeah. And I was like, so when you guys set up the plumb line, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And he's like, yeah, and then two other Globers jumped in real quick. They're like, wait, stop. And they like had to stop him. They're like, you don't want to exactly say that. And like they corrected him. They had like a little, they
script ready.
Yeah, they did, bro. And quite often I noticed that happen with different ones. They'd be talking normal to me, but somebody would jump in and be like, no, we don't want to say that. Like, I was like, damn.
I brought that up there before too, and the same thing happened. They wanted to get right off of that. They didn't want to talk about plumb, using it to establish horizontal. Yeah,
hell no, dude. You could shatter their whole shit with that plumb, real quick, bro.
Yeah,
quick.
That was interesting how they do not want to talk about that.
Nah, hell nah, because the plumb line is the exact opposite of the horizon, right? So
yeah,
it's like if you're gonna bend the shape of the horizon, right? Then you're not only are you making that thing null and void, irrelevant, but like completely superfluous and like an over-exaggerated waste of time and money to even bring that in there if it doesn't even prove their argument, right?
So basically, little baby Globers will say, yeah, plumb is perpendicular. Yeah, it's 90 degrees. And then the more seasoned ones are going to be like, no, you can't say that.
Nope.
Don't say that.
Nope. You can't. Hell no, dude.
But all their geodetic models
into a parabola shape, bro.
But it's hopeless, though, because all their geodetic models and stuff, they're all based on assuming that plumb is perpendicular to start with, right? So what do they got left?
Dude. I know. So funny, dude.
Even though it can't be, they wound up with a model where if it's true, plumb cannot be perpendicular like that. Okay, tell me how that works.
Right.
Good luck. Yeah, this is why they don't want to talk about it.
Right. Hey, you know what would be a really funny one is imagine both of the planes dipping their nose down every couple seconds to account for the curvature when they're refilling a jet engine in the air. Like a military jet refill while they're flying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, there's so many hilarities to it if you really start to pick it apart. The whole thing isn't absurd. Like, it's pretty funny. It's funny that they got people to go along with it even.
Yeah, no. Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
It's cray. Oh, I see him spraying that shit all day and nighttime where I'm at, bro. Spraying. It's like, there's only 3 possibilities could come to my mind is like, it's either good for me, it has no effect on me whatsoever, or it's bad for me.
SoCal, right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's like I'm even right there. There's still a 33.3% chance that it could harm me, right? So why would I 100% of the time just completely disregard it? I should at least be paying attention to that shit at least 33.3% of the time if it affects me that much. You know what I mean? Any poker player would know that. It's just odds and probabilities. You know what I mean?
Yep.
People get all mad when you bring that shit up. Or they're like, what do you suppose it is? I'm like, it doesn't, I mean, it matters, but I'm not going to get all into that because I can't prove that. I just know that it's 33% chance that it's bad for me, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to take the chance, man.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Half you normies won't even take the risk with the sun, so why should I take the chance with this man-made shit?
I know. Sometimes I wonder, like, if I wouldn't have ever been, this wouldn't have ever been brought to my attention, right? And I wouldn't think it's bad. Could literally no brains, no headaches actually like manifest itself into my life? Where if I don't think it's bad, it's not going to harm me. Whereas like now that I know that it's bad and I'm watching out for it, will that keep me safer from it? Even, do you see what I'm saying? Like mind over matter, you know? Like, do you think our mind is that powerful where the thing wouldn't affect us as if we had a different orientation with it, you know?
I don't know. It might be. It could be because I feel like I used to get sick and stuff when I was really paranoid about things making me sick. And then I kind of got to a point where it's like, no, none of that stuff's going to affect me. And then I just kind of stopped getting sick. But I don't know. That's my own anecdote. Doesn't really say much, you know. in the big picture. But that was what I found.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I always bring this shit up to people, and it's like, it's not like I'm being around it less by bringing it up to them or not. And all I like to do is bring to light. So like people at least acknowledging that these things aren't good, right? Instead of just being like, oh, it's like whatever. Like, I don't know. I always have to say something. I don't even have any real friends who aren't flat earthers, or basically like people who could put up with the shit that I say because they already know. You know what I mean? Like my mom totally believes the earth is flat now because of me, but she still doesn't really like to admit that she's wrong about it, you know?
Right.
I mean, she'll be like, I don't want to know about the numbers, like that stuff. I was like, okay, Mom, all right.
I find that, to be honest, like most people, like most of my family, like they're not too put off. They're not really bothered. A lot of them just honestly don't really seem to care. Oh, it's not a globe? Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Like, they don't really get hung up on it. They're not too preoccupied. Like, there's the odd one that's like a big-time space zealot or something that you just don't talk to about it. But for the most part, like, they just don't really care about the subject at all.
I know, dude. I know. No, they don't really. Yeah. They don't really say anything, and most of them won't be rude and interrupt me, but like they prefer not to talk about that, and they never bring it up. Never, never, never. They even avoid things that could have to do with it.
Yeah, there's that.
I mean, my dad will never come up to me and be like, "Hey, I heard NASA just got an extra $1.5 million per year for their annual," but like he'll never say some shit like that to me ever. He'll never tell me about a star constellation or like a new dinosaur bone they found. He will not come at me with any of that shit. I mean, he keeps it real, like where they're selling fresh oranges down in the little country town he's staying at by Ventura. You know what I mean? Like who has the best oranges? You know, what deals Trader Joe's had? Like real simple shit, you know?
Yeah, I got that new Campbell's soup. Yeah.
I mean, he might talk to me about a new camera or something, but he won't even get into the P1000 with me, you know? It's usually just about like older relatives that like are in the hospital or who aren't doing good. And I'll always tell them, like, just tell them to go outside barefoot for a while. You know, be like, yeah, they won't do that, but all right. You know? Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, check this out. I have a friend who I've known since like 2016, right? And when I met him, we used to party together and shit. There was a company called Zoom, and I'm sure you heard it. They blew up, but one of their offices was in Santa Barbara right here. And I met him, and he used to buy weed from me, and dude, he would pay such an outrageous amount of money because it was just like he just wanted somebody who could bring him weed to his house with no trouble, or like somebody, you know what I mean, somebody like in and out real quick who wasn't hot or nothing. And so I was selling him weed for a while, and then I got to know him better, and he let me move into. He was renting an extra like a back house in this Montecito area. It was really nice. I rented there for a while, and then so he got in a car accident like 2.5 years ago. He was driving all drunk, like back from Ventura, like a half-hour drive home, and a car hit him. Though, anyways, after the accident, he didn't go to the hospital or anything, and his neck got worse and worse and worse. And and I kept telling him, just go outside barefoot, get away from all the Wi-Fi and everything. Because so the beginning of 2019. In April of 2019, he was like, dude, I'm going to come up on some money like I told you. And I didn't know what he was talking about. But he had 300, I don't know how many, 300 and something shares in Zoom, the company he worked for. When he got hired, they offered him like a huge amount of shares to come on and take a pay cut. Well, when they went public, they closed at like 64. Their estimate was like 36. They beat Pinterest and everything. They closed at like 64. Dude, you know the Zoom stock from there just went and skyrocketed for a while, right?
Yeah.
Dude, fucking like one of the best investments people ever made, bro. So you know what I mean? He bought a couple like $250,000 cars. You know what I mean? Just super ridiculous rich, bro. Well, his neck kept getting worse and worse, and it was getting harder and harder for him to walk. And I kept telling him just go outside barefoot anyway. Kept eating junk food, kept messing with Wi-Fi all day. So he told me he was going to the hospital to get surgery to fix it, right? Well, I don't hear from him for like a couple of weeks, and finally he calls me and he's like, hey, the nurse is calling on speakerphone right now. He's like, I'm completely paralyzed. I have screws in the back of my head. I can't move anything. You know what I mean? I was like, what? He walked into the hospital to get surgery, bro, and he woke up paralyzed. I was like, dude, yeah, bro. And dude, I went over there to go see him a couple days ago, and some weird ass old security guard who didn't even look like he should be working there told me that somebody else was in the room and he's only allowed one visitor a day. And I was like, what? And then like he calls me that night and tells me he's trying to call the main hospital, Los Robles, and their number goes, and this is the main number that they've had for like 20 years, right? Where you call that number and then you go through a switchboard to get to whatever department. Well, I guess they just got hacked, like allegedly 2 or 3 days ago, and it shut down everything. Well, I get a letter from another hospital 20 miles away saying that my information just got hacked from their shit. Like I was like, all these hospitals in this area are saying they're getting hacked now. This is really interesting. But yeah, it's just some super, super janky shit, bro. And this dude, this dude is like lawsuit happy. Like he's not afraid to file a lawsuit against anybody like that. And I told him, dude, are you gonna file against the hospital? Dude, and he was just like, no, it's not their fault. Like, da-da-da. I was like, what? Are you serious? This is a dude who, if you owe him $100, he'll fucking call you and bug you, right? It's just like, I was like, what? But I was just like, damn, the cog dis is freaking off the charts with this one, you know?
What, so they paralyzed him and he's just like letting it go?
Dude, it appears that way. And that's what really trips me off because I've owed this dude money a few times and he's been on my ass. This is a dude who's got millions of dollars. And he's like, it's not the money, it's the principle. And like on my ass, right? So for him to just let this shit slide, it's just like, I mean, this dude carries a piece with him everywhere he goes. He's not afraid to like, if he feels like somebody's trying to rob him, he'll try to shoot somebody. Like he's like that. You know what I mean? Like kind of an arrogant person like that. But that's why I'm so surprised that he's just letting this shit go. And I was just like, what? You know, it really tripped me out, dude. Yeah, I don't even know what.
Yeah, maybe he's beyond, you know, material attachments.
Dude, no. I asked this dude, what does he want to do now that he's $100 millionaire? What's his one thing he wants to do? And he looked at me and he goes, be a billionaire. I've had other friends who are millionaires say the same thing. All they want to do now is be a billionaire. I was like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Yeah, take it the next level up. Yeah, I could see that. You get there and you're like, yeah, I'm bored. Let's scale the next peak.
Seriously, dude, it's so trippy, dude. Mm-hmm. These are dudes who like they'll pay and go to massage places and like they're happy with just, you know, having their sex like that or however they do it. It like, dude, the arrogance though is like dripping off them. Because you could tell at any minute, like if you're some homeless person coming up to them, dude, they might pull out the heat or at least show it to you. You know what I mean? People like that, dude, and you're just like, it's a trip. He's just letting this shit go. It's just so weird, dude. But you know, he's completely, you know what? He got that whole Kobe Bryant signature tattooed on him. You know what I mean? The double. Yeah, he got pocket jacks dealt to him twice, probably. You know what I mean? You know, just to boost his ego. You know what I mean? So he's got all that. Yeah, he's a full proponent. He's a full proponent of the Kobe Bryant fucking signature on the chest, whatever. You know what I mean? So not much I could tell him. You know what I mean? Try to tell him the NBA's rigged and shit. You know, he can get it, but like, you know, all they want. I'm like, hey, the NBA's rigged. It's not real. All these people are actors. And he's like, but Kobe crashed, man. I was like, no, he didn't crash, bro. That was like a film script, bro. You know what I mean? He's like, Kobe, rest in peace. Yeah, he's just like, rest in peace, Kobe. And he's all, and cure Michael Jordan too. Or no, Magic Johnson. You know, you're like, hey, Magic Johnson was never even a basketball player, he's an actor, and he faked a disease. He's like, dude, I heard they just found a cure for Magic Johnson's disease, bro. She's like, did you not hear what I just said? You know?
Yeah, Magic Johnson's still around. He's fine, eh?
Yeah, right? You know what I mean? I heard he took over Eazy-E's spot in NWA.
63 years old. Looks like he's going strong.
Right? Yeah, he's cool. Dude, hey, you know how many people I know? Like people who've been to the joint or people who've had like a drug addicted past or whatever. Even some people like my mom who haven't. And she just has been with a few different guys. They went and give like a blood transfusion or like something to do with the blood, right? And then maybe a blood test for something. And then they'll come back and be like, this is not related, but according to our tests, you have hepatitis C. And, what's hepatitis C? Oh, it's worse than hepatitis A. Like, you got this from some type of blood interaction or something like that, right? And they'll say, yeah, it's deadly. It could kill you, right? And then they'll be like, But if, we can guarantee you'll get, like, this stuff will go away 100% if you take this one medication we just found. And like each pill was like $1,000 or something. My mom somehow covered it with her insurance. I don't know how. They make it seem like she just got it by the skin of her teeth. And they gave her this pill, and then they tested her a couple months later, and she doesn't have it anymore. I'm like, I started thinking about that recently. I'm like, dude, that's messed up. You just like made my mom think she was gonna have to pay for a bunch of pills that who knows what was in those things, because you said she had something that all it was your words on paper. Nothing that showed anything in her. And now that she doesn't have it anymore because of this pill, all it is words on paper. You know what I mean? I was just like, damn. And my mom's pretty smart. And dude, like, even the smart people still fall for this shit, dog. You know?
Yeah. Smart people fall for obvious traps all the time.
Man, bro.
It's a matter of trust. What they're willing to put their trust in. What they're going to think critically about, what they're not going to.
Right.
Although everybody's religious in a way.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's safer just to not trust anything if you can't 100% prove it. If your gut tells you something's bad, then who cares? I don't even care what anybody else says. I'm not trusting it. Period,
Well, I got to pass the hell out.
All right, brother. You have a good one, right?
Pacific time zone? Yeah, same as me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost 3. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, bro. We're already on Flatter Day, so.
Yep, we're already on Flatter Day. Every day is Flatter Day.
Helio told me to basically take over. Helio told me to take over when Helio said for me to take over on here when all the flat earthers get off. So you have a good one, bro. I'll take it from here. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, man. You take up the mantle.
All right, brother.
Okay, peace out, man.
So until next time.
I gotta go too.
Good night, Kim.
Yeah. Good night. Love yous.
Oh, thank you. Adam's putting in work with the memes and videos. What's up, Adam?
It's in the debate text. He literally is just going off right there.
Oh, I gotta go see.
Space is defined as a region beyond the Kármán line, where the atmosphere is too weak to support the winged flight.
Hold on. Where did he post that?
He replied to my "You have no proof of space." Just up a bit. It's 31 after the hour. Literally replied.
Oh my god, dude. He must be a kid. Okay.
He said he wanted to debate, but I can't.
Space is defined as the region beyond the Kármán line where the atmosphere is too weak to support winged flight. That's wrong. The Kármán line is a political designation developed at the United Nations that's an arbitrary place where they're just going to say space exists. Scientifically, outer space is where the aerodynamic control surfaces no longer control the aircraft. So that could be any altitude, depending on how shitty of an airplane you make, right? So my car is in space because its aerodynamic control surfaces don't produce lift, and I can't steer based upon, the aerodynamics of the car, right? It's touching the road. So technically, that's in space. So if I'm like falling out of an airplane, I'm in space no matter what altitude I'm at because my arms, my aerodynamic control surfaces won't control where I'm going and won't produce lift. It's just an arbitrary designation. It has no real definition, which is why we have a political definition where they just say 300 kilometers or whatever they say it is. That's space. Big setback here is the existence of gravity, I suppose. It's hard to explain how it's real when you respond that it's fake to everything I say. This is difficult for me, Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna search the word fake.
I know, right?
I'm gonna search the word fake.
I couldn't. How
many times fake?
Isn't it like up to 56,000 for the Earth is round?
Oh God, I've been looking like a week. 56,000? That would be crazy. The last time I looked, it was like at 37. That was only a week ago.
I know.
Halt chanting.
Yeah.
Now we're at like 32. Earth is round is at 32,000.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Thank God. Well, let's figure out Earth is a sphere. Oh, that's only 7,000.
Oh wow. Oh, okay.
7,000 mathematicians. There's a ball. That's like 6,000. It's a donut.
I just realized my mic was off. Hey!
There he is.
Hey, ho.
That's him. He's the one that talking about the.
Yep, I'm the guy.
Did you hear what I said about the definition of space?
No, he didn't. He wasn't in here. He just joined.
I just joined.
Okay. So the Kármán line is a political designation from the UN. It's an arbitrary political designation where they said this altitude is above here is what we're going to call space. It's nothing to do with anything other than a bunch of people agreeing that that's an arbitrary thing. Okay, that's the Kármán line. Now, the scientific definition is when the aerodynamic control surfaces fail to produce lift, you're in space. But that applies to anything. So applies to you, me. Apparently, I'm in space right now because my aerodynamic control surfaces fail to produce lift. It's just the definition of space, right?
I mean, if you want to think about it like that, then yeah, I suppose.
Listen, this is what I've looked up, and this is what it says. It's not my opinion. It's their opinion.
That's a fun way of looking at it. I'm going to say that to I'm going to say that to my friend now. Hey, you're in space.
Yeah, like if you flap your arms to fly to the moon, right? It's not going to happen because your aerodynamic control surfaces be able to produce lift. If the air was a lot thicker, right, you probably could. Like if it was like thick like water, technically, I guess you'd be swimming to the moon, but you could produce lift if the fluid is viscous enough. So when you say gravity is real, what do you mean by that?
Good night, boys.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Night. What do you mean by gravity is real? The word, the description.
I'm sorry, my mic is. Why is it? Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna go into a different. No, wait, it's working now. Okay, my mic does cut out randomly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is a little.
Yeah.
I can only talk, but I cannot hear.
Whoa.
But have a good night regardless.
All right.
Okay. And what?
Yeah. Earth.
Good night. If you can't hear, why are we responding to that?
Well, I can hear it now, but I get muted all the time.
Yeah.
You
do understand why, though, right?
You get muted because you complain about, getting muted. If you would just stop talking after you're done saying something of any substance, like I do, then you won't get muted. Can you govern yourself, sir?
Yes, I will do my best. Can you teach me how?
No, we don't want to teach you how. You should learn how on your own.
And your parents should have taught you.
I thought this was a place to learn.
Oh, can we stop, Earth, please?
This is a place.
Is this a
This
place
is a
of
place for
knowledge?
higher learning, right? We're not here to teach you how to operate, like common
Your
sense.
fingers.
Right? It's uncommon sense, right? It's not common sense. If you don't have uncommon sense, then there's not much we could do for you. So instead of complaining about getting muted, just try to govern yourself, or at least don't complain about it when you do get governed from the outside, okay? Because it makes you sound like a whiny little bitch when you do that, okay?
Please don't swear.
Oh, very sorry.
What the whiny was it? The whiny little bitch part?
Weren't you leaving?
Was it the whiny or the bitch part?
Hold on. Wasn't this guy leaving? Let me help him. Disconnect.
I was gonna do that. Fuck.
Beat you to it.
See, all he had to be is, all he had to say was, yes, sir, no problem.
I know exactly where he's gonna come, so.
The other guy. So he's just getting in the way for the other guy. So other guy, gravity. What do you mean by gravity is real? What does that mean?
Well, I meant like I kept hearing a lot of people in the lobby chat saying that gravity isn't real, and I don't even know like exactly what they meant by that, but I was just like,
okay,
yeah.
When we say gravity isn't real, okay, so there's a description. So if you ask Goldberg what is gravity, you're going to get a bunch of different answers. Some will say it's objects falling. Some will say it's like things being pulled to the center of mass. Some people will say mass attracting mass. Some people will say it's the bending of space-time. So, you'll get all these different answers. So when we say it isn't real, we mean specifically one thing. The cause, right? The cause of falling objects, the causal mechanism, is not known and has never been proven by experiment. And can't be proven by experiment because there's no viable independent variable to prove the cause. Because when you drop two objects, they fall at the same rate. Okay, and that fact alone means you cannot figure out the cause. Because the idea is mass attracts mass, and that's what's causing the gravitational attraction, right? That's why objects are falling, mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I take a school bus and a bowling ball, they're a bit different masses, but they both fall at the same rate. So I manipulated a so-called independent variable, the thing that's supposed to be causing this attraction, but I didn't measure any change.
What do you mean?
That's how
change?
Because they both fell at the same rate. I didn't register a stronger gravitational attraction using different masses. Because the idea is a larger mass will have a stronger gravitational attraction, right? Between two objects. If I have an object with one, so say I have object A with a fixed mass, and I have two different objects with object B is a large mass, object C is a small mass. Object B should collide with object A before object C because C has a less mass, so the force is less, right? So we should be able to measure that in an experiment, but we can't. And the excuse is, well, the Earth is so big, you're not going to measure the Earth doing the thing. But that's not our problem. It's not our problem that you can't do the experiment. It's your problem. I'm not the one saying it's X causes Y. That's what they're saying, and they need to prove it with experiment. Just saying it doesn't mean anything.
Well, I do have an idea of how you could perform the experiment, but it would be like really, like you would need like a really, you would take like a really smooth sphere. This is like working in my mind, like on the spot, me thinking of a working experiment. You take a really smooth couple spheres of different masses and you put them on a really flat surface in a vacuum chamber and see how long it takes them to move. But it's like friction.
So what falls in that experiment?
Well, what falls? Well, they would be moving towards each other, but
how do you get so how do you get from I see two things moving towards each other? How do you extrapolate that to that's the same thing as falling objects? How do you make that leap of logic? How do you logically connect those two things? I observed two balls going. How do you logically connect them? I observed two balls going towards each other in a vacuum chamber on a table, and then I drop something and it falls to the ground. How are those two phenomenon, those observed phenomenon, how are you connecting them as the same phenomenon?
Because, well, in the globe model, the Earth and whatever you drop are both attracted towards each other. And similar to how balls are attracted toward. Oh.
Similar, but you need a logical connection. You can't just say, yeah, I want it to be the same.
They're attracted by the same force.
But that's just the assertion that you're trying to prove, right? So just like reasserting the same thing that you're trying to prove in the first place through the experiment and just saying, yes, it's the same because I said it's the same because I said it's the same, doesn't mean anything.
I'm pretty sure that follows the scientific method where you have a hypothesis and you run an experiment to prove it. And then if it supports that hypothesis, it gains more weight as being viable.
God, I hope Huey isn't listening. You're lucky.
Oh, yay. I want to hear his hypothesis now.
Okay. So hypothesis is, and I got to channel Huey right now without the swearing. And actually, he doesn't swear that much. I probably swear more. So I covered the experiment part. To determine the cause of a phenomenon, you need an independent and a dependent variable. You manipulate the independent variable and observe a change in the dependent variable, right? And I covered that. Your causal mechanism is that mass is attracting mass. So you should be able to manipulate the mass, right, and get a change in the dependent variable, the rate of fall.
Yeah, so I mean,
but that is not happening in the actual experiment. There is no change in the rate of fall.
The independent variable is the mass of the objects. If that was what you were asking, I mean, I don't.
Yes, well, I mean, theoretically, yes. That, I mean, I'm not going to get into like defining mass and how that's a convoluted bunch of bullshit. But but the thing is, even if we do this manipulation, we drop a bus, we drop the frickin' 747, we drop the Empire State Building, we drop the frickin' the Mount Everest, and I drop something else, man. They all fall at the same rate. We can change the mass to all we want, and we still get the same rate of fall.
And wait, when you say rate of fall, you mean like, for example, the rate of fall for objects on the Earth is like
the agreed upon the convention is 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's not an actual measured value. That's by convention. It was agreed upon in 1908 by the Committee on International Measure Standards and Measurements or something.
Good night, everyone. Have fun debating.
Night.
All right, peace.
We haven't been debating this whole time. Nobody's brought any evidence for the globe.
So we can if you actually measure, you get a gravitometer and you actually go all over the world, you'll measure all different accelerations. Of course, the difference is very small, but there is a difference. Sometimes that acceleration isn't even straight down. Sometimes it's sideways. Well, not exactly sideways. There's some pitched angle. The point is, when we say gravity is fake, we mean there's no experimental evidence to support the so-called theory of gravity, and that there is a physics description of things falling, meaning there's a model. But a model isn't a theory, right? Models are based upon just data fitting. We take a bunch of data, we come up with some mathematical terms, and then we okay, what fits this data? We come up with some equations, a formula, a function that fits this data. That doesn't mean we know anything about it. We're just doing a mathematical operation. That's all we're doing. We don't know the causal mechanisms. We don't know anything. And mainstream science admits that they don't know the causal mechanism. NASA themselves, they have a webpage for children that says, what is gravity? And the first word answer is, I don't know. We don't know. So, and I didn't even get into like Newtonian gravity or Einstein's gravity, general relativity, where all the definitions are different, where mass is defined different, the propagation speed of gravity is different, it's in a different geometry, everything is completely different, right? Completely different. So, like, listen to this. I'll show you how absurd it gets, right? So, mass is defined under general relativity as resistance to acceleration. So you probably think mass is the amount of matter in a substance. That is the Newtonian definition. The amount of matter in a volume is the definition of mass. But in general relativity, it's the resistance to acceleration. Now, let's think about this for a second. So resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Does that make any sense to you? Think about it for a second. If you most people that come in here, they're using Newtonian idea of gravity. But as soon as you switch to like general relativity, it gets crazy. It just totally gets batshit crazy. That means mass is a resistance to acceleration. That means the more unmovable it is, the more it attracts other things which are unmovable. And the more unmovable they are, the greater the force is to move them. It makes no sense at all, in any logical sense at least. So when we say gravity's fake, go ahead.
Sorry, with all due respect, Indio, Newtonian gravity doesn't make much sense either, because how do you play tetherball without the tether? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, good point, right? So when we say gravity is fake, we mean very specifically, yes, there is a description to describe things falling. Yes, you can use, but even that description, like if you use F equals G M1 M2 divided by R squared, that's not what we use in the real world. We just put in the gravitational acceleration, we put in little g, we do all our equations that way, and we totally disregard the quote-unquote mass of the Earth. So, I mean, this is why we say gravity's fake. It's just a mess. And if you knew how Newton even came up with it, you would just be like, it's even more of a mess, because Newton didn't come up with it from doing any experiments. He noticed from Kepler's second law that I don't know what you know about ellipses, right? So ellipses have two foci, and Newton noticed if the force was directed, if there was a force only to one of the foci, that force would always be inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Right. It's just, so this is Kepler's law, but we now know that, and it's admitted that Kepler fabricated all the data, but that's not important, right? He noticed from these elliptical orbits that this was a mathematical fact, right? And then he came up with this inverse square law, and then they went out and searched for, you know, the what would you call it? The constant. They go for big G. Searched and searched and searched until they came up with a big G number that would, you know, just match whatever they said it would match, right? So they did Cavendish. Someone 75 years later came up with big G, and they go, okay, this ball is falling at 9.8 meters per second squared. Let's insert big G into this equation. Okay, so the mass of the Earth has to be this, because this law, like, in order for this planetary orbit law to work, that means for this, when this object drops, G has to be that, and like now the mass of the Earth is this. And you just build a whole bullshit model around it and call it a day. Well, call it a couple centuries. I mean, I think you guys go. I don't mean to like go on this crazy rant, man, but you guys like think this shit sprung out of like nowhere. Like there was a bunch of scientific discoveries and like they discovered this shit. They already believed it. They believed it at Copernicus. Copernicus had circular orbits that couldn't work. Galileo had circular orbits that couldn't work. We now know that Kepler faked all his data. They believed it then. Okay? And now we know Newton's laws are wrong, but they still believed it. So for 400 years, they're already believing it, right? And they're telling everybody, even though we know now that everything they thought then was wrong, right? But they talked about it then the same way everybody talks about it now. The Earth has to be a globe. We have all these models. They work, blah, 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 blah. But we know now that they actually didn't work. A kind of closer examination. They don't work. They don't match observation of reality.
Very true.
Yeah, when you look up the cosmological constant problem, aka crisis, they'll tell you straight up.
Hank might come in with a hammer. That's the absolute hammer. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's all right. So the cosmological constant problem, it says that when we observe gravity and we compare it to theory, like you match the observation to theory, it's off by an order of magnitude of 120.
Orders of magnitude. That's 120 zeros, man.
Gravity, that's dark energy. That's the expansion of the universe that's off that much. Not gravity.
Right.
What I'll say about that is how much matter is missing? Hey, how much matter is missing?
It's not matter that's missing, it's dark energy.
No, but there is matter missing, right? That's dark matter, right?
Yeah,
so how much
missing?
So how much matter is missing?
I don't know, 75%?
What's 75% between friends? I hope you don't do banking where like they have a 75% error.
Okay. My point was, he said it was gravity that was off. It's not gravity that's off by 120 orders of magnitude. It's dark energy that's off.
Well, I mean,
that's due to gravity, by the way.
No, it's dark energy that's off. It's the expansion of the universe.
That's not what it doesn't have enough gravity to hold all the galaxies together, so they must make up dark matter to fill up the rest.
It's dark energy that's expanding the universe. That's what's off. It's the vacuum energy that's off 120 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, dark energy is the thing that's accelerating the expansion, and dark matter is the thing that's keeping all the galaxies in groups, even though it doesn't make all the sense. Like as you said, it's like 75%.
So this says dark energy is the hypothetical form of energy that exerts a negative repulsive pressure, behaving like the opposite of gravity. So saying it has nothing to do with gravity is silly.
It's the opposite of gravity.
The opposite of gravity. Anti-gravity?
Okay. I mean, if you want to say up, does up have anything to do with down? I guess it sort of does. It's the opposite of up, down, but whatever.
So it's anti-gravity.
Okay, we'll go with that.
I guess it behaves like
anti-gravity is off by 120 orders of magnitude. But if you actually read the articles, most of them will specifically say it's dark energy, or they'll use the term vacuum energy. They kind of interchange those. That's the actual term that's off by 120 orders of magnitude. They don't really use gravity in the explanation. I mean, if you want to, whatever, but that's not what they're saying.
Okay, so have you read it from my Harvard link?
No,
because you're saying it's not about gravity. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the thing that's off by 120 orders of magnitude is dark energy or vacuum energy. That's what I'm saying. Do you have the Harvard link?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Give me just a second. So while I'm looking it up, it might take me a second, I do want to explain where this dark matter comes from. So according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies spin 10 times too fast, right? And the stars should fly off. Like if you put kids on a merry-go-round and you spin it till they fly off, right? And then put them back on the merry-go-round and spin it 10 times faster, right? So it should fall off, right? Hang on just a second. I'm looking up that link.
Yeah, and did you see what Dre's posted? Take a look at that. Okay, so if you're familiar with the theory of general relativity, there's a mass-energy equivalence. They're indistinguishable.
That's correct.
So they're indistinguishable. So the thing is, this energy, this vacuum energy, is supposed to have an attraction. It's supposed to have a gravitational effect.
The vacuum energy?
Yes, because energy is mass. They're equivalent. The mass-energy equivalence principle. Yeah, that's right, man. If you had a lot of energy compact in a very dense area, it would attract, in your model, planets, stars, etc.
All right, just let me know when you're done.
Well, I mean, what Dre's posted, I mean, it says it right here. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude, and there's no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. As usually stated, the problem requires the knowledge of quantum field theory and general relativity, topics not normally studied by undergrads. We tried to make the problem accessible to undergrads, blah, 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 blah. Clarifies how basic is the conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theory.
So how did you get that they're not talking about gravity, right? Because if you look, let's just use a little context clues, right? The first sentence ends with gravitational effects.
Okay, I'm wrong. You win. You're good.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, he just didn't know about the Einstein's mass energy equivalence principle. Remember, E equals mc squared? Remember that shit? The shit they print on T-shirts, and everybody thinks they're smart because they're wearing a T-shirt with E equals mc squared on it. A fucking bunch of tools. The only thing more dickish than wearing a NASA T-shirt is wearing an E equals mc squared.
I know. That's what you got to do to be smart, though. You got to wear a T-shirt that has some print on it.
Yo, dude, listen, I'm a nerd. And the only thing, nerds hate fake nerds. I hate fake nerds, dude.
It's just posers in general.
So the article from Forbes says
exactly, posers, man, posers.
the article from Forbes says there's 85% missing. Time says there's 96% missing. A couple other ones say there's half missing.
Which one is it?
Yeah, India must hate me because I was a jock up until the 9th grade.
Well, listen, I was the only one that was like in honors classes and getting suspended from school and, you know, kicked out. And
Nerds don't hate jocks, by the way. Nerds hate fake nerds, like he said.
Yeah, fake freaking nerds, dude.
And jocks protect nerds because they like their car to start and shit like that. I'm telling you.
I always wanted to challenge the stereotype and be like a muscular nerd.
I played sports. I was a nerd. I did like I didn't fit in any like category.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I hung out with the burnouts. I was a nerd, and all my friends were in sports.
Yeah, I didn't have a place to sit in the lunchroom. I would just go like sit at different people's tables and just like blend in. I'd never sit in the same spot with the same group of people. Even though I had a clique, I just didn't always hang out there.
You know, my lunchroom clique was we're gonna beg everyone from change and not even eat lunch. You got a dime for lunch money? Got a dime? Like we'd leave with pockets full of change, and then go buy soda.
Yeah, everybody's been, you know, trained to like believe that gravity works, right? Because when you drop your cell phone, right, then you need a new cell phone, right? Because gravity, right? Gravity works, right? That's what the little bat said on Fern Gully, you know? So because they believe, you know, Fern Gully and everything, right? It's like everything that they say about gravity is automatically true. Right, and how dare you tell me that there's two separate gravities? Right? How dare you? You don't know what you're talking about, flat earther. There's only one gravity.
So, Travis, I saw the link you posted. I'm actually aware of that. Before you posted it, I'm already aware of that. So the guy that did this study, he isn't an astronomer. He works for CERN. And basically what he did was he went back over all their data, their supernova data, and there's the other thing. Oh, what the hell is it? What the hell is it? The two things for expansion. Supernova data, maybe redshift data. Anyway, he reanalyzed the data, and he used what we would think is more statistically rigorous methods. And basically, their conclusions, their measurements, their conclusions of their measurements are within the error of the instrument, meaning there's a possibility that they actually observed nothing. They observed no expansion. If you read your article, it says 3 sigma, and they need at least 5 sigma, which is like, you know, there's a 1 in 1,000 probability of, you know, it being random noise. That would be 3 sigma. 5 sigma would be that the odds are 1 in 10,000, 100,000. noise that it's just a random noise versus an actual observation. Not that those things even mean anything. They're kind of, you can get pretty funky with statistics and make things mean whatever you want them to mean.
I think the saying goes that figures don't lie, but liars sure can figure.
Yeah. I mean, listen, like, how about the polls they do, the political polls? So-and-so is leading by 10 points. We have a margin of error of 10 points. The government does stuff like this all the time. They make the margin of error so large and they can say anything. We have 100% confidence that we're exactly right with our 100% margin of error. Somewhere in that 100%, the real value will fall. Aren't we geniuses?
I think that's kind of like, dying with a bad haircut and dying from a bad haircut. And you can make figures say anything, right?
How would you die from a bad haircut?
Well, if Fauci says it on the news 100 times a day for the next, I don't know, like 500 days, people probably start believing it.
Hey, Bone.
Hey, I have a question. Have you guys ever done any of your own experiments before?
Yes.
Ooh, what'd you do?
Such as what? Like, what kind of experiments? Like in chemistry class? I mean...
No, I mean, like, any... Okay, well, what I'm basically...
Flat Earth related or, like, other stuff?
Yes, flat Earth, global...
Okay, flat Earth related. Okay, yes, I have. And quite a few people in here have. TJ, for instance, was at a double laser test that was done in the UK by a PhD in spectrophotometry. They took two different color lasers, a red and blue one, something like 550 nanometer and 700 nanometer, I think. No, infrared. Yeah. So, and they went from 6 inches and showed them across, I think it's 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers. Anyway, the globe model predicts that the laser should be, if the Earth is a ball of 3,959 miles, that the observation point, right, of 1 foot, right, there should be a hump. The Earth should curve in between those 2 points. Right, there should be blockage. You ever heard that ships sail over the horizon? So you heard the ships sail over the horizon. This is the same idea. The ships sail over the horizon. So I take a camera and I stick it beyond the horizon, so it should be like below the horizon, like the ship sailing over it. And then I shoot a laser at that camera and see if the camera picks it up. So they did this simultaneously in 2 directions, live stream from both ends on the YouTube. And you could see both the lasers, no problem, when neither one of them should have been visible from either side. And that's not even like the longest laser test. So CJ was at that. I personally, in Boston Harbor, I observed the boat go from 6 miles to 30 miles. And if you do the math, from my 15-foot elevation height, it's 15 feet above the sea level, the boat should have been 430 feet below the horizon. It should have sailed over the horizon, but it didn't. I watched it just sail off into this, sail off and fade and fade and fade. It was actually still visible even when I left, but it takes a while for a boat to get out that far. So I got bored and just left instead of continuing to watch it. I have it all documented and shit. So that's what I've done personally. And it's not like I like picked a day to do it. I just like went up to Revere Beach, just happened to be up there killing time, and just like, okay, I'm gonna just watch this boat. And I tracked the distance on it's called marinetraffic.com. You can track boats. And this particular boat tells you what the tracking station is. This tracking station is a radar station that's in Marblehead, which is up the coast in Massachusetts a little bit. So it tracks the position of the boat. You can look on your little graphic and see where the boat is. Punch in the latitude and longitude coordinates, where you are, where it is. Do the math, figure out the distance, yada, 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 boom. It's supposed to be 30 miles away. It's supposed to be 420 feet underneath the curve. Now, I'm pretty sure, now don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure there is no boat on Earth that is 42 stories high. I think that's pretty safe to say. So the only way to see this boat is if the boat was 42 stories high. Tall. Above the sea level. In actuality, it was a tanker ship. It was only like 4 stories high.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-uh.
So I got a question for the guy who asked that question. Can you find anywhere on YouTube where a baller has measured curvature?
Me?
Yeah, can you show us where someone on YouTube has actually measured the curvature?
Not right now.
Not
That
right
may seem
ever.
like a weird answer, but like, I am not really situated for like sitting down for a long period of time. I mean, I might leave at any minute. I just asked that question because I was about to leave it. I haven't.
You know what? You don't have to believe what we say. You can just go do your own test. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, I have an idea for an experiment that involves the moon.
Not in the sky.
What does the moon got to do with the Earth?
Well, I mean, it'd be hard to explain with just my words, but I'll try it. So, I saw, like, well, I didn't see, but I thought in my brain, like, people on each model of, like, either a flat Earth or a globe Earth, tracing their lines of sight to the moon. Like, for example, on a flat Earth and all the lines of sight traced to a single point, if the flat Earth became a globe Earth, then those lines of sight wouldn't trace to the same point. They would be offset from each other, and they wouldn't all align at the same place. In fact, since it's three-dimensional, some of them wouldn't even cross at all. And vice versa, if you had all the lines on a globe Earth pointing towards the same point, which would be the moon, and it turned into a flat Earth, then they would point in different directions. So I thought, okay, I'm pretty sure this is how it works. So I had the idea for an experiment where I took a couple of people in different parts of the world, and I like they had a compass, and they knew, like, you know, like 45 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees straight up, 45 degrees halfway there, you know, like the degrees of a circle as like heights in the sky to where the moon, like, I don't actually know how to record actual positional coordinates in the sky, so I just came up with the idea of a compass and the angles of like 45 and 90, so forth.
Well, typically what they do is they measure up from the horizon.
Yeah, and then they also
So
measure,
if you get a sextant, you would measure up from the horizon.
Yeah, that was my plan. I would use the compass and the height to figure out positional coordinates, like makeshift coordinates of where the moon would
But
be.
don't you have to assume that there's just a line of sight? Don't you have to like assume something you can't actually prove?
Well, I'm
that the moon is like a common object that everyone's looking at in the same line of sight, like we're all looking at the same thing at the same time, and there's just like a ray of light that just projects straightly right to that thing. We actually know that that's actually not the case. We know this already, that this is not the case. It's not the case even in the globe model, because in the globe model, they claim that light is bending all the time, all over the place. So like nothing that you see in the globe model is actually where it is. They tell two stories at the same time. That's the thing. Well, like, you know, this is in the sky, but then like there's other anomalies, right, that they can't explain. So they say, well, the light is bending And if you take, you know what time and date is, or SunCalc, those websites.
Yeah,
Like
I know.
you can look on the sun and moon, like where the sun and moon are, right? So that's the globe model, like where the sun and moon are. So if you take like two locations on the Earth, right, and you take that data, right, the azimuth and elevation angles. The azimuth is how many degrees from true north, and then the elevation angle is what it is above the horizon. And then you take multiple locations, and then you map that to a globe. Those lines of sight don't intersect at a common location. And it's kind of like, you're probably thinking, that doesn't make sense. Well, you're right, it doesn't make sense. So we're not looking at like the same object in the exact same place. Like we're like I'm off a little bit, there you're off a little bit, and the more you add, the worse it gets. And this has been demonstrated a bunch of ways. This is, first of all, number one, it was modeled in AutoCAD using something like 13-digit precision. Right, so took the time and date data, did multiple based upon the data, intersect to the sun, and some of the values turned out that using like two locations. I think it was Johannesburg and maybe it was Brussels, Belgium, or something, because they're on the same longitude. So you take these the same exact time on time and date, and then you model it all out geometrically, and those lines of sight didn't intersect. Another person did the same thing using SunCalc, except for they used Blender, and that even turned out even worse. So that's why when we go like, Justin's like nothing in the sky, because you have to have an assumption about how that light reaches you, right? The path that it took to reach you.
Well, I do have an assumption on how the rays of light work. Like, it is.
Yeah, but we can avoid that. Why do that when we can actually avoid that by measuring the Earth itself? We don't need to look up. You can just look down. Like that's the place in question, right? And if you think about it, even at like a logical level, if you had a table, right, and you could measure the dimensions of the table, they'd have a value, right? I could take a tape measure. I could measure the table. I could say, hey, it's 36 by 36, 48 by 48, whatever it is. There's nothing of whatever's happening above that table, light, sun, moon, stars, whatever, that are going to change the results of those measurements, right?
Well, that's why my experiment is focused on the moon and not the Earth. Because it's like,
well, if you,
I was like, oh, I could try this.
You're not getting. It doesn't tell us anything about the Earth. That's the point.
Think about it like this: we take you to a place and we say that we're going to have some Baby Seal custom leather boots, right, made for you, right? And they measure your forearm. You think you're going to have like a snug fitting shoe?
I understand, but I'm trying to figure out, like, in a flat model, how high the moon would be above the, like. I'm a part of a different Discord server than this one. It's how I got here. They advertised it in the announcements section, and most of the flat earthers in that server said that the sun and moon are small and local above the Earth. I don't know if, like, all of you believe that story.
The basis for that, listen, there's a basis for that. Now, the basis for that is Thales' theorem. So if you take a stick and a shadow and you measure the angle, same way that Thales measured the pyramids, and we came up with Thales' theorem in the first place, the sun and the moon are somewhere between, I think it's like 3,000 and 4,000 miles away and 42 miles in diameter. Okay, listen, but we're not saying, okay, that's right. Okay, that's the basis for it, is that. We don't know. We can only speculate about the celestial bodies. Ultimately, they're a speculation. We look up and we tell ourselves stories for thousands of years about what the fuck they are. Like, what's up there? Yeah, we're going to tell ourselves stories. And somehow we got to, like, people that told the best stories about the shit out of now, the smartest people that ever lived. I don't know how that happened. It was a great con, whatever. The point is, they can never tell us anything definitive about the Earth, ever, because that is something what you call an indirect measurement, right? An indirect measurement is when you're measuring something. You measure something. I'll give you an example, right? So if I measure time times speed, I can get a distance, right? If I'm going so fast for a certain period of time, I can indirectly measure my distance. You follow?
Sure.
Okay, so that's an indirect. But I could also take a tape measure and stretch it between those 2 points and directly measure the distance. Right? So that's the difference between an indirect versus a direct measurement.
So if the road
hold on,
is
Hank,
sorry,
hold on. Just let me finish real quick because I'm trying to get to the point. Now, the fact that we don't know, like we're making some assumptions about what's in the sky and using an indirect method of measuring the Earth, it's just more certain, right? And it's actually proof of something if you just measure it is what you want to know about. We can just measure the Earth. It's accessible to us. We know how it works, right? We are on top of it. We freaking move dirt. We run around. We live on it. We dig holes in it. Like, we know about the Earth. It's accessible to us, and we can just measure that. And we don't have to make assumptions about what the lights are doing. I never understood this with the Globers. It's like why you guys are obsessed with shit in the sky. It's like a sick obsession, man. To me, at least.
Well, it was hard to explain with just my words, but
well, I listen. Listen, I'm not trying to harp on you, but it's a thing with you guys, right? Whenever we talk to Globers, we start talking about, okay, let's measure the Earth, and they always want to talk about stuff in the sky. Like, I understand because in the heliocentric model, that's the basis for the heliocentric model, is the objects in the sky and drawing conclusions about what the Earth is based upon looking up, which is stupid because, yeah, I want to know what's beneath my feet, so I look at what's over my head. I mean, that doesn't even make logical sense, right? This just doesn't even make sense. To measure what's under your feet, right? That's what you want to know about. Go at it. But I mean, I understand where you're coming from. But we can measure the Earth. You don't need, it's not expensive. You can go buy a $6 door mirror from Walmart, find a large body of water. Because we use water because, a couple reasons. You don't have to account for terrain, right? Is the terrain sloped? Is the terrain bumpy? Is the terrain whatever? You have water. And in the globe model, water is supposed to be curving around the ball. And in the globe model, the Earth is 72% water on its surface, right? So the water has to be curving. Has to be. It's a logical necessity. It can't. There's no other two ways about it. It has to curve. And it has to curve at a certain rate because they said that the Earth is a globe of 3,959 miles. So it has to curve at a certain rate. We can make a prediction of what that rate's supposed to be, and we can go out into the real world and test that prediction quite easily. In the results of all our tests, and Hank asked you, do you know of any Glober tests? Well, with all tests so far, is that the surface of water is not curving at all. So if the surface of water is not curving, it is a logical impossibility for the Earth to be a ball of 3,959 mile radius. Now, the Globers will sometimes say, maybe it's a bigger ball. Yeah, great, fantastic. Well, how did they get to the fucking moon? Because that would mean the moon's further away and it's bigger. And then all the other planets are bigger and everything else is bigger because everything, the entire cosmic distance ladder and the size of all the planets and orbits and everything is based upon the radius of the Earth as its foundation. Because all observations are done from the surface of the Earth and distances between 2 points is calculated based upon the radius. You can't get away from it. It has to match the radius, and if it doesn't match, it's all wrong. Sorry, Hank. Go ahead. I got a little wordy.
No, you're good, bro. You made a lot of sense. I just wanted to, illustrate a little thing. So, yeah, the time and distance. That's a really cool trick, right? But what if you're not traveling in a straight line? This is why we want direct measurements, because if it's a very windy road, you might have a whole lot of twists and turns in there that are going to throw off your measurement, right? Like if I just were to fly to Dallas in a straight line, I get a different distance if I hop on the interstate, right? It's a totally different distance with a direct measurement, with a ruler or a tape measure, or a chain or whatever they would use, as opposed to an indirect calculation. Thank you.
See, we're not going after maybe. We want proof. We're not going after belief. We want knowledge. We are going we're not satisfied with, yeah, well, that's a good theory. We want proof. Like science sits around and says, well, we don't prove things. Well, we're trying to prove things. We're not trying to maybe it. And that's why we go to the most extreme empiricism and direct realism of what is there, what we can measure, what we can experience for ourselves in the real world, not on TV, not the words of people, not anything, right? Just like, what is it that we're on, and what can we measure, and what can we prove it is? We already know what we all experience. We all experience the flat motionless Earth. We all experience that. It's indisputable. Everyone you've ever met has experienced only that. Everyone you probably ever will meet will probably only ever experience that. So that's our initial condition. They say it's a globe that's outside of our perception, and we're just little small ants on this big ball. Prove it then, man. Show us that the surface of the Earth is curving. I mean, that's the simplest test. The simplest test. If it curves, then it could possibly be a ball. But if it doesn't curve, then it can't be a ball. You can eliminate that. If the surface of water lays flat, it can't be a ball. Because how many flat spots are on the ball? 0. So if there's one flat spot, then they're all flat spots.
All right. I know that this experiment, I heard what you said, and what you've been saying, it makes sense to me. And I know that the experiment may seem kind of pointless, just tackle the issue directly. Why are you wasting your time with the moon? Well,
I mean, we've done some of those. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There's a guy named Dave Marsh. He's done 6 years of moon observations. He has an observation where the moon is observed in Florida and Australia at the same time. This was presented to an astrophysicist, and she said, well, that's impossible. But he did it. It was done. It was recorded. It's done. We're talking not just an astrophysicist, the head of the astronomy department of a university in Europe. Not just some scrub, the head. Admitted that there's problems if that observation was done. That was a WikiWiki interview, which he got his channel deleted, but I know the interview's around. What I'm saying is we've done some of these observations of using the celestial bodies have been done by flat earthers. I mean, what I would do is I would see, to make sure you're not, I mean, you can do it yourself anyway, but you might be replicating something that's already been done by somebody else. So, and then you're just going to get another data point that, and then it gets complicated with the globe of taking. So I'll tell you, here's the complication. Because to get an elevation angle you can't get a true elevation angle from the surface, from a curved surface, right? You don't see a triangle, right? Triangles don't have curved sides. But one side of your triangle is going to be curved, right? If you're saying, hey, I'm on the surface of the ball, stars at 45 degrees above the horizon, but you have to assume that you're on a flat surface because you can't even take an angle from a curved surface in the first place. Mathematically speaking, you have no angle. You have no true elevation angle from the surface of a ball. There's just all sorts of problems. I don't know what to say. There's just problems everywhere. I mean, you can't really get a true angle. You can't get a rigorous, there's always a problem with these types of observations. So even if you listen, just let me tell you one more thing. Even if you look at for diagrams of how to do observations from with a sextant or an astrolabe or any astronomy observations, they always show the person standing on a flat surface. Because they have to assume the only way they are taking the angle off a tangent to the ball. And a tangent is a straight line. So I don't know what to say, man. You're making a measurement assuming that that the earth is flat and then saying, well, this matches a ball, as if that was even possible. It would match a ball if this was a tangent line on top of that ball. I mean, that the earth really isn't flat, this flatness is actually just the tangent to that ball. That's really I don't know what else to say, man. Craziness to me. I've been obviously you hear me. I've been doing this quite a while, a few years. So to me, at least to me personally, after debating this and talking about this for a few years, the heliocentric model to me is insanity. To me, to you,